Chapter 1564. After sending off the young master, the two 8-star sovereigns from the Windcloud clan were besieged and eventually self-destructed. This was destined. There were only 10 8-star sovereigns attacking. Even if they joined forces, the two could not withstand their combined attacks. In the final attack, the two chose to self-destruct. This was the only thing they could do. They knew very well that if they were captured, they would inevitably be soul-searched, so they chose to self-destruct. This gave the besieging sovereigns a headache. The result of self-destruction was not what they wanted to see. Unfortunately, the two walked all the way to the end, not giving them a chance to soul-search. What a waste of effort. They actually chose to self-destruct. Their storage rings were also destroyed by self-destruction. I wonder if the God-tier cultivation method is still there. Search. After a search. Apart from some saint stones and tattered sovereign weapons, there was nothing else. The God-tier cultivation method Jade Scroll was nowhere to be found. It must be with the young master. Could it be that the young master is Feng Yunwuan? The young master couldn't have run far. He must be nearby. Let's see who's lucky enough to catch up. These sovereigns were very disappointed. Since the God-tier cultivation method was not found, it must have landed with the young master. Some sovereigns even thought that Feng Yunwuan was the young master. The sovereigns did not stop, choosing a direction to pursue. Uncle Little Saint, Uncle Killer, Uncle Chiu, I will definitely avenge you and find the mastermind. Feng Xiaohuang came out of the passage, his face twisted. Feng Xiaohuang saw the pursuit of more than 28-star sovereigns, but he could do nothing. This was a huge blow to Feng Xiaohuang in the Yellow Springs weave. Feng Xiaohuang panicked for a while before returning to normal. Without the protection of the 8-star sovereigns, Feng Xiaohuang immediately changed into a black robe, covering his face. His divine sense ripples also began to change. If someone passed by now, they would definitely not know that this person was Feng Xiaohuang. After a series of changes, Feng Xiaohuang headed east. He traveled tens of billions of kilometers, eventually landing in a mountain range. After observing for a while, he carved out an immortal's cave and set up a restrictive spell formation. He didn't stay there, but rather, carved out an immortal's cave in a corner of the mountain range. He was being very careful. As long as I refine the remaining god roots and the divinity in my body reaches a certain level, I will be able to find a god-tier cultivation technique. At that time, I will make them die without a burial ground. After setting up the restriction array, Feng Xiaohuang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He entered the cave abode. This was Feng Xiaohuang's goal. He knew more secrets than others, and the only way to increase his strength now was to obtain a god-tier cultivation technique. He believed that this place would be very safe. He took out the deity root and began to refine it. This fellow is quite smart. He changed the fluctuation of his divine sense, changed the location, and set up an illusion. It won't be easy for them to find this young master. In the cave abode, Lin Fei was hiding in the void. At this time, he was using the void escape technique. Since the 8-star rulers besieged the Fengyun clan, Lin Fei had already been there, but he didn't show himself. More than 28-star rulers weren't that easy to deal with. Lin Fei was concerned about this young master. The moment Little Saint Fengyun opened the passageway, Lin Fei entered the passageway. He had been following behind this young master silently until now. Lin Fei was quite impressed by this fellow. He still had the mood to refine the deity root under such circumstances. What a waste of a deity root! Lin Fei felt his heart ache. At this time, Lin Fei was already sure that this fellow had a lot of divinity points. He might even be a big fat pig. Eternal instant. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, he executed an eternal instant. Just a breath's time was enough. Who? Feng Xiaohuang was shocked. He had escaped, but why was he targeted again? His refinement was interrupted, and when he woke up, he was enveloped by a force. Lin Fei had already attacked. God-tier blade slash. He didn't give his opponent a chance to resist. At this time, a piece of jade on Feng Xiaohuang's neck erupted with a terrifying aura. It propped up an energy shield and blocked the blade. The defense of 9 stars ruler. Lin Fei recognized it at a glance. This fellow had hidden such a top-notch treasure. You, a 5-star ruler, actually want to kill me? Feng Xiaowang was caught unprepared. He only heaved a sigh of relief when the radiance propped up. His sharp eyes swept across and revealed a cold smile. You are very powerful. You have been hiding by my side. Unfortunately, I have the skylight jade bestowed to me by my old ancestor. Don't even think of killing me. Feng Xiaowang couldn't keep his face after being ambushed at such a close distance. So that's how it is. Let's continue. Lin Fei didn't care. He slashed again, blasting on the outer layer of radiance. The originally flourishing radiance suddenly dimmed. Break for me. The third slash. Feng Xiaowang was shocked again. Cracks appeared on the jade on his neck, one after another, and they immediately shattered. This 5-star ruler in front of him could threaten his life. He couldn't stay calm anymore. Die for me. Feng Xiaowang was already a frightened bird. If the jade was shattered, it definitely wouldn't be able to block this saber art. He took out an immortal talisman and tore it apart, blasting it at his opponent. Instantly, a terrifying radiance soared into the sky. This mountain range was instantly flattened. This is the trump card that my old ancestor left for me. I was originally prepared to use it against an 8-star ruler. Now, it's yours. I can't stay here any longer. I have to leave immediately. Feng Xiaowang turned to leave. You don't have to leave. It's better if you stay. As soon as the voice came, Feng Xiaowang saw a saber light slashing at him. The jade on the neck of that smiling black-robed fellow shattered into countless pieces. The saber light also completely minced him into pieces. A young master of a large clan really has some trump cards. Lin Fei sighed. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 80,000 divinity point. As soon as the voice came, Lin Fei revealed an expression of I knew it. This really was a big fat pig. Not bad at all. It seems like these young masters of large clans have refined a large number of god roots and are waiting to soar into the sky. Compared to the ruler's few hundred divinity points, the current young master was a big fat sheep. The original 100,000 divinity points had returned to 200,000 divinity points. I'm going to look for the young master and make a move. Lin Fei put away the storage ring. There were actually hundreds of god roots inside, a total of 100,000 divinity points. Lin Fei's eyes lit up at this kind of harvest. Although he knew that there were god roots in the storage ring, he didn't expect there to be so many. Lin Fei had underestimated them. Chapter 1565. Upon seeing the flickering red dot, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Hee, when you see me, you definitely won't be able to be happy. Lin Fei put away the item and used void opening to leave. This was also to prevent others from discovering him and following him. For example, Lin Fei had something he wanted to do right now. He didn't mind spending a few divinity points, as he had just obtained a few 100,000 divinity points. The commotion here was too great. Sweeping through the mountain range and the might of a 9-star sovereign had appeared. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one would know what had happened. Whoosh. I'm still one step too late. About 10 minutes after Lin Fei left, a bald sovereign appeared in the sky. He emitted the aura of an 8-star sovereign, and his sharp eyes constantly scanned the ground below. This was one of the 8-star sovereigns who had been pursuing young Master Feng Yun. It's this aura. This sovereign grabbed at the air, and specks of something fell into his hand. This was a strand of divine sense. The Sky Sovereign grabbed it with his unparalleled strength and used his divine sense to confirm who it was. It was the target he had been pursuing. In the eyes of an 8-star sovereign, anyone who had seen it would remember it. Although this place had been razed to the ground, there was still divine sense present. Only 8-star sovereigns like them could barely collect it. This young Master Feng Yun definitely has that old ancestor's protective treasure on him. How could he be killed in such a situation? Could it be a 9-star sovereign? No, the Divine General platform doesn't allow 9-star sovereigns to enter. Could it be an 8-star sovereign? But this 8-star sovereign has hidden himself too deeply. To be able to kill young Master Feng Yun in such a short time and leave so calmly. The Sky Sovereign was puzzled. This matter didn't feel right. Fellow Daoist Sky Sovereign, you're not slow. What did you gain? The Poison Sovereign stealthily appeared, his small eyes scanning the scene. He's already dead. What can I gain? The Sky Sovereign's tone was cold. Someone beat me to it. The Sky Ruler did not speak kindly to the Poison Sovereign Ruler, who used lethal poison. Although the Poison Sovereign's strength was a whole realm lower than his, he did not dare to underestimate the Poison Sovereign's lethal poison. So that's how it is. I wonder if fellow Daoist has seen what that person looks like. The Poison Sovereign narrowed his eyes. For a 7-star hegemon to ask an 8-star hegemon such a question was something only the Poison Sovereign hegemon would do. What do you think? After saying this, the Sky Dominator turned and left. Humph. You're just an 8-star sovereign. The Poison Sovereign Ruler coveted the deity rank cultivation technique very much. He originally thought that he would be able to catch up to young Master Fengyun, but someone else beat him to it. Sooner or later, I will become an 8-star ruler. At that time, let's see who dares to ignore me. Young Master Fengyun's death is not a good thing. What a waste of a deity rank cultivation technique. The Poison Sovereign shook his head and left as well. He had worked so hard for nothing. The commotion caused a few 8-star rulers to rush over, but when they saw the situation, they left one after another. When they left, their expressions were more or less filled with disappointment. Lin Fei left the scene and flew toward the east. With the void evasion technique, Lin Fei did not leave behind many traces. Although he left behind some aura fluctuations at the scene, after using the void evasion technique, his aura disappeared. This was also why Lin Fei was willing to use the void evasion technique. This flight lasted for half a month. He was getting closer and closer to the red dot. During this time, Lin Fei also discovered a few deity roots, which he unceremoniously collected. Those ignorant rulers also contributed quite a few divinity points to him. As he wished, Lin Fei's divinity point diagram broke through to 500,000 points. He was also close to leveling up. In just a few days, he would be able to break through to the 6-star ruler rank. In the air above a mountain range, this place had almost been razed to the ground, and there were remnants of energy fluctuations left behind by the battle. Fellow Daoist Rainbow, this is your share. On a flat area not far from the mountain range, 5 rulers were dividing up the spoils. A young hegemon placed one of the spoils in front of a female hegemon. If it weren't for fellow Daoist Rainbow's illusions successfully holding them back, it wouldn't have been so easy for us to take them down, said the young ruler. The rainbow ruler was wearing a rainbow-colored dress. Her cultivation had increased by a level, and she had broken through from the 6-star ruler rank to the 7-star ruler rank. Her aura fluctuations were also exceptionally stable. This meant that she had completely stabilized her strength. We're teammates. This is what I should do, said the rainbow ruler with a smile. She habitually put away the spoils. The 5 rulers present were all 7-star rulers. They all had one thing in common: they were all young. Big Brother Fengyun has good foresight. With the help of fellow Daoist Rainbow's illusions, it'll be much easier for us to deal with them, said another female 7-star ruler in the group. The one called Big Brother Fengyun was a tall and sturdy silver-armored ruler. He was also the leader of the group. He was a peak 7-star ruler, and he specialized in close combat. That's because everyone cooperated well. Hegemon Fengyun smiled as he looked at the rainbow ruler. Of course, fellow Daoist Rainbow's illusions are extremely powerful as well. The moment you use them, you'll be able to affect a 7-star ruler. You're fully deserving of the title of hero. The rainbow ruler felt a little embarrassed. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have broken through to the 7-star ruler rank. In addition, I also have to thank Big Brother Fengyun, said the rainbow ruler with a smile. The surrounding people all laughed. Damn, are they flirting with each other? At this moment, Lin Fei appeared in the air above this area. Using his void evasion technique, Lin Fei was able to stealthily and smoothly find this place. Then, he saw this laughing scene. This made Lin Fei uncomfortable. The rainbow ruler was his maid. Who would be so bold as to steal her from him? Lin Fei had come all this way to find the rainbow ruler. Even though he hadn't made the Rainbow Ruler swear an oath to become a Rainbow Ruler, Lin Fei had still secretly stored a strand of his aura on the appropriate tool. As long as it was within a certain range, Lin Fei would be able to use it to find the Rainbow Ruler. The only thing he hadn't expected was that Lin Fei would come all this way to see this. It seemed that someone was interested in his maid. That person was quite good-looking and somewhat handsome. Should I show myself, or keep following them? Lin Fei wondered. If it were before, Lin Fei might have considered how to appear. After cultivating a divine tier technique and learning about the connection between divine power and divine power, he had nothing to worry about. Wasn't it just a peak 7-star ruler? Everyone should have rested enough. We can set off now. Hegemon Feiyun stood up. Let's take advantage of the fact that the Sumeru Mountains have yet to appear and collect as many deity roots as we can. The resting hegemons all rose to their feet. The Rainbow Ruler stood up as well. After joining this group, she had collected many more deity roots than she had when she was alone. She had also learned a few secrets. Chapter 1566. Ruler Fei Yun thought highly of Rainbow Ruler's potential. Rainbow Ruler's strength might be average, but there was one thing he couldn't compare to: his illusory skills. Rainbow Ruler's illusory skills had reached an extremely profound level. According to him, he had improved in this space. Once he used it, it was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. Not only did Ruler Fei Yun think highly of Rainbow Ruler, but she also had some ideas. Rainbow Ruler was beautiful, and her illusory skills were extraordinary. If she reached the 9 stars ruler level, her illusory skills would be even more terrifying. She would be a powerful existence among the 9 stars rulers, although she wouldn't be as powerful as the super overlords. Along the way, Ruler Fei Yun took special care of Rainbow Ruler. This was one of the reasons why Rainbow Ruler could break through to 7 stars ruler so quickly. Ruler Fei Yun was very confident in taking down Rainbow Ruler with her family's influence and her own strength. For example, Ruler Fei Yun had purposely revealed some of the things that had happened on God Mountain to show off her abilities. Only some of the big families would know these secrets. Lin Fei was a domineering person. He didn't notice this. He just felt uncomfortable that a descendant was seducing his maid. After thinking for a while, Lin Fei felt that it was better to show himself. He believed that Rainbow Ruler's expression would be quite pleasant. Now that Lin Fei had found the 7-colored ruler, he would not leave her be. After all, she was his maidservant. With the 8-star rulers continuously appearing, their small team really did not have the ability to protect themselves. The people from the Windcloud clan were the best example. As long as an 8-star ruler attacked, their team would immediately fall apart. No one could block an 8-star ruler's attack. Lin Fei felt that it was better to keep her by his side. She had a god-tier technique and godly power to support her. Lin Fei was confident he could kill an 8-star ruler. Let's see how many god-tier slashes he could take. Cake tilde. Just as they were about to leave, the sky suddenly darkened. A chilly wind blew. The area instantly darkened. It was as if night had fallen. Who killed my nephew just now? A cold voice caused the surrounding temperature to drop. The 5 rulers couldn't help but shiver as the wind blew past them. Ruler Fei Yun and the other rulers were shocked. The area became chaotic. Only an 8-star ruler could use such a technique. Senior, you must be mistaken. How could we kill your nephew? Fei Yun braced himself and said. In the darkness, a huge foot appeared. This foot was like a mountain. It stretched out from the void, followed by another foot, until the other party was like a towering mountain. Sovereign Night King, Hegemon Fei Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. He recognized this hegemon and was scared out of his wits. Not bad, you actually recognize me. The towering mountain giant shrunk to 90 feet tall. Since you know my name, then you should know my temper. Did you kill my nephew? My mouth has become a crow's mouth. An 8-star dominator has really appeared. Lin Fei, who was in the void, did not know what to say. Lin Fei knew very well that they had just killed a few sovereigns. They were most likely fighting over the deity roots, or they had met a person who was trying to rob them of their deity roots. Lin Fei had encountered this situation more than a dozen times. It wasn't the other party who killed him. If you didn't kill me, I killed you. It seemed like their luck was pretty bad. Among the dead, one of them had a backer. One of them actually had a backer. He must have spread the news before he died. This 8-star ruler had rushed over. In fact, Lin Fei's guess was very accurate. Hegemon Feiyun had indeed been surrounded by a group of sovereigns. She had relied on the 7-colored ruler's illusion to hold them back, and the 5 of them had killed them all. They knew that they were in big trouble now. Apart from the 7-colored ruler, who did not know the name Sovereign Night King, the other 4 sovereigns had ugly expressions. Sovereign Night King was a powerful sovereign in the Dark Territory. He was also one of the 8 great generals under the Dark Ruler. He was extremely powerful. Countless people wanted to kill Sovereign Night King, but no one dared to do so. Even the 9-star sovereigns could only bear with it. This was because Sovereign Night King's backer was the Dark Ruler. The Dark Ruler was an overlord in the Endless Territory, and had the power to kill 9-star sovereigns. This was the main reason why Hegemon Feiyun's expression had changed so many times. Sovereign Night King was too famous. Even though Hegemon Feiyun's family had 3 9-star sovereigns and was considered a top-notch family in the Endless Territory, they did not dare to face Sovereign Night King's anger. Hegemon Feiyun could not understand why one of the sovereigns who had killed and stolen was Sovereign Night King's nephew. "You're purposely setting a trap for me." Sovereign Night King did not care too much about his nephew. If he died, so be it. He had to pay the price for killing his nephew. This was Sovereign Night King's thought process. "Senior Night King, I really did not kill your nephew," Hegemon Feiyun hurriedly said. "I can swear on the Fei family's character." Sovereign Night King was expressionless. "You are from the Fei family." Hegemon Feiyun was delighted. "I am indeed from the Fei family. If I dare lie, you can come to the Fei family to settle the score." "So the person who killed my nephew wasn't you? Who was it?" Sovereign Night King knew of the Fei family. They had 3 9-star sovereigns. Everyone knew that they were quite famous in the Endless Territory. She was the one who killed him. Senior Night King's nephew was killed by her. She specializes in illusions. Without her help, we would not have been able to win. Hegemon Feiyun's words caused the remaining 3 sovereigns to pin the crime on the 7-colored sovereign. They knew how powerful Sovereign Night King was. The family behind him could not afford to offend him. The Darkness Sovereign was an overlord who controlled a battle fortress. He could easily destroy a sect or a territory. When the 7-colored sovereign saw the other party appear, he cursed inwardly. The other party's aura was tyrannical, and he had a murderous aura like an endless ocean. Just the murderous aura alone made the 7-colored sovereign uncomfortable. What worried the 7-colored sovereign even more happened. They were pinning the crime on him. They were asking him to die. "You're all lying. I used an illusion. You killed him." The 7-colored sovereign tried to defend himself. His face turned pale. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, was also furious. "I knew that person was up to no good." If the other party had only wanted to seduce his servant girl, Lin Fei would at most be unhappy. Chapter 1567. Lin Fei was furious. Sovereign Night Sovereign said calmly, "You know what to do." Feiyun knew that she would survive just from this sentence. As for the 7-colored dominator, she was just a pretty dominator. If she died, so be it. It was better than dying herself. Fart. Feiyun's left arm exploded. "Thank you for not killing me, senior." The arm would not be able to recover for a long time at least. Unless she left this place and returned to her Fei family. "Don't kill us. We didn't kill your nephew." Sovereign Night Sovereign moved his fingers slightly, and the remaining man and woman exploded. A 7-star dominator could not last more than a night against an 8-star dominator. Wind illusion. The 7-colored dominator's face was pale, but she knew to resist. The 8-star dominator's terrifying power attacked and shattered the 7-colored dominator. However, this was just an illusion. Her real body appeared millions of miles away. Boom. Boom. As the wind blew past, illusions appeared, densely packed together. However, the power of an 8-star sovereign was crushing everything in its path, shattering all the illusions in the area. Fart. The seven-colored Dominator spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Her rainbow-colored Dominator battle robe was full of cracks. If you were an 8-star Dominator, I might be a little afraid of using this level of illusion. You can't even withstand a single blow. Sovereign Knight Sovereign said disapprovingly. Senior, this woman killed your nephew. Leave this small matter to me. Why do you need to do it? I'll cut off her head myself. Feiyun said flatteringly. Feiyun was nothing in front of this 8-star Dominator, Sovereign Knight Sovereign. Interesting. Feiyun understood what Sovereign Knight Sovereign meant. Die, bitch. Feiyun's power was not affected much after losing an arm. It might be a problem to take down others, but it was much easier to deal with the seven-colored Dominator. Boom. A domineering fist art turned into a black shadow and shot forward. You shameless B***starred. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The seven-colored Dominator had been injured long ago. Most of her power was used to resist Sovereign Knight Sovereign's great Dao power. A seven-colored bridge blocked in front of her. Who told you to kill Senior's nephew? If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened. Feiyun had to kill this guy himself. There was no one else around anyway. The seven-colored bridge shook, and cracks appeared on it. You can't stop it. The rainbow bridge shook again, and more cracks appeared. Wind illusion. Water illusion. The seven-colored Dominator used the seven-colored bridge to attack while casting illusions in an attempt to affect Dominator Feiyun. However, the results were minimal. The illusions were broken one by one. It's useless. I have the heart tranquility bead on me. I won't be affected by illusions. Another fist landed on the seven-colored bridge, causing it to explode into pieces. Hegemon Feiyun, a peak seven-colored hegemon, was far more powerful than the seven-colored hegemon. The seven-colored hegemon wept. Hegemon Feiyun, you won't be happy for long even if you kill me. My master will definitely avenge me. An ant like you will die 100 times over in front of my master with a single finger. At this moment, the seven-colored ruler thought of that mischievous fellow. He loved to torture himself when he had nothing better to do. He loved to go out and bask in the sun when he had nothing to do. He made him cook and eat when he had nothing better to do. Even though he had never thought that the other party could become his master, the moment he threw caution to the wind, the seven-colored ruler finally said the word master. Perhaps even if he became a seven-star ruler, he still wouldn't be a match for that mischievous fellow. Not to mention Hegemon Feiyun. He could kill 90% of the rulers in Sky City. Who could do that? Who could obtain a battle fortress? And you, Knight Sovereign, my master will settle the score with you sooner or later. In front of my master, you are as weak as an ant. Just wait to live in a nightmare. The seven-colored ruler stared coldly at Knight Sovereign. Hegemon Feiyun's heart shook. She couldn't believe it. What kind of joke is this? This B***TCH has a master. Could she be a follower? If that's the case, things will be bad. To have a 6-star ruler as a follower, that master must be at least an 8-star ruler. Hegemon Feiyun clenched her teeth in regret. How did this happen to her? This B***TCH had hidden herself too well. If her master really came looking for her, she might not dare to attack Knight Sovereign. However, she was different. She would definitely be hunted down. Hegemon Feiyun didn't want to live in a nightmare of being hunted down. Before Hegemon Feiyun could digest this information, she heard even more overbearing words. She almost fell from the sky. Wasn't this too arrogant? Was this B***TCH's master really that powerful? B***TCH, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. If that bullsh**T master of yours really dares to appear, I'll blow him up with one punch. I'll let him have a taste of my sure-kill fist. Hegemon Feiyun threw caution to the wind. Right now, she could only kill the seven-colored ruler. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to survive. Sure-kill fist. Hegemon Feiyun's movements suddenly slowed down. A murderous aura filled the sky and earth. Hegemon Feiyun's fist shot out slowly. It actually contained a trace of the time Great Dao. The fist intent turned into a dot and went straight for the seven-colored ruler's forehead. Fist intent. Sure-kill fist. Facing this fist, The seven-colored ruler seemed to have fallen into an endless murderous intent. No matter how she moved, she would be killed. The power of this fist exceeded the limit that the seven-colored ruler could withstand. The illusions couldn't hold on for long. The densely packed illusions were destroyed, and the seven-colored ruler kept coughing up blood. Hegemon Feiyun felt that she could finally heave a sigh of relief. Not many seven-star rulers could withstand her fist, let alone a seven-star ruler who had only recently advanced. There was no way she could survive. Boom. A murderous aura filled the air. You say this is your sure-kill fist? I don't think it's much. Don't brag too much. Be careful that you might explode. A mocking voice could be heard. Hegemon Feiyun's eyes widened. At that moment, a black-robed man appeared in front of the seven-colored ruler. He just stood there with a faint smile on his face. However, this smile, along with the voice from before, was extremely irritating to Hegemon Feiyun's ears. Could it be that he had helped this B*TCH block her sure-kill fist? Who are you? Stop putting on an act. The seven-colored ruler thought that he would definitely die. He couldn't block that fist. He didn't feel the pain of his body collapsing. Instead, he heard a familiar voice. Then, he saw a familiar black style and a head of long hair that fluttered in the wind. That's it. Chapter 1568. The seven-colored ruler was mesmerized. At the critical moment of life and death, the seven-colored ruler had never thought that the guy with the evil smile would save him and block ruler Feiyun's sure-kill punch for him so easily. He was even stronger than when he had entered. In the battle that day, the seven-colored ruler was the only one who hadn't died. The others were all dead. In such a short time, Di Tian's strength had become unfathomable. Ruler Feiyun's sure-kill punch couldn't break through Di Tian's defense. I'll always be your servant. This time, the seven-colored ruler spoke from the bottom of his heart. The seven-colored ruler felt that he was fated to have a master who could protect him. You're his master. Ruler Feiyun was shocked. He was indeed shocked by the person in front of him. Meanwhile, the seven-colored ruler's words kept echoing in his ears. This was his master. This was like a blow to the head. His most powerful sure-kill punch had been blocked. Was he a match for him? Ruler Feiyun's gaze suddenly landed on him. He couldn't help but laugh as if he had understood something. Bitch, this is your master. I thought he was some big shot, but he's just a five-star ruler. Ha ha ha, is this what you're relying on? It turned out that ruler Feiyun had seen through his opponent's realm. Five-star ruler realm. That was 2 realms lower than him. Feiyun Hegemon wanted nothing more than to slap that B*TCH. She had almost been scared to death. As for the fact that she had blocked his punch, Feiyun Hegemon had long since forgotten about it. Perhaps she had used some powerful treasures and wouldn't be able to do much. Ruler Feiyun was completely calm now. A 5-star ruler and a 7-star ruler were not easy to kill. A pair of despicable men and women. Let me send you to hell. Feiyun unleashed the sure-kill fist once again. This time, he wanted to kill them in one blow. He also pushed his power to the limit. Lin Fei turned around and didn't even look at him. How dare you touch my servant? I'll give you a quick death. A domineering saber slashed through the air. This saber was extremely domineering. Hegemon Feiyun laughed coldly and thought to himself, this guy dares to say that he'll kill me. He doesn't even know how strong he is. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, a domineering saber slashed over. Even he was unable to dodge and could only watch as the saber landed on his body. The treasure left behind by the patriarch was also activated, but it was still slashed apart by the saber. Next, he watched as his body was shattered into pieces. I'm dead. Lin Fei's slash consumed more divinity points. Just one slash was enough to take the other party's life. Lin Fei was too lazy to say anything more. This kind of person should be killed with a single slash. Off to the side, the seven-colored sovereign's beautiful eyes were wide open, and her jade-like lips were parted. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face. This was a peak 7-star sovereign. Are you happy now? Lin Fei turned around and smiled. Master, you're amazing. The seven-colored sovereign smiled. The seven-colored ruler had seen countless geniuses, but he had never seen anyone improve so quickly. Even Feiyun, who was a peak 7-star ruler, could not escape death after activating his protective treasure. Stand to the side and watch as your master takes revenge for you. Lin Fei pointed with his saber, and the blade flashed. Fellow Daoist Knight Sovereign, I heard that you wanted to kill my maidservant just now. Now that I, the master, am here, what do you think I should do? The seven-colored sovereign was mesmerized by this point. After cultivating for so long, the seven-colored sovereign had never seen a 5-star ruler reprimand an 8-star ruler, much less an extremely powerful 8-star ruler. Most importantly, this was to take revenge for him. The seven-colored sovereign had never thought that someone would take revenge for him in front of a major figure. Perhaps this was something that only happened in dreams. The seven-colored sovereign felt a sense of bliss, even if she was just a maidservant. Sovereign Knight Sovereign acted as if he was watching a show. Hegemon Knight King knew exactly how his nephew had died. The Fei family was powerful, and some of the generals under the Lord's command were on good terms with the Fei family. This was why Hegemon Knight King had cut off one of Hegemon Feiyun's arms. Logically speaking, everything should have developed according to plan. When Sovereign Knight Sovereign heard the seven-colored sovereign's threat, he didn't take it to heart at all. It wasn't that he had never heard someone say something like this before. Master, wasn't it just a 7-star ruler or an 8-star ruler? If an ordinary 8-star ruler came, he could easily deal with him. Even an 8-star ruler would have to think twice before making things difficult for himself for the sake of a follower. Hegemon Knight King hadn't expected that this woman's master would actually show up. She'd blocked a killing blow and easily killed Hegemon Feiyun. This wasn't the most surprising thing. The most surprising thing was that this guy was only a 5-star ruler. The saber technique that had killed Feiyun was extremely domineering, and he had even threatened Sovereign Knight Sovereign. Sovereign Knight Sovereign couldn't help but laugh. This was really interesting. Your saber technique just now wasn't bad. It looked simple, but it contained unparalleled power. This shouldn't be your power. The Knight Sovereign looked down from above. I'm quite interested in your saber technique. If you take the initiative to hand it over, I can leave both of your corpses intact. If I do it myself, you won't have a chance. As one of the 8 great generals, Sovereign Knight Sovereign had seen all kinds of cultivation techniques. The only thing that interested him was a god-tier cultivation technique. Right now, this saber technique piqued his interest. He could see its potential. If he used it himself, perhaps no 8-star ruler would be a match for him anymore. Lin Fei turned and smiled at the seven-colored sovereign. Come, help me massage my shoulders. If I don't massage them, I'll feel uncomfortable. The seven-colored sovereign was shocked. She hesitated for a moment, but still came forward. She placed her jade-like hands on his shoulders and gently massaged them. You're too weak. It seems like you forgot to ask for more. Lin Fei ignored Sovereign Knight Sovereign's words. Sovereign Knight Sovereign raised his eyebrows. You're quite daring. You actually dare to reject me? Then I'll do it myself. Let's see what you're capable of. How dare you act in front of me? Whoosh. Sovereign Knight Sovereign exhaled, and 2 terrifying black saber lights swept toward him like soft willow leaves. The power of this saber strike had the power of an 8-star ruler. With 2 saber strikes, he could easily kill an early-stage 8-star ruler. Mate, a junior like you dares to make a move. Lin Fei laughed loudly. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he swung his saber. I'll show you what a real saber technique is. Bang! Bang! The black saber light was shattered. Lin Fei's saber strike wasn't over yet. Burn your divinity points. Boom! 50,000 divinity points instantly evaporated. Surging divine power poured in. The long and narrow saber light blasted out. The ruler saber in Lin Fei's hand exploded into dust. Chapter 1570. The aura of this saber had reached its limit. In this space, the 8-star sovereigns all sensed the powerful aura erupting out of them. Their hearts palpitated. The aura affected them. No matter what they were doing, they all stopped and looked into the distance, trying to see where the aura was coming from. Their divine senses swept across the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As their divine senses approached, they were met with wave after wave of terrifying pressure, which directly crushed their divine senses and caused them to explode under this pressure. Who is so powerful? Did someone break through from the 8-star ruler realm to the 9-star ruler realm? Is it a divine tier cultivation technique? Echoes reverberated in the sky. No one dared to check. This terrifying aura was enough to kill them. The 8-star rulers who looked in one direction subconsciously felt their hearts palpitate. Ruler Knight Sovereign did not care about a 5-star ruler. As long as he was on guard, the other party's saber technique would not be able to unleash its true power. The moment the saber technique unleashed its terrifying aura, Ruler Knight Sovereign cursed. "You're shameless." The surging saber light crushed Ruler Knight Sovereign's body. There was no time to react. There was no treasure that could block this saber strike. "I'll be back." Fragments filled the sky, leaving behind Ruler Knight Sovereign's voice. "It's actually a clone." Lin Fei curled his lips, not very satisfied. 8-star sovereigns weren't that easy to kill, so it was normal. "Fortunately, I obtained more than 3,000 divinity point." Lin Fei did not care about the divinity points consumed. He had to be ruthless when dealing with an 8-star ruler. "You killed Ruler Knight Sovereign, an 8-star ruler." The 7-colored ruler felt uneasy. That was an 8-star ruler, and one of the 8 great generals under the darkness ruler. "Hihi, you are my maid." Since he bullied you, he had to accept the punishment. "Don't you like it?" Lin Fei looked at the 7-colored ruler. The 7-colored ruler hurriedly shook his head. I like it very much. I just haven't accepted this news yet." Darkness Dominion. This was a huge dominion that controlled 8 dominion regions. Every territory had a general under it. At this moment, a roar came from a grand palace in the Night Monarch Dominion, and it shook the space apart. The entire Night Monarch Dominion was in an uproar. Who had offended Hegemon Night King? My doppelganger. Hegemon Night King coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his aura weakened significantly. My doppelganger was actually killed by someone with a single slash. That was a doppelganger that had 80% of my battle power. That hateful guy is really hateful. Sooner or later, I will tear him into pieces. The Night Sovereign was connected to his clone. Hegemon Night Sovereign knew everything about the clone. To be able to kill my doppelganger in a single slash, that saber art must be a deity-grade art. That fellow is too shameless. He used a deity-grade art as a 5-star sovereign. How can there be such a shameless fellow? Hegemon Night King continued to howl in his private room. That was a god-tier cultivation technique. Even he didn't have a god-tier cultivation technique, yet this little fellow had used it to scam him. He had always been the one killing people. This time, someone had destroyed a doppelganger that Hegemon Night King had paid a huge price to refine. It could be said that he had lost a large piece of flesh. This loss of flesh was heart-wrenching. "Men, pass down my order. Put a bounty on this person's head. I want him to become a street rat that everyone in the Endless Dominion wants to kill." "You killed Hegemon Night King's clone. Given his temper, he will definitely put a bounty on your head." The 7-colored ruler was roasting meat, and her pretty face was filled with worry. The 7-colored ruler was a sentimental woman. The 7-colored ruler had heard of Hegemon Night King's reputation. After all, he was one of the generals under a supreme overlord. Hegemon Night King definitely wouldn't take this lying down. The 7-colored ruler couldn't help but worry. "Roast the meat in peace. Don't let your imagination run wild." Lin Fei didn't mind. He refined everything in Hegemon Night King's storage ring, such as god roots and holy stones. Lin Fei wasn't too worried about killing the subordinate of a supreme overlord. Hegemon Night King was a supreme overlord. If he angered him, he would also activate the battle fortress. At that time, let's see who would be afraid of whom. Moreover, he had invincible defense and a large number of divinity points. Lin Fei had many ways to fight back. Using the fire, the 7-colored ruler peeked out of the corner of his eye. Hegemon Night King was still so calm after killing an 8-star ruler. The 7-colored ruler really hadn't seen many people who could do this. Soon, the roast meat was done. Lin Fei hadn't eaten roast meat in a long time. The familiar taste of roast meat was very satisfying. An immortal beast was quickly eaten. What level are your illusions at? Lin Fei casually asked after eating. I can affect a 7-star ruler, but not an 8-star ruler. The 7-colored ruler answered truthfully, appearing weak. Lin Fei didn't know much about illusions. To be able to affect a 7-star ruler, illusions were quite extraordinary. After today's matter, Lin Fei felt that he had to help the maid a little. Try this and see if it's helpful to your illusions. Lin Fei took out a supreme grade experience pill. These things were piled up like a mountain and were of no use to Lin Fei. After you consume the elixir, you can try to practice illusion techniques. Lin Fei added. The 7-colored ruler didn't ask what pill it was. She cultivated illusions according to the requirements. After this cultivation, her originally stagnant illusions actually loosened a little. This wasn't usually the case. However, this loosening was short-lived. The 7-colored ruler revealed an excited expression. Master, this pill of yours is too magical. As long as I have enough pills, my illusions should be able to break through again. It was good that it was useful. Lin Fei threw out a storage ring. Take it and use it. I'll wait for you to break through. After seeing how powerful Lin Fei was, the 7-colored ruler knew that this maid of hers was too weak. She hoped that her strength could break through. This feeling was especially strong after Lin Fei killed the Night King's ruler avatar. In the territory, there were rulers who attached themselves to powerful rulers. This was especially true for someone like her who wasn't very strong. Master, I won't disappoint you. That day, the 7-colored ruler used a treasure and began to cultivate illusions in seclusion. However, Lin Fei's casual behavior had nurtured a powerful illusion ruler. Her might shook the territory, and no one in the territory could compare to her. The 7-colored ruler cultivated illusions in seclusion. Lin Fei didn't stay idle either. He was busy fighting monsters and leveling up. 1 month later, Lin Fei broke through from the 5-star ruler realm to the 6-star ruler realm. He could be considered a mid-level ruler. 3 months later, the 7-colored ruler came out of seclusion. Using the supreme grade experience pill, he raised his illusions to the 8-star ruler level. Once he used it, layers of illusions would appear. It was enough to affect the judgment of an 8-star ruler. At this moment, if the 7-colored ruler encountered the Night King again, she could easily escape by relying on illusions. She wouldn't be broken by the Night King's attack. Boom boom boom. The 7-colored ruler came out of seclusion. Not long after, a huge golden mountain appeared between the heavens and the earth, towering between the heavens and the earth. Chapter 1571. A golden mountain. Everyone in the area stopped moving. Their gazes all fell on the golden mountain. The golden mountain emitted a faint golden light. The huge golden mountain was enveloped in the golden light. Occasionally, a golden immortal beast would rush out and look at the world. Then, it would return to the mountain. All kinds of golden immortal beasts that had never been seen before appeared on the mountain. This was the divine mountain they had been waiting for. The divine general platform was on the golden divine mountain. The divine mountain has finally appeared. The craziest moment is here. I wonder who can enter the divine general platform and obtain the supreme inheritance. There's no need to think about the inheritance. If we can obtain a divine grade cultivation technique on the divine mountain, we will have a great harvest. Everyone was eager to move. Master, that's the divine mountain. The 7-colored overlord looked at the golden mountain. When his divine sense reached the mountain's periphery, it was blocked by the golden light. He couldn't see what was inside. Is this the divine mountain? At this time, Lin Fei wasn't shocked. Instead, he was excited. Lin Fei didn't know much about the divine mountain. However, he knew one thing. At the peak of the divine mountain was the goal of this trip, the divine general platform. The divine general platform is at the peak of this mountain. Rumor has it that all kinds of good things come from the divine mountain, and the divine mountain is more dangerous than the outside world. The 7-colored overlord was also very excited. He was lucky enough to see the divine mountain. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the divine general platform. As for the divine servant's mission, Lin Fei didn't want to care about it for now. Because just now, Little Fiend had sent him a message. Those golden immortal beasts that rode on the clouds were filled with a lot of divinity points. This was what made Lin Fei excited. Let's go up the mountain and see what good things there are. The sovereigns from all directions were all heading towards the Divine Mountain. Rulers with powerful auras rushed toward the Divine Mountain. At this time, the 4-star to 6-star rulers had to stand aside. Even the 7-star rulers had to be careful. More and more 8-star rulers appeared. The Divine Mountain is open. I'll go in first. Ha ha ha. A ball of flame soared into the sky and entered the Divine Mountain, leaving behind a loud sound that echoed. That's the Fire God ruler. The rumored 8-star ruler. I didn't expect him to come too. This was just the beginning. The 8-star sovereigns charged straight into the Divine Mountain. Anyone who got in front of them was suppressed by the pressure of the 8-star sovereigns. If they were unlucky, they were instantly killed. In just half a day's time, quite a few sovereigns had died on the outskirts of the Divine Mountains. The most powerful hegemons all entered one after the other. Even some of the famous 8-star hegemons made their appearance this time, entering this long-awaited Divine Mountain. Lin Fei was just as fast as the 7-colored sovereign. Lin Fei didn't even consider the idea of being the first to enter. The 8-star sovereigns were famous for their ferocity. To Lin Fei, being the first or second made no difference. The most important thing was what they could gain from it. In Lin Fei's subconscious mind, the thing inside shouldn't disappoint him. When the Golden Divine Mountain gradually appeared in front of him, Lin Fei could feel how big the Divine Mountain was. Big. It was extremely huge. It was as if he was facing a huge monster. Right now, Lin Fei was at most 50 million kilometers away from the God Mountain, but it felt as if the God Mountain was right in front of him. Whoosh! At this time, hundreds of treasures suddenly flew out of the sky above the Divine Mountain, whistling in all directions. It's a treasure. A ruler's treasure. That long saber just now is even more powerful than the ruler weapon I have. It must be a high-grade ruler weapon. Good stuff, really good stuff. The hundreds of treasures immediately whetted everyone's appetite. Those who were preparing to enter all chased after the treasures. If they could obtain one, their combat strength would increase. Master, a treasure is coming towards us. The 7-colored sovereign sensed a beam of light coming in their direction. Her pretty face revealed excitement and eagerness. We're quite lucky. We have to accept the gift no matter what. Master, I'll go and accept it. The 7-colored sovereign went up to meet it. An illusion. Layer after layer of illusions blocked in front of the treasure. The 7-colored sovereign was smart. He created a large group of immortals to attack the treasure and slow it down. This illusion is pretty good. This method of collecting treasures was very novel. Lin Fei was full of praise. These illusions were very realistic, making it hard to tell if they were real or fake. In Lin Fei's eyes, this level of illusion was still lacking. The 7-colored sovereign put away the treasure. A high-grade ruler treasure. And it seems to be a defensive treasure. Lin Fei nodded. You're quite lucky. It should be able to defend against a 7-star sovereign's attack. If you have time to refine it, you'll have another layer of protection. Lin Fei didn't care about this kind of thing. With an invincible defense, he indeed didn't care about ordinary defensive treasures. The 7-colored sovereign was very happy to be able to obtain a treasure so easily. As for handing it over to Lin Fei, he wouldn't want it at all. She knew very well that her master had countless treasures on him. I want this treasure. Hand it over. Boom. A long spear pierced through the void, and an arrogant and despotic voice could be heard. Over 100 treasures were fighting over. For the sovereigns who were rushing toward the God Mountain, there was simply too little. Some sovereigns who couldn't get anything turned their attention to others. For example, this person. Dream on. The 7-colored sovereign left behind an illusion clone. His real body had already left. A terrifying illusion enveloped him, especially since his opponent was also a 7-star sovereign. Lin Fei didn't make a move. The 7-colored sovereign was too weak now. There was no point in killing him. This was a good chance for him to train. The 7-star sovereign's combat strength wasn't bad. Seeing that the 7-colored sovereign's cultivation level wasn't any lower than his, he thought that he was easy to bully. However, his attack failed and he was trapped in an illusion. Just a mere illusion, break for me. Boom boom boom. The 7-star sovereign was very confident. He kept breaking the illusion. After consuming a supreme-grade experience pill, the 7-colored sovereign's illusion had reached an extremely high level. It wasn't something that could be broken so easily. Kill yourself. Layers of illusions were cast. The 7-star sovereign's sea of consciousness was broken. A faint voice rang out. The 7-star sovereign shattered himself with a palm strike, and a large pile of items fell out. Chapter 1572. Not bad, not bad. That's the effect I want. The outer region of God Mountain was not peaceful. Hundreds of ruler treasures flew out, and everyone fought for them. The rulers who could not get the treasures chose to attack the weaker rulers. Another bloody battle ensued. The combination of Lin Fei and the 7-colored ruler was naturally not taken seriously by anyone. When one person attacked, a second person would attack. The ones who attacked were all 7-star rulers. The 7-colored ruler was becoming more and more familiar with illusions. He used illusions to trap people while Lin Fei attacked from the side. He revealed a bit of the combat power of a 7-star ruler. After killing more than 20 7-star rulers, the nearby 7-star rulers did not dare to attack again. One had tyrannical attacks, while the other was good at illusions. They had no chance of winning, so they could only give up. A bunch of cowards. The 7-colored ruler showed a rare girlish side. Lin Fei smiled. They can't break your illusions. Once they get entangled, they will die. Who would dare to come? The 7-colored ruler looked very proud. Without the medicinal pills that Lin Fei had given him, it would have been unrealistic for him to improve his illusions. Without being harassed by outsiders, Lin Fei and the 7-colored ruler entered God Mountain. Hua! They entered God Mountain. Divine light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth surged toward their bodies. There's so much divine light. Lin Fei was shocked. He looked at the 7-colored ruler beside him and revealed a satisfied expression. Lin Fei sealed his pores to prevent the divine light from entering. Master, I feel so good. The 7-colored ruler moaned. Lin Fei had always been suspicious of this space. He was afraid of the divine light. Open your pores and let the divine light enter. The system will help you convert it into divinity points. The little devil's voice sounded in his ear. Divine light can be exchanged for divinity points. The little devil said, why not? Lin Fei had nothing to say. Lin Fei was very satisfied that the system had helped him solve this problem. As for whether or not the divine light was really harmful, Lin Fei couldn't guarantee it now. For the time being, he could only take one step at a time. Large amounts of divine light poured into Lin Fei's body. Divinity points would be converted into whatever went in. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 divinity point. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 divinity point. The voice kept reminding him. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the 7-colored sovereign came back to his senses, and his entire body released a trace of divinity. Master, what a freak. You actually formed a vortex. At that moment, a massive vortex had appeared in front of Lin Fei. Divine light kept pouring into it. It was like a bottomless pit. The 7-colored overlord didn't know what to say. This vortex was quickly suppressed by Lin Fei, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to normal. The amount of divinity points converted was not high, so Lin Fei controlled the pores on his body. He originally wanted to ask the 7-colored ruler if he felt uncomfortable, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. After entering the sacred mountain for a while, Lin Fei suspected that he had arrived at a paradise. This place was filled with a large amount of divine light that spread everywhere. From time to time, a Jingguang mist would appear and blow out. The immortal herbs that lived here basically all had a trace of divinity. Their quality surpassed that of ordinary immortal herbs, and their effects were also exceptionally good. Master, look. That's a 10,000-year-old greenwood grass. This is a 100,000-year-old 3-leaf sky blue flower. The sky above the sacred mountain was restricted by restrictions. Lin Fei and the seven-colored ruler could only move in the forest or fly at low altitudes. The resources here were beyond imagination. The seven-colored ruler's eyesight was better than Lin Fei's. He had collected many immortal herbs, and even some rare immortal herbs could be found here. Lin Fei didn't care too much about these immortal herbs. However, these immortal herbs had a trace of divinity and could be exchanged for divinity points. This made Lin Fei happy again. The two of them plundered the immortal herbs wantonly. As long as they weren't too good, Lin Fei would exchange them for divinity points. He didn't know if he could come to this place again. Lin Fei didn't hold back and directly swept through the place. Everywhere he passed was a mess. Lin Fei's divinity points were also rapidly breaking through. Golden snake fruit. The two of them continued to move and didn't encounter any rulers for now. At this moment, the seven-colored ruler's eyes lit up. He discovered that there were a few golden fruits hanging on a towering tree not far away. They were already close to ripening. Raw. The seven-colored ruler wanted to harvest them even more. A golden immortal beast leaped out from behind the towering tree. It looked like a leopard. Heaven-burning beast. The seven-colored ruler cried out. Crash. The heaven-burning beast turned into an afterimage, and the seven-colored ruler was sent flying by a huge force. A tear appeared on the mid-grade ruler battle robe it wore. Raw. The heaven-burning beast pounced over again, its two claws as sharp as knives. The seven-colored ruler created a large illusory realm and barely managed to escape from its claws. Even so, it still felt a lingering fear. The illusory realm it created was broken by the heaven-burning beast in a few moves. Roar, roar, roar. A golden shockwave swept toward the two of them like a wave. Lin Fei had been on guard. He felt that this divine mountain wasn't ordinary. The seven-colored ruler was in danger in the blink of an eye. The sound wave attacked. Lin Fei rushed over, grabbed the seven-colored ruler, and retreated. The place where the two of them had been turned into a black hole. What a powerful heaven-burning beast. Lin Fei could see clearly that this beast's attack power was terrifying. The seven-colored ruler's illusory technique was ineffective against it. After its first attack failed, it charged over again. Lie down. Lin Fei released the Great Sword Chi secret technique. 5 Great Sword Chi wrapped around the beast's body. Only a cracking sound could be heard. The Great Sword Chi secret technique was unable to cut the heaven-burning beast. Its defense is so strong. Lin Fei was shocked. Even his Great Sword Chi secret technique couldn't do anything to this beast. Master, this is a race that disappeared. Its physical body is invincible. Boom. Boom. The heaven-burning beast suddenly roared. The Great Sword Chi on its body was completely shattered. The heaven-burning beast once again turned into a stream of light and shot out more than 10 sharp lights. Lin Fei had just moved when the attacks landed on his chest. Whoosh. 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 The ruler battle armor on Lin Fei's chest was cut open, leaving traces of blood. F***CK, so fierce. This was the first time Lin Fei's defense had been broken by a beast. Even if it was just a trace of blood, it was enough to make his expression change. There was such a terrifying existence on the divine mountain. Roar. Roar. Roars came from all directions in the forest. Another 5 golden heaven-burning beasts emerged. One of them was even larger, and it shot a cold light at Lin Fei. Master, be careful. Whoosh. Whoosh. The cold light turned into a physical attack, leaving 2 bloody wounds in front of Lin Fei. The smell of blood filled the air. The heaven-burning beasts became especially bloodthirsty. Chapter 1573. The heaven-burning beasts' actions infuriated Lin Fei. So what if it's a rare race? What's so great about having an invincible body? Lin Fei felt very disdainful. However, there was one thing that he could not deny, the heaven-burning beast's strength. Even the Rainbow Ruler, whose illusions had improved by leaps and bounds, was no match for it. These heaven-burning beasts were enough to make him lose a few pot. Invincible defense, activate. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense and faced the largest heaven-burning beast. The opponent's attack came at the same time. Its claws were like sharp blades, and Lin Fei clashed head-on with its claws. Bang! With this clash, a bottomless black hole appeared behind Lin Fei. The seven-colored dominator dodged quickly, and her beautiful eyes kept twitching. The recorded history is right. The heaven-burning beasts are truly a terrifying race. If it wasn't for Di Tian, the seven-colored dominator could imagine what would have happened to her. As soon as Lin Fei clashed with the heaven-burning beast, he could feel its terrifying attack power. If he hadn't activated his invincible defense, he would have lost a piece of flesh. Slash. The terrifying saber light turned into a saber river that swept forward. The heaven-burning beast roared into the sky. The sound waves were like a storm roaring on the saber river, but the saber river didn't move at all. Hooah! The saber river wrapped around the heaven-burning beast. Roar! Damn, its defense is so strong. This attack was enough to kill a 7-star dominator, but it didn't cause any damage to the heaven-burning beast. Lin Fei's heart was moved. The sacred mountain was really mysterious. There was actually such a race that existed. With such a strong defense, ordinary dominators would probably be in big trouble if they encountered it. I wonder how many divinity points I'll get from killing this heaven-burning beast. I think it'll be more than the dominators, Lin Fei thought. Again, Lin Fei slashed at the largest heaven-burning beast again. Boom, boom, boom. Every slash released a terrifying aura. If I can't kill you with one slash, I'll use 2 slashes. I don't believe I can't kill you. As for the attacks from the lesser heaven-burning beasts, Lin Fei chose to ignore them. Furthermore, they were very close to each other. Thus, every one of Lin Fei's attacks landed on the heaven-burning beasts. From afar, Lin Fei looked like he was surrounded and attacked by a group of golden beasts. Terrifying auras soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds as if they were trying to shake off the golden light. Roar! 10 consecutive strikes. Lin Fei finally blasted open the powerful defense. Drops of golden blood dripped down. Die! Another stab followed the wound. Lin Fei was very good at grasping opportunities, as the wound actually showed signs of healing in that instant. He used void evasion and appeared above the heaven-burning beast, taking advantage of this opportunity to execute this saber strike. The heaven-burning beast let out a cry of despair. Its huge body exploded, leaving behind a shining golden crystal. Ding! Killed the heaven-burning beast, obtained 5,000 divinity point. Ding! Obtained divinity crystal. The golden crystal fell. The surrounding heaven-burning beasts gave up on attacking and rushed toward the golden crystal, revealing greed. They seemed to be fighting over it. This is mine. The 5 rays of sword chi blocked in front of the heaven-burning beasts, and Lin Fei put away the crystals. He then used a god-tier saber slash, sending them flying. Again, it was much easier to kill them. Lin Fei used 4 slashes to kill them all. 5 crystals were left. Similarly, he obtained 10,000 divinity points, although it was not as much as the 5,000 divinity points he got from one heaven-burning beast. I've guessed it right. Ordinary rulers only got a few hundred divinity points, far less than these heaven-burning beasts. In terms of difficulty, the heaven-burning beasts were much harder to kill. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. As long as he didn't lose money, it was fine. Can these divinity crystals be exchanged for divinity points? Ever since he entered the God Mountain, Lin Fei would subconsciously associate everything on the mountain with divinity points. For example, the divinity crystals looked extraordinary. Master, are you okay? The 7-colored ruler flew over. My heart aches. Lin Fei laughed. The 7-colored ruler immediately revealed a shy expression. We have to be careful from now on. There seems to be a lot of heaven-burning beasts here. Let's change places first. Lin Fei was surrounded by black holes. The 2 of them changed directions and flew toward the mountain peak. At the same time, they were even more vigilant than before. There are no more heaven-burning beasts outside our territory. This is the first time I've seen one. Their attacks are indeed very overbearing. My illusions are useless against them unless I have a high-quality ruler's battle armor to protect me. The 7-colored ruler still had lingering fears. Do you know about divinity crystals? Lin Fei asked the 7-colored ruler. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in the specific origins of the heaven-burning beasts. For them to appear on the God Mountain, they must be related to the person who created this space. Lin Fei wasn't concerned about this, but about divinity crystals. Not long ago, Lin Fei learned from the system that each divinity crystal could be exchanged for 10,000 divinity points. Each divinity crystal had a different quality. It could be exchanged for different divinity points. Just from this, Lin Fei realized that divinity crystals weren't simple. In a short time, these heaven-burning beasts had contributed about 100,000 divinity points to Lin Fei. That shiny thing just now was a divinity crystal. The seven-colored ruler's body trembled slightly, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. He almost suspected that he had heard wrong. Looks like you know about divinity crystals. Tell me about them. The seven-colored ruler hurriedly shook his head. Actually, I'm not too sure either. I actually heard about divinity crystals from ruler Fei Yun by accident because they accidentally let it slip. They know about it too. On second thought, they were all major families in the territory. Divinity crystals were a secret among the lower levels, but it might not be a secret among their circle. They said that apart from the divine general platform, the other goal of this trip was to collect divinity crystals. It seems like this thing can help them stabilize their positions. Lin Fei touched his chin and roughly guessed what they were thinking. Perhaps they were currying favor with someone. This was because divinity crystals contained divinity power. Divinity power could be used to activate divine-grade cultivation techniques. This was the most important thing. Lin Fei started to suspect that the rulers of the 9 stars might have cultivated divine-grade cultivation techniques, which was why they were stronger than the other rulers. If they wanted to activate it, they probably needed the help of divinity crystals. Perhaps I'll be the one who gains the most from this trip. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Roar. A roar suddenly came from ahead. Heaven-burning beast. Lin Fei released his divine senses and saw that tens of millions of miles away, 2 heaven-burning beasts were attacking a 6-star sovereign. A sound wave attack tore through the sovereign's battle clothes, while the other heaven-burning beast sliced the sovereign into several pieces and devoured them, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, a ferocious glint flashed in Lin Fei's direction. Roar. They charged forward. Chapter 1574. Was the taste strong? Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this. What was important was that the sky-burning beast could be said to be tailor-made for him. As long as he had enough god crystals, it would be of great help to him. Lin Fei was still hoping to learn a few more divine-grade cultivation techniques and grasp stronger combat strength. Good timing. Lin Fei went up to meet them. Resplendent blade light enveloped the sky-burning beast. These two weren't very strong. They were dealt with in a few moves. After obtaining 2 god crystals, Lin Fei directly put them away and converted them into divinity points. The more divinity points he had, the better. The sacred mountain was huge. Ever since the two of them encountered the sky-burning beasts, they would appear from time to time in the dense forest, either one or several at once. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed on the sacred mountain. They didn't know how far they had advanced. Their focus was on hunting the sky-burning beasts. Whenever a sky-burning beast appeared, Lin Fei would be the one to attack. He would end the battle cleanly and collect the god crystals. Ding, obtained god crystals. Ding, obtained 5,000 divinity points. Ding, obtained 3,000 divinity points. His divinity points kept increasing. Lin Fei's total divinity points quickly broke through 1 million. Now that Lin Fei was the nemesis of the sky-burning beasts, they would become his divinity points. The sky-burning beasts that appeared were also getting stronger and stronger. Every time they fought, the 7-colored ruler's scalp would go numb. After his divinity points broke through 1 million and he killed 3 more sky-burning beasts, Lin Fei set up camp by a creek. The 7-colored ruler took out an immortal beast to roast. Every once in a while, Lin Fei would have a barbecued meat. Seeing the spices sprinkled on the roast meat and bringing out the hidden fragrance, Lin Fei couldn't help but praise, "The seasoning that grows on the sacred mountain is really good. It's very easy to release the flavor perfectly." Of course, his stomach also began to protest. Not only were there medicinal herbs, but there were also all kinds of seasonings that contained traces of divinity. Lin Fei impolitely collected a lot of them and used them as spices for the barbecued meat. The taste of the barbecued meat was as delicious as he had imagined, and Lin Fei ate it to his heart's content. Your skills are getting better and better. The seven-colored ruler enjoyed it very much, but he also knew that the reason why the roasted meat was so delicious was because of the spices he had gathered. What a fragrant smell! While the two of them were immersed in the delicious food, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard from the dense forest. Following that, an old man with a head of white hair and a ruddy complexion leapt out. He stared at the roasted meat over the fire and drooled. "Kiddo, you guys roasted this." The seven-colored sovereign was somewhat unhappy. This old man was also at the ruler realm, but it was not clear how strong he was. He had appeared out of nowhere, making the seven-colored ruler feel quite uncomfortable. This was a time that belonged to the two of them. If we didn't roast it, could it have appeared on its own? The seven-colored ruler retorted. The old man was not embarrassed at all. "I won't stand on ceremony with such delicious food. This is for you." A sparkling crystal flew out of it. A piece of roasted meat was missing from the fire. The seven-colored ruler did not even react. He did not even look at it and said unhappily, "How can you be like this?" The old man opened his mouth and bit the roasted meat. He mumbled, "Kiddo, I gave you something. Don't speak nonsense." Following that, he buried his head into the roasted meat. The seven-colored ruler wanted to say more, but Lin Fei pulled him back. "Forget it. We can't finish it anyway." From the moment the other party threw out the god crystal, Lin Fei knew that this person was not weak. No matter what, he had the combat power of an 8-star ruler. As for a 7-star ruler realm, he would not be able to kill the heaven-burning beast no matter what. Moreover, this heaven-burning beast was quite strong, which was even more proof of his strength. Although the seven-colored ruler did not say anything, he looked at the old man with an unfriendly gaze. "Kiddo, do you have any good wine?" Lin Fei did not drink much, but he brought some. "It's not very good. Do you want it?" "Yes, why not?" Lin Fei took out a jar of celestial brew and threw it to the strange old man. Eating roasted meat was just one of Lin Fei's hobbies. He did not eat much every time. Today, the remaining half was eaten by the old man. The jar of celestial brew was also finished. He patted his stomach with satisfaction and looked satisfied. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. "Kiddo, I think you are a good person. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go up again, or you will lose your life. Everyone can go up. Why can't we go up?" The seven-colored ruler did not think too much. I can't say. The old man shook his head and said mysteriously, "It's up to you whether you believe me or not. I'm leaving." The old man left as soon as he said that, rushing into a forest in the distance. The god crystal from before landed in Lin Fei's hand. He played with it, eating a piece of roasted meat and leaving a god crystal. How generous. That person did not respect us. Who cares about his god crystal? The seven-colored ruler was unhappy. In the eyes of others, she might be very excited. However, in her eyes, her master could be easily obtained. She really did not care about it. "Ha ha ha, you." Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Little did he know, on a towering tree with lush branches and leaves in the distance. "Did you hear that, old man? He doesn't care about your god crystal. If this gets out, those people will laugh. They might even become a joke after a meal." Two rulers stood on the towering tree. They were both very old. One of them, a black-robed ruler, was laughing at the other. The other ruler, the old man who had been eating the roasted meat, revealed a bitter smile. "Kiddos nowadays are really, when did you, a great ruler, become so kind to remind them?" The black-robed ruler asked with a smile. "You are not that kind of person. Can't I be happy? I just can't stand what those people do. Every time the Divine General platform opens, they will divide the Divine Mountain and take the God Crystal for themselves. All the rulers who enter will be killed without mercy. I just hope that they don't go up. Ha ha ha, even a murderous demon king like you can sigh like that." I thought you were someone else. Forget it. Who asked me to be kind? As for whether to listen or not, it's not up to this old man to decide. By the way, I heard that the Night Ruler under the Great Dark Ruler was killed. Yes. I heard that the Great Dark Ruler's clone was furious. Unfortunately, he has not been able to find him. Ha ha ha, to think that the Great Dark Ruler would have such a day. Those people are almost at the upper levels. We can't be slower than them. Master, do you think something has happened on the path up the mountain? Are we still going up? The seven-colored ruler was also worried. Isn't it just that someone has reserved the area in front? Lin Fei did not need to think to know that it was definitely a large Weaves faction that had reserved the area in front and shared the God Crystal. Chapter 1575. Lin Fei was not making random guesses. Based on the information the seven-colored ruler had obtained from ruler Zhong Feiyun, one thing was certain: God crystals were very important to them. Lin Fei also knew the importance of these things. For those peak experts, the divine power contained in God crystals was the key to activating a divine-grade cultivation technique. Everyone would place great importance on it. Thus, the areas of the God Mountain were destined to be taken over by others. To put it bluntly, it would be reserved by others. Any outsider who entered would either die or become cannon fodder. This was why that person had warned the two of them. That old man's status was not low and he knew many things. If it was someone else, Lin Fei would definitely leave. Just collecting medicinal herbs containing divinity would bring unimaginable benefits. There was no need to pay the price for things like God crystals. Being too greedy would not end well. Unfortunately, this did not have any effect on Lin Fei. Lin Fei was very bold. God crystals were very important to him. If someone wanted to reserve the area, he had to kill his way in and kill those heaven-burning beasts. Of course, obtaining God crystals from those people was also a good thing. There was no need to think about it. Lin Fei would definitely go in. When the time comes, you can stay in my senfu and don't come out. To be able to reserve the entire God Mountain was not something the other families could compare to. Lin Fei would be fine by himself. Can I not go in? Wait until your illusion technique reaches the large success stage. This is for your own good. The seven-colored ruler felt a sense of helplessness. She secretly swore that she would definitely reach the large success stage in her illusion technique. She knew that Lin Fei was doing this for her own good. Before entering, Lin Fei gave the seven-colored ruler a large pile of top-grade experience pills. Apart from that, he also obtained a few cultivation techniques related to illusion techniques. Lin Fei did not lack divinity points after breaking through to 1 million. Moreover, these techniques were not expensive. The seven-colored ruler was so moved that she could not speak. Anyone who was not an idiot could see that these cultivation techniques were tailor-made for her. They were not things that ordinary people could obtain, but she had obtained them. I will definitely cultivate properly. This was the seven-colored ruler's last thought before entering the senfu. Lin Fei was not idle either. He was prepared to cultivate a few more deity-tier cultivation techniques so that he would have the confidence to enter. After all, this time, he would no longer be dealing with clans like the Mu clan. Perhaps he would encounter the truly great sects of the Weave. Snatching divine crystals was tantamount to snatching food from the owner. It was inevitable that the other party would send out 8-star sovereigns, and they might even send out several of them at once. Even though Lin Fei was now very powerful, with the ability to convert divine power and his invincible defense, ordinary 8-star sovereigns wouldn't need to worry about him. There were always all kinds of accidents in this world. Lin Fei had to think for himself. Divine crystals were needed. How to easily obtain the divine crystals was also something that needed to be considered. Lin Fei entered the God Pavilion once again. This time, Lin Fei decided to switch to a suitable weapon. Low and mid-grade ruler weapons would shatter after a few hits. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. For the time being, there was no hope of obtaining a divine artifact. Lin Fei's target was a supreme-grade ruler weapon. Soul Extinguishing Saber, supreme-grade ruler battle saber. It has an additional soul fright attribute. 100,000 divinity points. This was the supreme-grade ruler weapon that Lin Fei had his eyes on. It was also one of the more expensive supreme-grade ruler weapons. Lin Fei had his eyes on the Soul Fright attribute. Ordinary ruler weapons had almost no additional effects and their power was limited. After all, in front of a true expert, they could be said to be vulnerable. I wonder how many times I can use this soul-extinguishing saber. Lin Fei calculated according to the previous algorithm. He should be able to use it within the range of 50 times. It was still acceptable. If he used it properly, it would be very easy to earn back his capital. It's a pity that divine weapons are too expensive. The cheapest divine weapon costs a huge amount. If I have a divine weapon, the power of my deity tier cultivation technique won't be limited. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and spent 100,000 divinity points to buy the soul-extinguishing saber. Once the soul-extinguishing saber was in Lin Fei's hands, the pressure that could obliterate the soul shocked Lin Fei. 100,000 divinity points was more worth it. To be on the safe side, Lin Fei exchanged for a high-grade ruler weapon. It did not have additional attributes. It only cost 10,000 divinity points. This price was the price of cabbages in Lin Fei's eyes. In the outside territories, this kind of weapon was expensive and not everyone could buy it. Lin Fei bought a total of 5 high-grade ruler battle sabers. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to buy a mid-grade ruler battle saber. Unfortunately, there was no such saber in the God Pavilion. It was probably because the grade was too low. In desperation, Lin Fei could only set the battle saber as a high-grade ruler battle saber. This cost 150,000 divinity points. Next was Lin Fei's main point. Which type of cultivation technique would be more suitable for him? Little devil, do you have anything to say? Facing the different prices of cultivation methods, Lin Fei was also dazzled. After all, compared to the last time, Lin Fei could be considered to have turned over a new leaf. There were also more cultivation methods to consider. If I were you, I wouldn't be in a hurry to choose a cultivation technique. Instead, it is to improve your bloodline because your bloodline is too low. The little evil demon said. Lin Fei knew about the bloodline. The quality of your bloodline will allow you to easily master some special existences. If you practice cultivation techniques, you will get twice the result with half the effort. The stronger you are, the more important your bloodline becomes. This was the second time Lin Fei heard about his low bloodline. Lin Fei knew that this was because Little Devil had put it nicely. If he didn't, it would be an inferior bloodline. If he didn't have the leveling system, he would have been destined to never achieve anything great in his life. The improvement of bloodline was also a huge investment. If he wanted to improve his bloodline, it would be a huge number. This was also what Lin Fei had been hesitating about. If he really wanted to improve his bloodline, he would seem powerless and it would be very strenuous. Lin Fei pondered whether to improve his bloodline or not. Then what bloodline is the most suitable for you? This depends on your own choice. Moreover, the improvement of bloodline has to be done step by step. You don't have to be anxious. What you need to do now is to improve your bloodline. Then you will immediately realize the benefits of bloodline. Moreover, the level of bloodline will also determine the price you need to pay to decide on cultivation techniques. And noble bloodline will also allow you to master additional attributes. Lin Fei did have some thoughts about what Little Evil Demon said. In the past, young Master Fan and Venerable Su Feng were both extraordinary. In Little Evil Demon's words, their bloodline was nobler than his. As for the difference in strength, it was because they hadn't erupted yet. This time, these people with noble bloodlines would undoubtedly make great progress on the divine general platform, and the gap between them would quickly close. Chapter 1576. Lin Fei decided to upgrade his bloodline. As he prepared to upgrade his bloodline, Lin Fei had a headache again. It turned out that upgrading bloodline needed to be done according to the level. It was like counting numbers. You had to start with 1, then 2, then 3, and not jump from 1 to 3. A headache was a headache, but upgrading bloodline was still necessary. Buy. This was what Lin Fei was doing now. Ding, refined 1-star ruler blood essence. Ding, Obtained 1-star ruler blood essence. Ding, refined 2-star ruler blood essence. Since the lowest supply in the God Loft was 1-star ruler blood essence, Lin Fei started with 1-star ruler blood essence. Fortunately, this thing was not expensive and could be considered very cheap. He spent less than 150,000 divinity points in total. Lin Fei's bloodline smoothly upgraded to 9 stars ruler bloodline. In other words, Lin Fei's bloodline had become noble. Even if he did not use the upgrade system, he could cultivate to 9 stars ruler realm if he slowly upgraded it. And all this cost less than 150,000 divinity points. As soon as his bloodline upgraded, Lin Fei felt different. It was a very mysterious feeling, and the divinity points were worth it. Can I refine the God bloodline next? After 9 stars ruler bloodline, Lin Fei had his eyes on the God bloodline. The fiend devil chuckled coldly. Right now, you have the bloodline of a 9-star sovereign lord. However, if you want to refine the blood of a heaven god, you'll need to reach the level of a 9-star sovereign lord. Then, you can refine some of the unique bloodlines that come with them. The little devil was straightforward and brought Lin Fei to another corner. Here were all special bloodlines. Lin Fei glanced at them. The price was not expensive, on the contrary, it was a bit cheap. Earth Barbarian Bear Blood Essence, 10,000 divinity points, after refining can open Barbarian Bear Body. Sky Feather Bloodline, 20,000 divinity points, after refining can grasp the speed of 9 stars ruler limit. Lin Fei's eyes were dazzled by these unique bloodlines. It was really a good thing. No matter what kind of essence blood it was, the bloodline that was refined would create a peerless expert. Even if they couldn't become an overlord, they would still be a tyrant. Lin Fei was tempted, but he did not choose to make a move. He had to think about it carefully. For example, speed. Lin Fei himself cultivated the void evasion technique, which was very useful to him at the moment. He did not need to cultivate other bloodlines. Lin Fei didn't really need the powerful blood essence right now. With a cultivation technique like the Divine Tier 1 Blade Chop and an endless supply of divinity points, Lin Fei didn't need to cultivate for the time being. No matter how tyrannical the other party was, if 100 slashes weren't enough, then 10,000 slashes would do. Lin Fei didn't believe that the other party would be able to persevere. I should focus on the aspects of space and time. After pondering for a while, Lin Fei set his eyes on the space bloodline and time bloodline. From what the 7-colored sovereign had said, these two types of constitutions were incredibly rare. They rarely appeared, and at the same time, they were very special. Similarly, space and time were also powerful constitutions. Since Lin Fei wanted to cultivate, he definitely had to cultivate the most powerful physique. He didn't think too much about those divine beast bloodlines for the time being. Even if he had that thought, Lin Fei couldn't take out divinity points to exchange for it for the time being. That was a terrifying number. Lin Fei could only suppress this thought. This matter was not urgent. I'll start with the space bloodline first. This was easier to control than the time bloodline. More importantly, as long as the bloodline became a special bloodline like the space bloodline and merged space and saber techniques, its power would become stronger. At the same time, it would also become strange. Lin Fei could imagine the power of a saber technique with the space bloodline. There weren't as many space bloodlines as Lin Fei imagined. The price was not cheap. The cheapest one cost 200,000 divinity points. After seeing the effect, Lin Fei also took a deep breath. No wonder these bloodline constitutions were so rare. Once they appeared, they were born to be the darling of space. Those who were good at the space Dao had to lower their noble heads in front of these true darlings. Space Saber Technique. Instant Teleportation. Space Shift. These outsiders couldn't master a series of space magical abilities. In front of the darling of space bloodline, death was nothing difficult. Now you understand the benefits of the bloodline. The little devil flew out again. Lin Fei nodded. It's really strong. If I encounter a darling of space, it might be difficult to kill him or even kill the other party. Aren't you going to snatch the divine crystals? The space bloodline physique is the most suitable for you. When the time comes, even the rulers of the 9 stars can only be helpless and use treasures to imprison you. Your saber technique isn't to be trifled with. The little devil smirked. Lin Fei had to admit this point. The space bloodline physique was the most suitable for him at the moment. Snatching the divine crystals was not a small matter, but a big matter. It was equivalent to robbing one's food. Whether it was a big family or a big sect, they would not let him go. This physique was the most suitable for him. Lin Fei threw caution to the wind. He used 300,000 divinity points to exchange for the space blood essence, which was purified from a kind of space immortal beast. Coupled with time acceleration, Lin Fei used 100 years to successfully refine the blood essence and smoothly master a series of magical abilities of the space bloodline. It's worth it, it's really worth it. In a dense forest, Lin Fei came out of the void and was very satisfied. What Lin Fei used just now was instant teleportation. Instant teleportation was the most common kind of bloodline auxiliary function. It did not consume any energy to use it. It was completely relying on the power of space, which was equivalent to him being a part of it. It seemed simple, but Lin Fei was very clear that if he did not upgrade his bloodline, it would be very difficult to smoothly integrate into the space. At most, he would only be able to master a part of it. Now, Lin Fei had complete control. Lin Fei was very satisfied. It took some time. Maybe they all have a lot of divine crystals in their hands. It's time for me to make a move. I have to replenish the divinity points. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Moving alone, Lin Fei did not have any scruples. Lin Fei directly moved in the void. Coupled with the devil's wings, his speed reached the limit. As long as he encountered the heaven-burning beast, Lin Fei would kill it and collect the divine crystals. However, there were not many opportunities to make a move. The heaven-burning beast seemed to have been reserved. Along the way, Lin Fei did not see the heaven-burning beast, which confirmed his guess. Hehe, reckless thing. This place is our origin returning sect's territory. How dare they barge in? These people are too arrogant. They really think that we don't know. After traveling more than 1 billion miles, Lin Fei found a dense forest guarded by sovereigns. Moreover, they were 7-star sovereigns. Lin Fei did not make a move. He swaggered over. The 7-star sovereigns did not react at all. They were still complacent and did not know that someone had entered. After entering this dense forest, Lin Fei quickly discovered that there were constant aura fluctuations in the forest. Chapter 1577. This vast area had already been reserved by someone. Lin Fei only chuckled and did not kill anyone. In his opinion, it was a waste of his talent. Lin Fei did not care about these divinity points. With so many people surrounding the heaven-burning beasts, ordinary people really can't interfere. I need to find someone to understand. Lin Fei observed for a while and had an idea. There were at least a few hundred rulers in this area. Lin Fei strolled in the void, his aura perfectly concealed. He found waves of people, but he did not find the real leader. Good chance. In a secluded place, Lin Fei found 5 rulers resting, and one of them was barbecuing meat. It's not easy to rest. These heaven-burning beasts are really hard to deal with. Yeah, if not for Milord's treasures, we would have to work a lot harder. It's hard to guarantee that we won't be killed by the heaven-burning beasts one day. Luckily, we don't need to attack the heaven-burning beasts. We just need to lure them out. The few of them spoke one after another. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended. The rulers who spoke were not very strong. The strongest was only a 7-star ruler. They were all suppressed. A ray of light came crushing over, and they could only stare with wide eyes. Bang bang bang. Except for one 7-star ruler, the rest of the rulers' bodies exploded. Don't kill me. The only 7-star ruler trembled uncontrollably. He was a 7-star ruler, but he could not help but tremble in the face of this aura. The 7-star ruler chose to surrender immediately. You're quite obedient. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Fei. You killed 4 rulers in one go. If I don't surrender, I'll die. Soul search. Lin Fei's eyes shot out a cold light that enveloped the 7-star ruler. He searched his soul and looked at the relevant memories. So, the person in charge of the god crystals and god roots in the central area is called Boundless Ruler. He's an 8-star ruler, and he has 3 8-star rulers protecting him. After the soul search, Lin Fei learned some information. Lin Fei chopped out with his saber, killing the 7-star ruler and leaving the scene. In the central region of the mountain range, the people of the Gui Yuan sect arranged for experts to reserve the entire area and hunt down heaven-burning beasts. Using the influence of the Gui Yuan sect, they managed to obtain this place. The Gui Yuan sect's 8-star sovereigns were all smiles as they obtained divine crystals every day. When the Deity General stage opened, it was very difficult for them to ascend to the Deity General stage. However, if they could obtain enough divine crystals, the Gui Yuan sect would be able to continue standing. This time, in order to reserve this place, they had brought their sect's treasure. There were a total of 4 late-stage 8-star sovereigns, and 30 or 48-star sovereigns. Below them, there were countless 7-star sovereigns. It was precisely because the Gui Yuan sect had so many experts that the heaven-burning beasts in this area suffered a calamity. Our Gui Yuan sect is quite lucky this time. We've hunted a total of 353 divine gems. A senfu lay in the middle of the mountain range. Within the senfu, several hegemons were gathered together. The speaker was Hegemon Boundless, the person in charge of this mission for the Origin Returning sect. He was a late-stage 8-star hegemon, and he carried one of the supreme treasures of the sect, a hegemon weapon. That's right, our luck is good. Even if we lost some manpower, it's still a great harvest compared to the divine gems. As long as we have divine gems, our Gui Yuan sect can stand for a few more chaotic years. These hegemons were all smiles. Only those who had reached their level would understand the importance of divine gems. This was also the reason why they had to clear this area. While there's still time, everyone, don't let down your guard. Who knows how many people are eyeing our divine gems? Hegemon Wuya said with a sharp gaze. They all nodded. Divine gems were too important. They should be inside the senfu. With the memories from the soul search, Lin Fei arrived at this area. He avoided all the formations and restrictions and saw a senfu. The sky above the senfu was even covered with a flight restriction formation. They're really careful. They've set up formations and restrictions everywhere. If my bloodline hadn't improved, it wouldn't have been easy for me to sneak in. Lin Fei chuckled and snuck into the senfu. Lin Fei avoided all the layers of formations and restrictions and entered the senfu. He immediately sensed the aura of an 8-star ruler. Only Lin Fei would be so bold as to sneak in so easily. Not long after, Lin Fei saw a few rulers gathered together. That's him. Lin Fei's gaze fell on one of the rulers. Hegemon Wuya. He was the temporary controller of the divine gems. From that person's memories, even the divine gems were in this person's hands. Furthermore, this person also had the sect's treasure. His battle prowess might have broken through to the level of a 9-star ruler. The way Lin Fei saw it, it wasn't just an 8-star ruler, but also a 9-star ruler. As long as he paid the price, it wasn't impossible to kill him. They were discussing something. Lin Fei knew that this was a good opportunity. Lin Fei flashed behind Hegemon Wuya. Boom! A terrifying saber light filled with a tyrannical aura smashed into Hegemon Wuya. Hegemon Wuya lived up to his reputation as an expert. His heart trembled, and starlight condensed into a silvery white armor. The saber light smashed into his body. Crack, 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 crack. The saber light smashed through. Everything in the immortal abode exploded and turned into fine powder. Hegemon Wuya didn't have it easy either. He was sent flying, and his ruler battle robes had already shattered. His heart was filled with shock, and he murmured to himself, "Damn it, what's going on? Someone actually managed to sneak in? Even my divine sense can't detect them." This thought flashed through his mind. The other 3 8-star rulers all came back to their senses, and their faces fell. Someone had managed to sneak in and launch a sneak attack in the senfu. Kill him. Boom, boom, boom. As 8-star rulers, they were even stronger than ordinary 8-star rulers. When the saber light slashed past them, their bodies were covered in blood. They were all enraged, and they all attacked. Lin Fei didn't plan on killing them in a single blow. High-grade ruler battle robes. You really are rich. Let's see how many high-grade ruler battle robes you have. Lin Fei vanished, reappearing behind Hegemon Wuya. He swapped out a new ruler warblade and took out the Soul Destroyer warblade. A soul-shaking aura surged forth like a boundless ocean. Slash. 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 As soon as the top-grade ruler warblade appeared, all of the rulers coughed up blood. Their souls were instantly injured. A top-grade ruler warblade. Damn it. They immediately recognized it, and looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. Hegemon Wuya's face paled slightly. The first Saberlight had destroyed the high-grade ruler battle robes. When the second Saberlight appeared, Hegemon Wuya knew that he had encountered a powerful foe. He immediately took out his disc and blocked in front of him. Spatial distortion. Chapter 1578. The members of the Origin Returning Sect were all dumbfounded. Hegemon Boundless had been teleported away by a spatial ability. He was the person in charge of the divine gems in the Origin Returning Sect, yet he couldn't stop a Hegemon whose cultivation level was lower than theirs. Immediately gather all the 8-star Hegemons and chase after him. We can't let anything happen to him. They were shocked, but they immediately made a decision. Chase. They had to chase after him. The distance of teleportation wouldn't be too far. As long as they worked together, they would definitely be able to catch up and rescue Hegemon Boundless, as well as kill that person. The area was in complete chaos. On the other side, Hegemon Boundless took out a round disc and placed it in front of him. This is spatial teleportation. Hegemon Boundless' heart trembled. Spatial abilities couldn't be blocked at all. When he reappeared, he was already in another area. You're very capable. I wonder which clan's expert you are from. Hegemon Boundless activated the round disc to protect himself. You can use spatial abilities to this extent. Spatial teleportation was one of the steps Lin Fei had arranged. With invincible defense, he needed to consume invincible points. Lin Fei would save as much as he could and teleport people out during the battle to avoid consuming invincible points. Hand over all the divine gems. Lin Fei activated the supreme quality Hegemon's soul-destroying blade. Boom. Boom. Blade after blade landed on the round disc, causing ripples to spread through the sky. This is impossible. Hegemon Boundless felt immense pressure. This was the sect's treasure, the clear sky shield. It had extremely powerful defense and was the best way to stall the heaven-burning beast. After a few strikes, Hegemon Boundless realized that the opponent was extremely powerful. Since you won't hand it over, I'll do it myself. Whoosh. 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 Lin Fei, who had mastered the Tao of Space, appeared and disappeared like a ghost, slashing at Hegemon Boundless. Crack. 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 The clear sky shield trembled continuously. Hegemon Boundless thought that he could rely on the shield to block the opponent. As the blade slashed at him, each blade shook the clear sky shield. Hegemon Boundless could no longer remain calm. Supreme quality Hegemon's warblade. Wisps of soul-shaking power constantly affected Hegemon Boundless. Puppet giants, attack. Hegemon Boundless wasn't able to move at all. Not even his divine sense was able to keep track of this person's movements. Born in the Origin Returning Sect, he immediately realized that this person possessed a rare bloodline. Space bloodline. His divine sense could not capture the other party's traces. In other words, how could he attack? Left with no other choice, Hegemon Boundless released a pair of golems. They were early-stage 8-star Hegemons, and they were one of Hegemon Boundless' most precious treasures. He wouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary. Two black shadows rushed towards Lin Fei. Get lost. Boom boom. Lin Fei casually struck the giant puppet with his saber, sending them flying. Hand over the divine crystal, and everything will be fine. You won't have to suffer any physical pain. I'm a very negotiable person. The two golems charged forwards once more, but they had lost more than half of their strength. Deep saber scars could be seen on their tough bodies, causing Hegemon Boundless to be stunned yet again. This was something he had spent a great deal of money to buy. He was actually so weak. Hegemon Boundless almost suspected that he had bought a fake one. Otherwise, How could he be so weak right now? He couldn't even take a single saber strike and was on the verge of being crippled. Sir, I am the ruler of the Origin Returning sect. If you steal the divine crystal, you will be making an enemy of the Origin Returning sect's patriarch. Once the patriarch is enraged, there will be no place for you to hide even at the ends of the earth. Hegemon Boundless was unable to extricate himself. That domineering saber technique was constantly attacking him, so he had no choice but to bring up the patriarch. You really talk a lot of nonsense. Your patriarch can't come in right now. If you don't hand over the divine crystal, the one who will die will be you. Don't even think about it. Before your people get here, I can kill you. Lin Fei slammed his saber against the disc again, interrupting all of Hegemon Boundless' thoughts. Hegemon Boundless knew that if this continued, his clear sky shield wouldn't be able to block his opponent's saber technique. This person's saber technique was simply too domineering. The Tao of space could appear and disappear mysteriously. There was no way he could deal with such an enemy. Do I really have to hand it over? Boom, boom, boom. Another dozen or so saber strikes came, and cracks appeared on the clear sky shield, one after another. If nothing unexpected happened, his shield would definitely be broken in less than 10 strikes. Having cultivated to this point, Hegemon Boundless was unwilling to die just like that. However, he just had to encounter such a powerful enemy. This saber technique came one strike after another, and every strike had the power of an 8-star dominator. How could he fight? Hegemon Boundless still had trump cards with terrifying power, but he wasn't confident that he could seriously injure his opponent. Sir, since you want the divine crystal, you should at least leave your name so that I can answer to the patriarch, Hegemon Boundless said through gritted teeth. Windcloud Clan, Traceless Windcloud. Lin Fei threw out a name. Hegemon Boundless threw out a storage ring. Lin Fei scanned it with his divine senses and saw that there were more than 300 divine crystals inside. That was about 3 million divinity points. Awesome. Lin Fei exchanged for all the divine crystals. As the divinity points increased, Lin Fei felt as comfortable as if he had eaten honey. I hope we'll meet again next time. I'm leaving. Don't send me off. I don't like this kind of thing. Lin Fei laughed and flashed into the void. Traceless Windcloud. As soon as the enemy retreated, Hegemon Boundless immediately sent out his divine sense to search the area, but the enemy had already disappeared without a trace. Hegemon Boundless' face tightened several times. Windcloud Clan, Windcloud Traceless. Hegemon Boundless sighed. When he saw the cracks on the clear sky shield, he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This was a fine defensive treasure, but now, it had less than 20% of its original power. My lord. Not long after, the troops of the Gui Yuan sect arrived. Upon seeing that Hegemon Boundless was fine, they all let out sighs of relief. Where is he? Sir, are you all right? The sovereigns immediately asked. It was good that he was fine. Hegemon Boundless let out a bitter laugh. I'm fine, but the god crystals we collected for the patriarch were stolen. The sovereigns who had come with him all stared with wide eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Hegemon Boundless hadn't said it himself, they would have suspected that they had misheard. Someone had actually stolen all the god crystals from Hegemon Boundless' hands. Then wasn't this person incredibly powerful? This person left behind a name, Traceless Windcloud. I wonder if anyone knows his name. Hegemon Boundless wanted to know this person's background. The crowd fell silent for a moment. I know of Traceless Windcloud. He's from the Windcloud clan of the Yellow Springs Weave. He used to be a 5-star sovereign, but his combat strength is extremely powerful. He can often kill people above his cultivation level. He used to roam everywhere, stealing the deity roots of the various clans. A few days ago, the Windcloud clan was wiped out. Chapter 1579. Boom boom boom. In another region of the Divine Mountain. In a dense forest, 3 8-star sovereigns were attacking a black-robed young man. All sorts of treasures were bombarding his body. Hand over the god crystals, or die. The black-robed man growled. In front of the black-robed man was another 8-star sovereign. He was activating a defensive treasure, his expression extremely unnatural. Windcloud, We are, boom boom boom. In an instant, over 100 blades descended. The voice stopped. A pile of fragments exploded, including a storage ring. I told you to hand it over so you could live. It's too late now. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Once the storage ring was in his opponent's hand, the black-robed man disappeared into the void without a trace. Similar incidents kept happening on the Divine Mountain. Traceless Wind Cloud's name continued to spread. All the major forces on the Divine Mountain went from not knowing him to disdain. Now, they looked at each other and remembered Wind Cloud from the Yellow Springs Weave. He kept robbing the god crystals of the top clans and sects. What? The Murong family was robbed too? This traceless Wind Cloud is truly audacious. How many great clans has he offended? I heard he robbed more than 100 god crystals from the Murong family. The sovereigns kept talking about this topic. Wind Cloud appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Rumor had it that he was born with a spatial bloodline. He could come and go without a trace. It was impossible to guard against him. No matter which clan was targeted, they could not come up with a proper solution. The most terrifying thing was that he was only a 6-star sovereign. His true combat power could threaten an 8-star sovereign. There were also rumors that he cultivated a god-tier cultivation technique and robbed god crystals to use it. Nobody believed this rumor. God-tier cultivation techniques were extremely difficult to learn. Even a chaos year might not be enough to learn them. Everyone believed that Wind Cloud only knew one powerful saber technique. God-tier cultivation technique? Far from it. After more than a dozen sects and clans were robbed, nobody dared to underestimate this Wind Cloud anymore. These sects were constantly searching for Wind Cloud. They wanted to kill him on the spot and take back the god crystals. According to incomplete statistics, he had at least 3,000 god crystals. This news made everyone unable to remain calm. The fact that a junior possessed so many divine crystals was equivalent to a moving treasury. None of the organizations that had monopolized the Divine Mountains could remain calm. While everyone was searching for Traceless Wind Cloud, suddenly, he realized that the person was nowhere to be found. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. The people who had suffered at Wind Cloud Traceless hands were all dumbfounded. How could that person suddenly disappear? No matter how they searched, it was as if he had vanished. After searching for a month, they had no choice but to temporarily stop searching. At this moment, Lin Fei was in seclusion refining the time bloodline. After snatching more than 3,700 divine crystals in a row, Lin Fei paid less than 500,000 divinity points. It could be said that the rate of return was unusually high. After robbing more than 10 sects and clans, Lin Fei obtained more than 30 million divinity points. This allowed Lin Fei to step into the level of a great landlord. The time bloodline had also become Lin Fei's latest target. After using more than a month, Lin Fei refined the time bloodline, which was equivalent to mastering the two powerful bloodlines of space and time. These two bloodlines are really rare. Once the time bloodline was formed, Lin Fei easily mastered time stop. This was much stronger than the eternal immortal emperor's eternal Xana, and it was more perfect when used. Slow down. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Time began to slow down. The time bloodline is ultimately not easy to master. Now that I can only master time stop, its power has increased greatly. It's like I have another trump card. Snatching divine crystals will become even easier. Lin Fei came out of seclusion. He chose a sky-burning beast as his target. With time stop, he could stop the sky-burning beast for 10 breaths of time. Lin Fei followed up with another saber strike, killing the sky-burning beast. Not bad, not bad. Against those 8-star sovereigns, I can stop them for 3 to 5 breaths of time. As for me, my saber art also incorporates the Tao of time and Tao of space. After successfully refining the two bloodlines, even if Lin Fei did not use a god-tier cultivation technique, his saber art still contained the power of two great Taos. When the saber struck, space became chaotic, making it impossible to catch a trace. This was not something that anyone could look down on. The Tao of time suppressed the opponent, causing the opponent's attacks and movements to slow down. This level of saber art could only be achieved with the ruler's war saber, which had the attribute of time. It could be said that Lin Fei's saber art had improved by a large margin. This improvement was not something that just anyone could achieve. Perhaps it would be difficult to achieve in a lifetime. The advantage of a bloodline is indeed powerful. Boom. Lin Fei casually slashed at a tree. Space became chaotic, and the saber, which had originally been straight, was now behind the tree. It was truly unexpected. The time and space bloodlines are rare bloodlines. Now you realize the benefits of a bloodline, the little devil said proudly. However, this kind of bloodline is not considered too high level. If you encounter a higher level bloodline, it can easily resist the power of your bloodline. Lin Fei nodded to indicate that he understood. Another half a month passed. Lin Fei cultivated every day, becoming more and more familiar with the Tao of time and space. By the time Lin Fei wandered through the dense forest again, almost 2 months had passed since the last time. I trust that by now, they should have even more divinity crystals. There should be many more people near the summit. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Lin Fei was extremely familiar with the region below him. Hegemon Boundless was still in this region. After what had happened last time, Hegemon Boundless had originally believed that they were the only ones suffering. However, as more and more people began to suffer, Hegemon Boundless felt a bit better. I'm the one suffering, you're the one suffering. That's only fair. Having over 300 divinity crystals stolen away, Hegemon Boundless naturally felt terrible. However, he just couldn't do anything to that fellow. Even his clear sky shield had almost been destroyed, causing him to feel heartache for quite some time. Right now, Hegemon Boundless was surrounded by more than 10 8-star rulers. Boom. Hegemon Boundless was wondering if he should move to a different location. The surrounding space suddenly became chaotic, and layers of space began to shift. Hegemon Boundless was in a different space, unable to sense the outside world. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Long time no see. Lin Fei emerged from the chaotic space. It's you. You still dare to come? Hegemon Boundless pulled out a pair of black boxing gloves. 2 gusts of black wind blasted towards Traceless Windcloud, not giving him any chance to attack. I want divinity crystals. Chapter 1580. Once again, Hegemon Boundless was defeated. Compared to the previous time, Hegemon Boundless was defeated even faster. He could not block a single attack from his opponent and was severely injured. He had no choice but to hand over the divine crystals he had collected. Shameless bastard. Spatial chaos rained down. The 8-star Hegemon protecting Hegemon Boundless emerged from the chaos and heard the scene he was most unwilling to hear. Goddamn Windcloud. This guy is too evil. He actually turned around and attacked us. They had heard of Windcloud's name before. They had never fought him before. They only knew that he was strong, but they did not expect him to be this strong. One move had caused them to fall into spatial chaos. Not only that, but the spatial chaos also contained the Tao of time, which slowed down their reactions. Hegemon Boundless looked helpless. He had been robbed once, but he did not expect to be robbed again. The people around him could not be of any use, and they were immediately caught in the spatial chaos. We still underestimated Windcloud. I wonder how much more trouble he will cause. Hegemon Boundless sighed softly. Sir, should we inform the other sects so that they can guard against Windcloud? Hegemon Boundless asked softly. Can we defend against him? He had mastered the Tao of space and Tao of time. There was no way to defend against him. Windcloud's name, after disappearing for a short while, spread once again. His infamy was even greater than before, and he robbed all the sects and forces he had robbed before. If the first time was anger, then the second time was anger. They had worked so hard for nothing. How could they accept this result? The Divine Mountains range was limited. Dividing up the regions was something that had been discussed long ago. The number of sky-burning beasts was also limited. They had suffered one after another, and the number of divine crystals they could obtain could be counted on one's fingers. Now that they had all been robbed, it was equivalent to killing one's parents and robbing one's wealth. The name Windcloud was firmly etched in people's minds. In the middle region of the Divine Mountain, beside a blue lake, The originally peaceful place was now filled with auras. If Lin Fei were here, he would definitely recognize that these people were all targets of robbery, and they were all gathered together. Their target was the same: to deal with the shameless Wind Cloud. After robbing them the second time, Wind Cloud had no less than 5,000 divine crystals. This was a huge sum that would tempt anyone. The Wind Cloud clan is truly shameless. This Wind Cloud Traceless is even more shameless. Doesn't he know that his actions will cause public outrage? That fellow Wind Cloud Traceless had better not fall into my hands. I will definitely make him regret it. Everyone knows how to talk tough. The way I see it, finding that bastard Traceless Wind Cloud is the key. More than 108 star sovereigns were gathered at the lakeside. Now that Traceless Wind Cloud's name was mentioned, no one could remain calm. All of them were filled with killing intent. The great sects and powers of the territories had never been robbed 2 or 3 times in a row. They could even do something like turning back, but they had been robbed time and time again. A few of the highly respected 8-star sovereigns could not take this lying down. They took the lead and gathered everyone to discuss how to deal with Traceless Wind Cloud. Originally, some sects had conflicts with each other. At this moment, everyone had given up on the idea of dealing with Traceless Wind Cloud. The person was not important. What was important was the 5,000 divine crystals. If anyone could eat them all, the benefits they would reap would be unimaginable. I heard that Traceless Wind Cloud has a god-tier cultivation technique. Does anyone know about this? I know about this. Traceless Wind Cloud once fought with an expert and snatched the god-tier cultivation technique, Heaven-Severing Palm. After that, someone surrounded the Wind Cloud clan. Unfortunately, they did not find the cultivation technique. It seems that the kid is preparing to cultivate the god-tier cultivation technique, Heaven-Severing Palm. If he is lucky enough to cultivate it, with the support of over 5,000 divine crystals, even the patriarch will have to be wary of him. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. When that time came, Traceless Wind Cloud would not be able to do whatever he wanted. Lin Fei did not know that the people he robbed were now working together to find him. After killing them and turning back, he obtained over 1,000 divine crystals. It was not a small harvest. Lin Fei's divinity points also quickly broke through 50 million points. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this number. There shouldn't be any divine crystals left in the middle layer. I can change to another place and head for the upper layer. I believe that place will give me even more divine crystals. Lin Fei had a simple division of the sacred mountain. This place was divided into 3 regions: upper, middle, and lower. The lower region was the outer region. The middle region was where the heaven-burning beast resided. The upper region was actually the region closest to the divine general dais. After it, the heaven-burning beast is injured. We can't let it escape. Within a dense forest, a heaven-burning beast was rampaging through the forest, and a group of people was chasing it from behind. The result was very obvious. The heaven-burning beast was surrounded and attacked by over 10 people, dropping a divine crystal. The person who seemed to be the leader of the group was dressed like a scholar, and his body emanated a scholarly aura. Senior apprentice brother Whitey's move is amazing. Of course. He trapped the heaven-burning beast with a single move. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken us. The scholarly youth's name was Hegemon Whiteflower. He came from a large sect in a territory, and although he looked quite young, he had cultivated for over 10 chaos years. He was now an early 8-star hegemon, and he had been ordered to hunt heaven-burning beasts in this region. You'll learn this move of mine sooner or later. Don't be jealous. Although Hegemon Whiteflower said this, he still looked quite pleased with himself. He had been able to display his strength in front of his junior apprentice brothers and earn their adoring gazes. Senior apprentice brother Whiteflower, I heard that someone has already made it onto the divine general dais. I heard that the geniuses of the younger generation have all begun to challenge the divine general dais. Is that true? Should we go take a look as well? Hegemon Whiteflower couldn't help but feel excited when he heard about the divine general dais. However, a moment later, a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. You guys are quite well informed. There are indeed people who have begun to challenge the divine general dais, such as Hegemon Su Feng and Hegemon Brahma. However, I must warn you that this region has already been locked down. If anyone tries to force their way in, they'll be killed on the spot. Someone in the group immediately grew unhappy. Fuck. Who's so strong that they locked down that region? I want to go take a look and see how many experts there are. Chapter 1581. Traceless Wind Cloud, you won't be able to escape. Hand over all the divine crystals you have, hand over your cultivation method. We've prepared for a long time to deal with you, Traceless Wind Cloud. We even set up a space ceiling formation around us. Near the upper regions, this was the place for the exchange. At this moment, numerous powerful auras appeared. A heaven-burning beast had just emerged from a dense forest when it was attacked by countless sovereigns, leaving behind a divine crystal. Even the heaven-burning beast did not know why it had been attacked by so many sovereigns, but it had been instantly killed. These sovereigns were all 8-star sovereigns. All 4 directions were 8-star sovereigns. These 8-star sovereigns focused on the black-robed man in the center. Traceless Wind Cloud, who had caused them to lose face. In order to deal with Traceless Wind Cloud, they had joined forces and paid a heavy price to find his location, then set up a trap to trap him. This time, they didn't attack 7-star sovereigns. This person was simply too powerful. If he killed an ordinary 7-star sovereign, it would be a wasted loss. If they wanted to deal with Traceless Wind Cloud, they had to have the combat power of an 8-star sovereign. Traceless Wind Cloud, we meet again. You didn't expect this, did you? Sovereign Boundless eyes flashed as he stared at the distant black-robed man. This was the person who had caused him to fall at Traceless Wind Cloud's hands twice. If he hadn't handed over the God Crystal, he probably would have died many times over. Sovereign Boundless believed that he wasn't the only one. Most of the people present had experienced the same thing. Lin Fei had been very careful, but he had still been surrounded. Now that he had mastered the Tao of Space and the Tao of Time, Lin Fei didn't care about the space ceiling formation. It was very easy for him to break it. That's right. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. I wonder how many God crystals you've collected. Don't make me work for nothing. Lin Fei laughed. Traceless Wind Cloud, don't you know what kind of situation you're in? Another sovereign jumped out. This was also the sovereign that Lin Fei had robbed. Lin Fei didn't care. He said calmly, what kind of situation? With just the few of you. Although there were many sovereigns in front of him, and they were all 8-star sovereigns, Lin Fei didn't care. Lin Fei's words gave them a big fright. They were all 8-star sovereigns. When had they ever met someone who dared to speak so viciously? Furthermore, it was clear from the other party's words that he was looking down on them. It's not that I'm looking down on you. Since I dared to snatch your divine essences, I'm not afraid of you. Lin Fei snorted and pointed at a few of the juggernauts. You, and you. Do you believe that I'll be the first to get rid of you later? With the defensive armor you're wearing, I can finish you off in a few slashes. If you don't believe me, feel free to try me. The sovereigns who had been named had all suffered greatly at the hands of Lin Fei. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Fei had been kind enough to let them go, they would have long since died in the forest. When they heard this, they felt as disgusted as if they had swallowed a fly, but they couldn't deny it. Traceless Wind Cloud, you're too full of yourself. That's right. We have over 100 8-star martial sovereigns on our side. I'm afraid you'll be killed by us before you can even make a move. You've already fallen into our trap. Do you still think you can fly? The sovereigns were enraged. Who would be able to keep their pride after being robbed by a reserve? They had thought that by surrounding Traceless Wind Cloud, he would have to bow his head no matter what. Contrary to their expectations, however, Traceless Wind Cloud was a prick who didn't care about them at all. This was no different from a slap to their faces. Even an 8-star martial sovereign was fearless. Did Traceless Wind Cloud really think that he could dominate the world just because he had mastered a deity-class technique? Let's not waste any more words with him. He might be notifying someone else. Let's take down Traceless Wind Cloud first and split his divine essences. Everyone agreed with these words. Attack. This time, The 8-star martial sovereigns attacked with a completely different aura. All of them were 8-star martial sovereigns. The commotion here was simply too great. A single 8-star martial sovereign would have been fine, but now there were over 100 of them. Everyone nearby could sense the commotion coming from them. Senior apprentice Brother White, something's happening over there. Hegemon Baihua's group was searching for the heaven-burning beasts when they suddenly sensed a ripple coming from a certain direction. Can it be that someone is hunting the heaven-burning beasts? This commotion is too great. Even my heart is thumping. Can it be that a major organization is making a move? Everyone began to chatter amongst themselves. Hegemon Baihua could sense that the commotion was even louder than he had imagined. You guys stay here. I'll go take a look. This was the upper echelon region. The lower-level organizations wouldn't dare to rashly come here. Hegemon Baihua felt the need to go take a look. After tossing out these words, he flew in that direction. The closer he got to the location, the more serious a look appeared on Hegemon Baihua's face. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Good heavens! So many 8-star martial sovereigns are attacking a single person. A short while later, Hegemon Baihua arrived within a dense forest and saw an inconceivable sight. If it was just 10 plus 8-star martial sovereigns, this wouldn't be too surprising. But this was a completely different matter. A 6-star Hegemon? Hegemon Baihua suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Since when had a 6-star Hegemon been worthy of so many 8-star Hegemons attacking him? This was completely different from what he had imagined. This speed. This saber art. Hegemon Baihua suddenly had an idea. An 8-star Hegemon had perished within the group of attackers. The 8-star Hegemon was completely unharmed. He was constantly moving about, constantly dodging the attacks while appearing behind the Hegemons, sending the 8-star Hegemons flying with each strike of his saber. Hey, why does this person look so familiar? Hegemon Baihua's jaw dropped. This 6-star Hegemon was definitely a supreme genius who could kill enemies at a higher level as easily as drinking water. His saber arts, in particular, were so powerful that even 8-star Hegemons would have to use their full power to defend against them. After this battle, Hegemon Baihua felt that the black-robed man looked rather familiar. Can it be him? Hegemon Baihua's body trembled. If this person really was that person, then this was definitely a major event. This trip had been worth it. He had actually discovered this person. If he told the main sect, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. In fact, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a high-ranking official within the sect. I didn't expect this person to be as powerful as the legends say. That's more than 100 8-star Hegemons, but they were unable to do anything to him. I really wonder what he did. Right, I think I heard something about God gems. If it wasn't for the fact that he had heard this news, Hegemon Baihua would have almost forgotten about this person. I have to notify the main sect right away. Hegemon Baihua took out a message talisman and sent the message over, then hid himself within the forest. Chapter 1583. At the peak of the Divine Mountain, golden mist permeated the surroundings, and black platforms could be seen indistinctly. No one could see through them, and the divine light they emitted made it so that no one dared to underestimate them. There were countless similar platforms as far as the eye could see. Most of them were hidden in the golden mist. Apart from the outermost ones, the rest of the platforms formed a stairway to the heavens. At the end of the golden mist was a glorious golden stone platform. The golden stone platform was surrounded by a golden mist. Apart from that, there were also many divine patterns moving around the golden stone platform, transforming into many beautiful immortal realms. The golden stone platform seemed to be very close to them, but the top-tier powerhouses all knew that this golden stone platform was no longer in this space. Instead, it was moving between millions or even tens of millions of spaces. Even powerhouses skilled in the Tao of space would not be able to calculate its exact location in a short period of time. If they could, the golden stone platform would not be here. Not only that, but the black stone platform below was also moving through space without anyone noticing. A terrifying power enveloped it. When the great Tao of space was activated, not even divine sense could detect its every movement. This was the divine general platform that everyone paid so much attention to. These stone platforms were a test. Whoever could reach the top of the golden stone platform would be the final winner. Unfortunately, no one knew what was at the top of the golden stone platform. It wasn't that no powerhouses had tried to explore it, but as soon as they approached the stone platform, they would be lost in the endless space. No one had ever returned, including powerhouses skilled in the Tao of space. After that, no one had ever tried to explore it. At the peak of the mountain, the people of the 8 great sects had already taken control of this place. They were one of the top sects in the endless territories, and some sects would take millions of years just to get to their sect. Many of the sects had heard of each other's names, but it was still relatively rare for them to actually gather together. Apart from the 8 great sects, representatives of the superpowers that shook the entire universe had also appeared here. Even the people of the 8 great sects had to be courteous to them. After all, they had superweapons in their hands. One of the stone platforms in the endless space suddenly lit up with a beam of light, like a blooming firework. Good, well done. Cheers rang out from one of the regions on the mountain. Everyone was used to this kind of situation. Primordial Heavenly Demon Sect's thoughtless ruler is really nimble. In such a short time, she broke through another spiritual pedestal stage. Her strength is going to improve greatly again. TMPH, no matter how fast he is, he can't be compared to the few before him. Even if he can't ascend the divine general platform and obtain the supreme inheritance, he will still be a super overlord level expert in the future. In the area where the Primeval Demon Sect was located, Senfu statues were erected at the peak of the mountain. In one of the largest Senfu, rays of light shot into the sky. There were 7 or 8 people gathered together, all of them exuding a heavy aura like a towering mountain. The Primordial Demon Sect was a powerful sect in the endless territories. Wunyan is improving very quickly. This time, we will definitely obtain the qualifications to become a divine general. As long as Wunyan becomes an immortal general, even if she becomes a partial immortal general, our Primeval Heavenly Demons will have a messenger to communicate with the upper world, and we can get the support of the Primeval Heavenly Demon Sect in the upper world. At that time, we can continue to expand our power in the territory. In the Great Hall of the Senfu, demonic aura shot into the sky, and the rulers were all smiles. Wunyan was the most talented child in the Primeval Heavenly Demon Sect. She was born with a noble bloodline, and when she was born, there was a phenomenon in heaven and earth. Her cultivation speed was twice as fast, and breaking through realms was as easy as drinking water. Now, she was already an 8-star ruler, and her battle prowess could already fight 9-star rulers. In the endless territories, she was also known as one of the 10 great young masters. Any one of the 10 princes could exchange blows with a 9-star sovereign. In fact, they could even kill a 9-star sovereign. None of them were weak. Let's not celebrate too early. Wunyan is not bad, but this time, it's not just our Primeval Heavenly Demon Sect. The geniuses of other sects are also gathered on the divine platform, such as the recently risen Brahmin, Su Feng, Gui Yi, Do Shang, and so on. Let's not talk about them. The other 10 great young masters are not to be trifled with. The Great Hall of the Senfu quieted down, and everyone was deep in thought. On the divine platform, there were people constantly advancing, attracting rays of light and causing quite a commotion. Those who could advance on the divine platform were all peerless geniuses without exception. They were famous in the endless territories, and every one of them had extraordinary battle prowess. The Heaven Illusionary Gate. It was a first-rate sect in the endless territories. As long as there weren't any major problems, it was only a matter of time before they became top-rate sects. Their foundations were also very strong, and they had a chance of becoming top-rate sects. Old Shu, you've lost. Our clan's WN Fu will go first. The ruler referred to as Old Shu was an old man dressed in a silver-grey daoist robe. His body flowed with a vast aura, but his expression was a bit unnatural. Haha, going first might not guarantee that you'll be able to maintain your advantage. Until the very last moment, who would dare say that they're the final victor? Don't forget, the 10 great young masters are in front of us, and they're not people we can easily deal with. If we run into them, Shu Wu said unhurriedly. As soon as he said this, the old man's expression became serious. No one dared to underestimate the reputation of the 10 great young masters. No wonder old Shu had thrown out such a sentence. There was no way to retort. After all, no one could deny the strength of the 10 great young masters. Whether it was in terms of bloodline or personal strength, they were all peerless existences in the endless territories. Countless people had tried to challenge their positions, but no one had ever been able to replace them. Here, the ruler could only laugh dryly. Shu Wu was just about to speak when he finally managed to retort. His expression changed slightly, but then returned to normal. I have some matters to attend to today, so I'll be leaving first. We'll talk about this another day. He then disappeared into the senfu. Strange. Didn't old Shu not say anything the last time he caught me? Why is he so nice today? The ruler was puzzled. Within a secret room in the Great Void Gate, there were a few rulers sitting cross-legged inside, all of them 8-star rulers. At the peak of the mountain, anyone who wasn't an 8-star ruler would have been chased off a long time ago. Space rippled, and Shu Wu appeared in the secret room. Elder Shu. Elder Shu. The rulers all rose to their feet. Are you sure about what you just said? Shu Wu's voice carried a hint of excitement. If it was true, anyone would be excited. That kid Baihua wouldn't randomly say something like that. It should be true. Chapter 1584. A major event. A truly major event. This was the reason why Hegemon Void Noon had hurriedly returned. That astonishing piece of news, that astonishing person, had actually appeared at the border between the upper and middle regions, and he seemed to be under attack. That person was in control of a battle fort. In this day and age, which of the supreme hegemons didn't possess such terrifying power because they were in control of a supreme weapon like a battle fort? And how many people didn't want to become a supreme hegemon? Becoming a supreme hegemon would result in limitless expansion of power and dominance. Thoughts were just thoughts. No one had ever become a supreme hegemon. There were only so many battle forts, and they were all in the hands of the supreme hegemons. Trying to take them from them was like trying to steal food from the jaws of a tiger. A few ambitious fellows had tried to attack, but they had all been killed by the supreme weapon. Since then, no one had dared to even think about it. When Hegemon Void Noon saw this news, he couldn't help but feel stunned. The battle fort had appeared again. This time, it wasn't in the hands of a supreme hegemon, it was in the hands of an unremarkable hegemon. This was undoubtedly good news. And now, the Void Skygate was the only one who knew of this news. This was their greatest advantage. As a first-rate sect in a territory, the Void Skygate had many disciples. When news of a battle fort appeared in a certain sky city, the other first-rate sects all turned up their noses in disdain. Battle forts weren't cabbages that could be found on the streets. They didn't just appear out of nowhere. The Void Skygate wasn't too sure if the other sects were upset or not, but they did pay attention and sent people to investigate. They had at least learned something. Anyone who came to the God Mountains, as long as they had a certain status, would know about this matter. The Void Skygate had sent people to investigate, but that didn't mean they would definitely find the culprit. They knew very well how dangerous the God Mountains were. Any random heaven-burning beast could kill a 5-star hegemon, and it was entirely possible that the hegemon would be killed by a heaven-burning beast. Who would have thought that they would receive news at a time like this? Hegemon Void Noon knew of Hegemon Whiteflower. He was a hegemon with decent potential. In the future, he might even become a hegemon of the 9 stars and become one of the pillars of the sect. Whiteflower also said that this kid's combat prowess is absolutely monstrous. He was able to fight against over 108 stars hegemons by himself. When he left, they had just started fighting. We don't really know what's going on. If we want to take him down, this is definitely a good opportunity. Hegemon Whiteflower's master, Hegemon Whiteflower's guide. Is there really such a freak? Wouldn't that be comparable to the 10 young masters? The 10 young masters were born with noble bloodlines, that's why they have such strength. Could that person also be born with noble bloodlines? They obviously didn't believe it. The Void Noon hegemon was slightly startled as well. This news was more or less the same as what he had heard. That person was very powerful, but not to this extent. Silence. Hegemon Void Noon snorted unhappily. It's not that there aren't people like the 10 great young masters, but they won't appear so easily. Now that the opportunity has come, the few of you, follow me and observe. Hegemon Void Noon was just a peak 8-star hegemon. He was on the same level as the others on the Divine Mountain, and his combat power was far inferior to theirs. Plus, this was no small matter. If they gathered all of their forces, there might not even be 100 hegemons present. If they really did bring people over, it would be hard to guarantee that they wouldn't attract the attention of others. At that time, it would be difficult to hide the news, and it would be even more difficult to take advantage of them. The few elders of the Heavenly Illusionary Gate quietly left the upper region. Hegemon Baihua continued to watch from within the void. At first, Hegemon Baihua didn't believe that the black-robed hegemon would be able to hold on. These were more than 108-star hegemons, after all, and it seemed as though they had come prepared. The black-robed hegemon was only a 6-star hegemon. No matter how powerful he was, could he possibly be a match for the 10 great young masters? Hegemon Baihua absolutely didn't believe it. Bloodlines similar to the 10 great young masters were incredibly rare in the entire Chaos territory. Hegemon Baihua's only hope was that the elders would hurry over. Regardless of whether or not this person was a 9-star hegemon, as long as there was even the slightest chance, he wouldn't let it go. He had to capture him. But as time went on, Hegemon Baihua's jaw dropped. In his mind, the only word he could think of was monster. Hegemon Boundless, are you regretting your decision now? Right now, a black blur was striking out at Hegemon Boundless with one saber strike after another. Saber light flashed everywhere, and Hegemon Boundless was beaten into a sorry state. Countless pieces of his Hegemon armor had been destroyed. Hegemon Boundless' heart was as cold as ice. I lost. I still lost in the end. The power of each saber strike was vastly different from last time, and it stabbed into his heart. This time, each saber strike was infused with the power of both space and time, causing his movements to slow down. How could Hegemon Boundless not be defeated? Windcloud Traceless actually mastered both the Tao of Space and the Tao of Time in such a short period of time? What the hell? Hegemon Boundless cursed bitterly to himself. He hadn't forgotten what had happened in their last battle, and now he was shocked yet again. His attacks were all sucked into the chaotic space. This was the equivalent of having no power at all. This was why hegemons who mastered the Tao of Space were so terrifyingly powerful. Your attacks weren't able to do any damage to them at all. Before you could even land a blow, you would be exiled. I admit defeat. Don't fight anymore. Although Hegemon Boundless hadn't been beaten to the point of vomiting blood, it was still quite taxing for him. More importantly, why was Hegemon Boundless attacking him when there were so many people around him? Take out everything you have on you, and you can F***ck off. Lin Fei laughed. I'm not trying to bully you. All I can say is that you don't know what's good for you and insist on making trouble for me. Only after mastering the Grand Tao of Space and the Grand Tao of Time did Lin Fei understand the benefits of these two Grand Taos. For example, right now, the attacks of the other hegemons were directly banished away. When 100% of their power landed on Lin Fei, only 20% of it remained. When it landed on Lin Fei's body, it was blocked by his armor. Lin Fei was completely unharmed. From the very beginning, Lin Fei had killed more than 28-star hegemons, all of whom had spoken rudely to him earlier. He didn't show any mercy when killing hegemons like this. Hegemon Boundless truly hadn't expected that after allying with so many people, this would be the result. Those hegemons who had looked down on him earlier had all perished. He could be considered lucky that he hadn't been killed on the spot. Hand over everything he had on him? This would normally be impossible, but Hegemon Boundless had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Even if his heart was bleeding, is there no chance for discussion? Either you die, or you hand over everything. You have two choices. Lin Fei slashed out with his saber again, throwing down his only option. The same goes for you guys. Killing them would be letting them off too easily. The hegemons all felt bitter. Who would have thought that the result would be like this? Chapter 1585. No matter what, they had still lost. When the 8-star hegemon saw the bedraggled hegemon Boundless, he couldn't help but feel a hint of helplessness. Fight? They couldn't even break through their defenses. What the hell was there to fight? Didn't they see so many sovereigns being killed? Killing 8-star sovereigns was as easy as eating a meal for them. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would know which of the two choices Windcloud had thrown out. They just had to pay up some treasures and keep their lives. They had all suffered at the hands of this man before. At the very least, he was someone who kept his promises. He had not been killed for handing over the divine crystals. That was already good enough. However, some of them weren't too happy about it. Why should they hand over everything they had? Windcloud, you are indeed very powerful. You have the qualifications to catch up to the 10 princes. There are so many of us. Do you think you can kill us one by one? Windcloud, just because we can't take you down today doesn't mean others can't. Let's see what you can do when so many of us leave together. These sovereigns were unwilling to hand over their treasures. Of the remaining sovereigns, not all of them were willing to hand over their treasures, even though Windcloud was very powerful. If they didn't hand over their treasures, Windcloud wouldn't be able to wipe them all out. If they had the strength, they would have long since ascended the divine general platform. It was unknown who suggested that they leave. 30-odd sovereigns shot out. This was a show for Windcloud to see how many of them he could stop. If he couldn't stop them, the remaining sovereigns wouldn't obediently hand over their treasures. Windcloud's choice would undoubtedly become a joke. Hegemon Boundless was the happiest. He handed over all his treasures. Aside from his battle suit and his pair of gloves, he had nothing else on him. He had never fought Windcloud before, so he didn't know how powerful he was. Hegemon Boundless knew just how strong Windcloud Traceless was. If Windcloud Traceless wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. However, Windcloud Traceless had repeatedly tried to steal from Hegemon Boundless, and each time, Hegemon Boundless suffered a crushing defeat. For the sake of survival, Hegemon Boundless reluctantly handed over his treasures. Daoist Boundless, you're really not bad. I like good people like you. You're not like those arrogant bastards. Lin Fei looked at them with a hint of mockery. Good people? Hegemon Boundless let out a bitter laugh. Since when did I become a good person? If it wasn't for the fact that you're stronger than me, who would be willing to hand over the treasures on me? They're out of luck. Hegemon Boundless silently told himself that he would rather hand over the treasures than oppose them. He had never doubted his own judgment. This was also the reason why he had been able to survive until now. Apart from the 10-odd sovereigns who handed over their treasures, the remaining sovereigns were all watching from the sidelines. If he could avoid handing over the treasures, he definitely wouldn't. As long as they could escape, they would chase after them without hesitation. When that time came, no matter how powerful Windcloud Traceless was, he would be helpless. What a good plan you all have. Putting aside the fact that you surrounded me, Traceless Windcloud, you even dare to ignore my words. Since I'm giving you a choice, don't blame me for what happens next. Whoosh. Lin Fei sneered and disappeared in front of everyone. The divine senses of the hegemons couldn't detect any traces of this person. It was as though he had completely disappeared. It was this strange concealment technique again. Just now, it seemed like you were the one who caused the most trouble. Off in the distance, someone appeared in the air above a hegemon. They all recognized this hegemon, a mid-stage 8-star hegemon named Kui Hai. He was an elder of the sect, and they hadn't expected that Traceless Windcloud would be the first to catch up to him. Shorekill seal. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a square-shaped seal smashed down from the skies. A desolate aura emanated from it, causing everyone to tremble. The seal smashed against hegemon Kui Hai. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone watched as the hegemon Kui Hai, who had caused a ruckus, was smashed into smithereens by the seal. It had only been a single attack. Whoosh. Next, a saberlight flashed out, and hegemon Kui Hai's aura completely vanished. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This technique was simply too brutal. A single seal had been enough to kill an 8-star hegemon. If this technique had been used just now, how many of the people present would have been able to survive? Swoosh, swoosh. Lin Fei once more entered the void, appearing next to a hegemon. He first attacked with the Shawkill seal, then used his saber arts to crush everything in their path. In a short period of time, all of the hegemons who had tried to flee during the chaos had been killed by Lin Fei. Their interspatial rings had become Lin Fei's spoils of war. The hegemon who had been preparing to flee during the chaos had his back covered with cold sweat. He was inwardly rejoicing that he hadn't left yet. Compared to death, he would simply have to hand over his treasures. As long as he was alive, he would have his treasures sooner or later. But if he died, he would truly lose everything. Only now did they realize how insignificant they were. A mighty 8-star hegemon was nothing in front of traceless wind cloud. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Didn't he see those unlucky bastards? We're willing to hand over our treasures. Me too. With those unlucky bastards in the lead, the others all readily handed over their treasures. Just as Lin Fei had promised, so long as they handed over their treasures, they could leave. Of course, Lin Fei wasn't too interested in the divinity points obtained from killing 8-star hegemons. Now that he had a large amount of divinity points, he didn't really care about these mosquito meats. In a short period of time, all of their treasures were in Lin Fei's hands. What a fellow! He had so many divinity crystals. These hegemons all had divinity crystals on them. In an instant, Lin Fei had over 200 divinity crystals on him. This was equivalent to over 2 million divinity points, or perhaps even 3 million. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed when he saw how diligently Hegemon Windcloud was handing over his divinity points. Daoist Boundless, please wait a moment. Hegemon Boundless had always wanted to leave, but he had been locked onto by Feng Lin's gaze, so he didn't dare to leave. Daoist Windcloud, there's something I need. Faced with this monster, Hegemon Boundless temporarily lost all thoughts of revenge. Unless the sect's experts made a move, and they had to be 9 stars hegemons at that, they would have a chance of capturing Feng Lin. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. Let me borrow your memories for a bit. Lin Fei's power enveloped Hegemon Boundless as he soul-searched him. Hegemon Boundless could only allow himself to be soul-searched. He couldn't resist at all. You cooperated well. Here are 10 divinity crystals. I believe they will be useful to you. Lin Fei tossed over 10 divinity crystals. Fortunately, everyone had already left. Of course they would be useful. As long as he had the divinity crystals, he could make up for his losses. If there are such good things in the future, you can inform me. I won't forget to reward you, Lin Fei said with a smile. Hegemon Boundless shuddered. You've already robbed me once. Who would dare to come up and be robbed by you in the future? However, he still said, Daoist, don't worry. If there are such things in the future, I'll definitely inform you first. Alright, you can go now. Chapter 1586. Lin Fei was very satisfied with today's harvest. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the sovereign's battle robes and sabers. After all, he had a supreme-grade sovereign's battle saber. Just that saber alone was enough to make countless people go green with envy. For example, the sovereign's battle robes and sabers couldn't block the Soul Destroyer saber's attacks at all. They were either cut in half or destroyed. And this was even with Lin Fei restraining himself. Otherwise, a single slash would have made them realize the difference in weapons. No matter how powerful a high-grade sovereign's battle saber was, it was still very weak in front of a supreme-grade sovereign's battle saber. A few slashes would probably be enough to break it. Lin Fei's attention was completely focused on the divine General Dais. He had just obtained a lot of useful information from Hegemon Boundless memories. Lin Fei also learned a few secrets. So this divine General Dais is a connection between the higher realms and the lower realms. As long as I become a divine general or a partial divine general, I can communicate with the higher realms and obtain some inheritances. No wonder everyone is so enthusiastic. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the divine General Dais. Right now, Lin Fei was most interested in the divine crystals. If he hadn't searched Lin Fei's memories, he would probably have continued to plunder the divine crystals. Unfortunately, Lin Fei had pretty much swept through the middle regions. After today's events, the people in the middle regions would probably be even more careful. After all, over 100 sovereigns had been unable to take him down. If word got out, they would probably realize how terrifying he was. Lin Fei's thoughts were much calmer now. There were benefits to being stronger, but it would only make people more cautious. It seems like I can only target the upper regions. Lin Fei gazed into the distance, as if trying to see through everything in front of him. According to Hegemon Boundless Memories, the upper regions were the true source of divine crystals. The reason why they didn't dare to go up was because the upper regions were clearly divided. Many of the peak 8-star sovereigns overseeing the upper regions had 1 or 2 divine techniques. Now that they had the help of divine crystals, their combat prowess had greatly increased. This was one of the main reasons why they didn't dare to go up. A hegemon with a godly class technique wasn't as simple as 1+1. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Fei. The might of a divine technique was extraordinary, but it didn't mean that Lin Fei was afraid. Combined with the top-grade ruler's battle blade, the soul-extinguishing blade, it was enough to catch them off guard. Not only can I target them, but the geniuses on the godly general platform seem to have a lot of good stuff in their pockets as well. Furthermore, there are the 10 princes, all of whom have noble bloodlines and the battle prowess of 9 stars. If I can collect as many of them as I want, my strength will increase rapidly. Lin Fei was still not satisfied with getting a few thousand divine gems. Let's head to the upper zone first. Just as Lin Fei was about to leave and head to the upper regions, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in front of him. An old man appeared in front of Lin Fei with a group of people. Elder, his wind cloud traceless. An early-stage 8-star ruler informed the old man. Hegemon Void Noon was extremely fast. Although he wasn't skilled in the Tao of space, Hegemon Void Noon had the combat prowess of a peak 8-star ruler, and he was extremely fast. As soon as Hegemon Void Noon arrived, Hegemon Baihua gave him a report of what had happened. Judging from the residual ripples, Hegemon Void Noon could tell that a major battle had taken place here, and that this black-robed man had been one of them. He was a 6-star ruler. Sir, are you Windcloud Traceless, or perhaps Di Tian? Hegemon Void Noon asked while sizing him up. This person was able to call him by his Daoist name, and yet was a complete stranger to him. Lin Fei was suspicious of his motives. Hehe, my name is Windcloud Traceless. I don't remember ever having the name Di Tian attached to me. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Might I ask who you are? Could it be that you want to profit from me, just like them? No matter who these people were, Lin Fei wouldn't admit that he was Di Tian. Fortunately, he had recently trained in a special deity tier technique. It was known as a high-level life form. It was this technique that had caused Lin Fei's aura to change. The ripples of his divine sense had completely changed as well, and the shape of his face had changed slightly as well, but not by much. No matter who it was, even those people from before, they wouldn't be able to recognize him as Di Tian. Hegemon Void Noon didn't plan on forcing the man to admit it. It was enough for him to have a suspect. However, the man before him was indeed different from the information he had received. In particular, his aura was genuine, not fake. Hegemon Void Noon had at least this much insight. However, this man was indeed rather similar to Di Tian. Hegemon Void Noon had no choice but to consider this carefully. In addition, he had learned that this man had a deity tier technique, a dominating saber technique, and a large number of divine crystals, at least a few thousand. It was impossible for him not to be interested in such a large sum of divine crystals. He wouldn't have come here for nothing. We are from the Heavenly Oasis Gate. We suspect that you once attacked one of our disciples. We would like to invite you to pay a visit to our Heavenly Oasis Gate, one of the hegemons said arrogantly. A few thousand divine crystals was enough for them to make a move. In the upper regions, they had killed a large number of heaven-burning beasts, but they hadn't reaped such a large harvest. If they could get their hands on these divine crystals, the strength of the Heavenly Oasis Gate would undoubtedly increase significantly. After all, divine crystals were top-tier consumables. The sect with more divine crystals would have the right to speak, and no one would dare to look down on them. A few thousand divine crystals was enough to tempt anyone. Lin Fei realized that someone must have been lying in ambush in the area, secretly informing the sect, and just happened to arrive at this time. Lin Fei knew about the origins of the Heavenly Oasis Gate. A first-rate sect in a certain weave had 9 stars hegemons overseeing it, and the patriarchs of these sects all knew deity tier techniques. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to maintain their position as first-rate sects. Even hegemon Wu Ya's sect couldn't compare to the Heavenly Oasis Gate. How could Lin Fei be happy that someone had come to rob him? It didn't matter if they had come for the battle fortress or the divine crystals, Lin Fei wouldn't agree. Your Heavenly Oasis Gate sure is arrogant. I don't even know your Heavenly Oasis Gate, and you have the nerve to say that I attacked your disciple? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Lin Fei laughed coldly. You just want my divine crystals. If you have the ability, come and try. Over 100 8-star hegemons can't do anything to me, and you guys dare to make a move? Only the elder at the front of the group had some strength. Lin Fei didn't care about the rest of the hegemons. The Void Noon ruler didn't dare to look down on Feng Yunwuan. To be able to exchange blows with over 100 8-star hegemons, no matter which weave it was, would definitely cause a sensation. Although Feng Yunwuan was still some distance away from becoming one of the 10 princes, he wasn't too far off. Although the Void Noon ruler was wary of Feng Yunwuan, that didn't mean he would let him go. After all, Feng Yunwuan was alone and had no background. Since the Heavenly Oasis Gate had run into him, he belonged to them. The hegemons all revealed looks of anger. Normally, any hegemon who heard the name of the Heavenly Oasis Gate would turn pale. Only this Feng Yunwuan didn't know what was good for him and dared to speak to them in such a manner. Wasn't he just a clan from the Yellow Springs weave? A single sentence from the Heavenly Oasis Gate would be enough to deal with him. 9 stars hegemons. So what if he didn't have a deity-grade cultivation technique? Daoist Feng Yunwuan, regardless of whether you participated or not, the disciples of the Heavenly Oasis Gate can't die in vain. I'll have to invite you to our temporary encampment as a guest, the Void Noon ruler said calmly. He then flicked out 3 fingers. The first finger shot out. The void completely collapsed, and it was coming at him in a ferocious manner. This was the attack that the Void Noon ruler was most proficient in. 3 heavenly shocks. As the finger shot out, Lin Fei instantly felt as though his entire body was about to be torn apart and turned into pieces. This was an extremely tyrannical attack, and it was the strongest he had seen so far. This is a true 8-star hegemon. Those from before were too weak. Lin Fei's interest was immediately piqued. The 8-star hegemons that he had encountered before were indeed very strong. Now that the Void Noon ruler had made a move, Lin Fei realized how strong his opponent was. This person's strength was equivalent to the combined strength of tens of 8-star hegemons. In fact, Lin Fei's guess was more or less the same. The Void Noon ruler was already a peak 8-star hegemon. His true strength was equivalent to the combined strength of 100 ordinary peak 8-star hegemons. Otherwise, why would he be able to become an elder of the Heavenly Oasis Gate? This was also the difference between realms. Once the 3 heavenly shocks was used, a single flick would be able to kill an 8-star hegemon. It was extremely terrifying. Daoist Feng Yunwuan, what do you think of my first of the 3 heavenly shocks? The Void Noon ruler also wanted to size up his opponent's strength. If his opponent couldn't withstand his first attack, then he would directly take him down. A few thousand divine crystals was a huge sum, and the Void Noon ruler had to take it seriously. Now that Lin Fei's strength had increased greatly, why would he be afraid of a mere finger? He also wanted to see how powerful this finger was. It's very imposing, but I don't know how powerful it is. Lin Fei laughed loudly, without a hint of nervousness on his face. These words made the people behind the Void Noon ruler unhappy. The 3 heavenly shocks was their sect's top-notch cultivation technique. Only a few people had truly cultivated it, and its power was extraordinary. Lin Fei grabbed the Soul Destroyer blade and slashed at his opponent's finger. The Supreme Grade ruler's battle blade's aura enveloped everyone, causing their ruler weapons to tremble slightly. Boom! The long and narrow blade light landed on the finger. Boom boom boom! The blade light and the finger continuously clash. Supreme Grade ruler's battle blade. The Void Noon ruler had underestimated this Feng Yunwuan. He had actually taken out a supreme-grade ruler weapon, and it even came with attributes. Even the Void Noon Ruler himself used a high-grade ruler weapon. Even the Void Noon Ruler felt envious. If he had a supreme-grade ruler's battle blade, his strength would increase greatly. Second Heavenly Shocks. Third Heavenly Shocks. Chapter 1587. Void Noon Ruler was no longer willing to underestimate his opponent. When he attacked again, he only had 2 attacks left. Terrifying finger shadows swept through the entire region. Even the Hegemon standing behind Hegemon Void Noon felt an incredible pressure. This was the true combat power of an elder. The elder is getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid that Feng Yunwuan won't be able to withstand the elder's next 2 attacks. Everyone knows that the power of the next 2 attacks will increase exponentially. I've only just learned the first Heaven Shock. I can barely use the second Heaven Shock. They did not believe that Feng Yunwuan could withstand the elder's attack. Although the elder had yet to enter the 9 stars ruler realm, his combat power was not weak at all. With the combined power of 100 people, he could completely crush any peak 8 stars ruler. No one could underestimate him. Rumble. 2 finger shadows swept across. The area where Lin Fei was directly turned into a black hole. Any matter would be torn apart by the finger shadows. If the space was not strong enough, Void Noon Ruler could completely destroy the space barrier. This was the true strength of a peak 8-star ruler. It was also terrifying strength. Ordinary 8-star rulers would die countless times under this attack. No matter how many rebirths they had, it would be useless. Facing Void Noon Ruler's attack, Lin Fei only used 2 saber strikes. The terrifying saber light collided with the finger shadows and continuously exploded. The saber light shattered and shot in all directions, tearing open many black holes. So strong. He really lives up to his reputation. After swinging his saber twice, Lin Fei left this area and appeared in another area. With this exchange, he could roughly understand his opponent's strength. He was indeed very strong. No wonder he could occupy a position in the upper area. Daoist Feng Yunwuan is not bad either. You're really young and promising. When I was your age, I was far weaker than you are now. Void Noon Ruler retracted his hand with a complicated expression. However, when he retracted his hand, his fingers trembled slightly. These 2 strikes were not easy to bear. Void Noon Ruler had still underestimated his opponent's strength. He used the 3rd Heaven Shock, but was still blocked by his opponent. You flatter me. I have something to do today. Let's have a good spar another day. Lin Fei said this and directly disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone used their divine senses to search but could not find any trace of him. Such a high-level concealment movement technique. There's not even a trace. There is no trace of it in the space, as if it has completely disappeared. The Empyrean school's sovereigns were all dumbfounded. It wasn't that they hadn't seen powerful concealment techniques before, but they had never seen one as profound as this. Hegemon Void Noon's face flickered over and over again. Clearly, he hadn't been able to find any traces of this person. Unexpectedly, this person had disappeared right before his very eyes. Elders of the Heavenly Illusionary Sect, I have something for you as well. Suddenly, Lin Fei's figure appeared. The Soul Destroyer saber brought with it a terrifying saber light and crushed towards them. How dare you! The Void Noon Hegemon was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He produced a jade-green, crystalline leaf in front of him, which blossomed with light and enveloped everyone within. Boom! The saber light rumbled and crushed over. The people under the light all seemed to have lost their souls. They only came to their senses after a few breaths had passed, and their entire bodies became muddle-headed. Since your Heavenly Illusionary Sect dares to attack me, why can't I attack you? Ha ha. Lin Fei's cold laughter came from all directions. The Void Noon Hegemon's gaze kept moving. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have given him the chance to leave. I didn't expect this wind cloud traceless to be this powerful, and he even has such a concealment technique. He should be extremely proficient in the Tao of space. This isn't good for the Heavenly Illusionary Sect. The Void Noon Hegemon, who felt that he was quite strong, felt very helpless at this moment. In this silent void, it was unknown whether or not this wind cloud traceless existed. However, the void noon hegemon couldn't find him. If he hadn't reacted quickly, a few of the people he had brought might have died. If that happened, the heavenly illusionary sect would have lost all face. All of you, be careful. Don't leave my range. The void noon hegemon didn't dare to stay any longer. The commotion here would inevitably attract people. As they retreated, the void noon hegemon was at the back. A few cracks appeared on the leaf floating in the air, causing the void noon hegemon's heart to ache. How did he end up in such a situation? After this, the void noon hegemon felt a tinge of regret. He had only realized that this slightly stronger ant was extremely powerful after exchanging blows with him, and he had nearly flipped him over. The void noon hegemon didn't know how he had returned. He had been very careful along the way, afraid that the detestable wind cloud traceless would attack again. The void noon hegemon only relaxed when he entered the heavenly illusionary sect's region. Lin Fei had left after the first attack. The power of that saber strike was enough to kill an 8-star ruler, but it had been blocked by the jade green leaf. Lin Fei wasn't disappointed. He believed that the saber strike was enough to make the heavenly illusionary sect feel apprehensive. Without fighting a true peak 8-star ruler, one would never know the true strength of a peak 8-star ruler. To think that they could be this tyrannical. In the space leading to the upper region, Lin Fei advanced carefully, his mind still on the previous battle. In addition to the memories he had obtained from Boundless Hegemon, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of peak 8-star rulers. If I wanted to kill a peak 8-star ruler, I might have to spend 200,000 to 300,000 divinity points. However, it's not like I don't have a chance of winning. My Tao of Space is my greatest weapon. Even the heavenly illusionary sect's elder couldn't see any traces of me. At least in this region, my Tao of Space can be considered perfect. Lin Fei already understood how terrifying the upper region was. Not only were there the 8 great sects, but there were also supreme hegemons. Stealing their divine crystals was equivalent to stealing food from a tiger's mouth. Moreover, it would be done in front of a tiger. Now, Lin Fei was confident. Is that the divine general platform? After smoothly passing through the border, Lin Fei stealthily entered the upper region. He stood on a towering tree, and the lush branches covered his figure. The moment he entered the upper region, Lin Fei sensed surging auras. There were at least a few hundred of these auras, and they formed balls of light in the sky. In Lin Fei's eyes, they became extremely dazzling. Even the heavenly illusionary sect's elder doesn't have such an intense aura. It seems like they are peak 8-star rulers. Their true strength must be even higher, to the point of being heaven-defying. Looking at the balls of light soaring into the sky, Lin Fei took a deep breath and revealed a smile. Such a powerful opponent was truly exciting. Lin Fei's gaze quickly landed on the stone platforms. Chapter 1588. Looking at the golden stone platform that was blooming with divine light and attracting countless movements, coupled with his own understanding, he knew that was the final destination of the geniuses. A golden stone platform emits so much divinity. What kind of joke is this? If I devour it, won't I get a lot of divinity points? The golden stone platform is in the endless space. It's a more complete great Tao of space, and I can only peek at a small part of it. Looking at the golden stone platform, Lin Fei couldn't help but frown slightly. He seemed unwilling to give up. If it wasn't for the divinity light emitted by the golden stone platform, which turned into layers of worlds and made the golden stone platform faintly visible, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. At this time, on one of the stone platforms, divine light gathered again. He saw a shadow moving in the endless space and appearing on another black stone platform. That seemed to be divine light just now. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Lin Fei had never been wrong about his own intuition. The movement just now was very likely divine light. That is indeed divine light. The little devil came out, wagging his tail, and stood on Lin Fei's shoulder. Master, you better go up and occupy those divine platforms and plunder those divine lights. Just now, I used the system to analyze and came to a conclusion. Those divine platforms contain countless divine lights. The little devil couldn't help but drool. That's good stuff. It's even more efficient than plundering divine crystals. Are you sure? Lin Fei could indeed see that those divine platforms were extraordinary. The only thing he didn't expect was that those divine platforms contained a large amount of divine light. Who do you think I am? I am your guide, a guide who has always been serving you. Those who have ascended the divine platforms contain a large amount of divinity in their bodies. Now that they are blessed with divinity by the divine platforms, their strength will advance by leaps and bounds. Even cultivating for hundreds of chaos years might not be as fast as them. They're cheating like this. Lin Fei himself was cheating. Now that the divine platforms were also cheating and directly used divinity to enhance their strength, the hundreds of light balls outside were enough to show how much those people valued the divine platforms. This kind of speedy opportunity was very rare. Otherwise, why would there be a gathering of large sects? Who would want to nurture a true powerhouse? I can guarantee that the divinity contained in those golden stone platforms will be even more terrifying. As long as you take down these divine platforms, you can rely on them to absorb as much as you want. When your divinity points reach a terrifying number, there will be even greater benefits waiting for you. The little devil laughed mischievously as if he was tempting Lin Fei. At this time, a multicolored light appeared on one of the divine stages. The people on the divine pedestal persevered for a longer period of time. Their bodies were bathed in the divine light, and the divinity in their bodies was continuously strengthened. Even though they were separated by endless space, Lin Fei could still see how terrifying the amount of divine light was. However, the amount of divine light absorbed by those people was negligible. If that's really the case, I want to give it a try. Lin Fei would be lying if he said he wasn't excited. Stealing divine crystals was dangerous, but the rewards were not small either. Compared to the middle region, it was much more difficult. Those balls of light that shot into the sky were not any weaker than the elders of the Great Empyrean Gate. Lin Fei could imagine the risks involved. Ascending to the divine stages seemed difficult, but it should be relatively easier. As long as he ascended to the divine stages, it would be like an oil well for him to absorb as much as he wanted. This was an opportunity that Lin Fei wouldn't miss even if he was beaten to death. This matter can't be rushed. I'll find someone to understand the situation. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Other than understanding the situation, he also wanted to find out whether the matter of the battle fortress had spread. This matter was very important. The upper region was occupied everywhere. Lin Fei didn't want to make a move. Using the great Tao of space, he carefully avoided the powerful rulers and didn't attract any attention. As for the Great Empyrean Gate, they didn't make a sound either. Perhaps they didn't dare to reveal this information. The upper region was very large. Lin Fei spent 7 days in a row going to various sects and capturing some 8-star rulers. From there, he searched their souls and gathered all the information. The current situation was very beneficial to Lin Fei. The matter of the battle fortress in Sky City has been exposed. This is normal. After all, there are still 10 to 20% of the rulers. I can't kill them all, and the divine servants won't agree. There was indeed news about the battle fortress on the Divine Mountain. There were very few people who believed it, and no one knew what they were searching for in private. The only good news was that there wasn't much news about him. Back then, he had left behind a black robe. Now that Lin Fei had changed his divine sense waves and aura, he didn't have to worry about being seen through. The first-rate sects might have people looking for him, but the top-rate sects didn't seem to be doing anything. Perhaps they didn't believe the authenticity of the news. Out of the 10 battle fortresses, 3 had disappeared without a trace. It wasn't something that could be discovered in a short time. No one would think that they were located in Sky City. Lin Fei quickly put down the news. After capturing quite a few 8-star rulers, Lin Fei had gained a certain understanding of the upper regions. Apart from the 8 great sects, there were representatives of the 7 hegemons and first-rate sects. This time, apart from plundering divine crystals, they were protecting the geniuses of their sects in the fight for divine generals and partial divine generals. As for the difference between divine generals and partial divine generals, these people didn't know. Perhaps it was because their statuses weren't high. There were 3 spots in total. 1 divine general and 2 partial divine generals. Of the 3 rulers fighting for the positions, the 10 princes, the 8 great sects, and a few other monstrous geniuses were the most promising. Lin Fei also saw information about young Master Fan and immortal sovereign Su Feng from his memories. Young Master Fan had left the immortal court and used his bloodline to join a mysterious power. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and he was now a peak 7-star ruler. He had ascended to the altar of gods and refined divine light, increasing his strength yet again. Sovereign Su Feng had joined the Temple Rakshasa Gate of the 8 great sects and was now a peak 7-star ruler, the same level as young Master Fan. When he saw this news, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. It hadn't been easy for him to become a 6-star ruler, but they had all become peak 7-star rulers even faster than him. If they were able to ascend to the altar of gods, their strength would definitely increase dramatically, and they wouldn't be any weaker than Hegemon Void Noon of the Heavenly Oasis Gate. Lin Fei had finally experienced the benefits of a bloodline. The reason why the 2 of them had been able to make breakthroughs in such a short period of time and consolidate their strength was because of their bloodlines. I have to ascend to the altar of gods. I can't leave the good stuff for them. How am I supposed to ascend to the altar of gods? That's going to be quite troublesome. All I can say is that you guys have nothing better to do, so why did you come up with this? Aren't you just giving me a headache? By now, there were more than 1,000 monstrous geniuses making breakthroughs on the altar of gods. All of them were top-tier geniuses of the endless territories, and they had limitless potential. At least 2/3 of them would become rulers of the 9 stars. No one dared to underestimate this kind of potential. Even if some of these geniuses were unable to become rulers of the 9 stars, once they survived the altar of gods, even ordinary rulers of the 9 stars wouldn't dare to underestimate them. But now, Lin Fei was having a headache about how to enter. The reason was actually very simple. The people from the 8 great sects and the 7 hegemons had set down a rule. Anyone who wanted to enter the altar of gods had to obtain their permission. This was because they were guarding that place. Anyone who tried to force their way in would be killed, and their clan would be purged. Quite a few sects and clans in the middle region had already been purged. Now, it was the purge outside, and there would be another big purge outside. As time passed, no one dared to barge in recklessly. Lin Fei's information didn't have a detailed understanding of that place. With so many experts, Lin Fei was very confident. According to his memories, that place was not only guarded by experts, but also protected by treasures. One needed a treasure to open the door to enter. The 8 great sects and 7 hegemons guarded the entrance. Anyone who wanted to enter had to be recommended by someone from the upper echelons, and they had to pass a test. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to enter. They completely monopolized the altar of gods. In the next few days, Lin Fei tried to approach the entrance. That place was heavily guarded. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Fei had a spatial bloodline, he might have been discovered long ago. During this period, Lin Fei saw some monstrous sovereigns being led in. There were a total of 10 peak 8-star sovereigns who opened the entrance. Each of them was even more powerful than the Void Noon sovereign. They guarded the entrance every day. Upon seeing this, Lin Fei knew that he couldn't force his way in. Even if the 10 sovereigns could defeat them, they wouldn't be willing to open the entrance. Moreover, there were so many people guarding the entrance. This method was completely impossible. Looks like I have to think of another way. Lin Fei rubbed his chin and pondered. At the Great Void Door. Ever since he returned from outside that day, the Void Noon sovereign acted as though nothing had happened. That detestable old ghost. Isn't he just one step closer? The Void Noon sovereign once again returned to the Senfu. He wasn't in a good mood. A few days ago, he had personally tried to bring Feng Wuhan back. However, he hadn't succeeded. In fact, he had developed an inexplicable sense of fear. This was especially true during the first few days. He was afraid that Feng Wuhan would attack him. Even though he had set up layers of array formations, the Void Noon sovereign was still worried. Only after a few days had passed did he relax. During this time, the Void Noon sovereign had also sent people to gather information. However, There had been no news of Feng Wuhan. It was as though he had never appeared. This surprised the Void Noon Sovereign. Could it be that Feng Wuhan hadn't come? That was impossible. Anyone would be tempted by the divine general platform. However, there was still no news of Feng Wuhan. The Void Noon Sovereign could only put this matter aside. On the divine platform, the two disciples of the Void Sky Gate hadn't broken through. This made the Void Noon Sovereign very unhappy. He silently cursed them for being useless. Even if they could catch up in the future, they wouldn't be able to obtain many fortuitous encounters. Void Noon Sovereign, it looks like you're in a bad mood. A voice suddenly rang out in the quiet hall. Lin Fei's figure silently appeared not far from the Void Noon Sovereign. He was holding an immortal fruit in his hand and eating it with relish. Chapter 1589. Void Noon Ruler had been suppressing his anger. He, a mighty peak 8-star ruler, had not been able to capture a junior, and he had even allowed him to leave so easily. This was already a huge joke. If that was all there was to it, it would have been fine. However, he had been caught off guard by Lin Fan, and he had been left in a state of panic. Now, this guy still dared to come. Did he really think he did not exist? Void Noon Ruler almost slammed the table and stood up. He stared coldly at Windcloud Traceless. Lin Fei smiled and said, "You said that you want to use an array formation to kill me. Do you believe that I won't turn your heavenly illusionary gate into a river of blood? I remember that you're the strongest elder in the heavenly illusionary gate. You know the people below. You know." These 3 words stabbed into Void Noon Ruler's soft spot. That was right. He was the strongest in the heavenly illusionary gate. If this guy attacked the other disciples of the heavenly illusionary gate, very few would survive. What Void Noon Ruler was most wary of was that this guy had a profound concealment technique. For example, now, he had appeared without a trace. Just thinking about it gave Void Noon Ruler a headache. However, Void Noon Ruler was unwilling to let this guy swagger in front of him. Senfu was his territory. He could easily take down this guy. A few thousand divinity crystals was not a small sum. Void Noon Ruler was very wary now. He did not understand what this guy was doing here. "Mph, Windcloud Traceless, don't think I don't know your background. You're from the Windcloud clan of the Netherworld Weave. If you dare to start a massacre, I can guarantee that your clan will be wiped out. The Windcloud clan will no longer exist." Void Noon Ruler threatened. Void Noon Ruler could not allow his opponent to suppress him. Lin Fei said nonchalantly, "Brother Void Noon, you can arrange for someone to attack the Windcloud clan. You should know that with my strength, as long as I don't die, I'm sure you know how much potential I have. Even if the Windcloud clan is removed, as long as I'm around, the heavenly illusionary gate can't stop me. You." The aura that Hegemon Void Noon had worked so hard to build up was instantly suppressed. Using the Windcloud clan to threaten someone was something Void Noon Ruler was used to. However, Windcloud Traceless did not care. Most importantly, Void Ruler did not dare underestimate Traceless Windcloud's potential. That day, they had exchanged blows. Although it had been a simple exchange, Void Noon Ruler had been able to test out a portion of his opponent's power, which was no weaker than his own. If such a person continued to grow, it would be the equivalent of adding a terrifying enemy to the heavenly illusionary sect. No one would be willing to do such a thing. It was precisely with this in mind that the Void Noon Hegemon chose not to attack. The other party was able to sneak in without anyone noticing, and the layers of arrays and restrictions outside were useless against them. The other party could come and go as he pleased. When that time came, the ones who should be careful would be the heavenly illusionary sect. "I came all the way here. Aren't you going to invite me to sit down?" From the very beginning, Lin Fei knew that the Void Noon Hegemon didn't have the courage to make a move. After all, no sect, especially a first-rate sect, would dare to offend a Hegemon with limitless potential. The Void Noon Ruler let out a snort. He had to admit that the other party was qualified to speak fairly with him. After all, the other party had the strength. "Please sit." Lin Fei chuckled as he sat down. This made the Void Noon Hegemon feel even more displeased, but there was nothing he could do. "I heard that the heavenly illusionary sect has a good wine. Aren't you going to let me have a taste? You. Don't go overboard. You don't know what's good for you. The Void Noon ruler said angrily. As long as I call out that Di Tian is here, do you think you can escape? The people from the 8 great sects and the supreme overlords will be very interested in you. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. I think you won't dare to call out to me. If they really come, all I have to do is say that the item is in your hands. Do you think they will believe me, a 6-star ruler, or suspect the entire heavenly illusionary sect? The Void Noon ruler wanted nothing more than to punch the fellow in front of him to death. To think that he would resort to such underhanded tactics. The Void Noon ruler couldn't retort. If those people really came, based on Feng Yunwuan's words, they would definitely suspect the entire heavenly illusionary sect. They would rather miss this opportunity than let it go. This fellow was very evil. Helpless, the Void Noon ruler could only take out the heavenly illusionary sect's supreme-grade immortal brew, the Triple Door. As for the anger in his stomach, he could only suppress it for now. The Void Noon ruler couldn't think of a good way to deal with this fellow who made him feel apprehensive. The Void Noon ruler could only wait and see what Feng Yunwuan planned to do. If Feng Yunwuan really thought that the heavenly illusionary sect was easy to bully, he would definitely make Feng Yunwuan regret it. Good wine. Lin Fei didn't even look at him as he gulped it down. The Void Noon ruler had to look up to him just because of his boldness. Aren't you afraid that I'll use some tricks in the immortal brew? Lin Fei shook his head. Do you think such shameless tricks will work? The Void Noon ruler indeed wouldn't use such tricks. There was no point. He wouldn't do something like that in front of Feng Yunwuan either. It was too meaningless. Gulp, gulp. After downing a bottle of immortal brew, Lin Fei couldn't stop praising it. Fellow Daoist Feng Yunwuan, you've sat down, and you've drunk the immortal brew. Can you talk now? I'm not in the mood to chat with you. The Void Noon ruler roared. I heard that the people of the heavenly illusionary sect aren't very good on the god pedestal. What does that have to do with you? The Void Noon ruler felt very uncomfortable. He blamed his disciples for not living up to his expectations. They didn't have the fortune to enjoy such a good opportunity, while the others improved by leaps and bounds. Your enemy, the Mountain Sea sect, has disciples that are much stronger than yours. When they come out. When Lin Fei said this, the Void Noon ruler was furious. Stop talking. Why not talk about you? I heard that the Myriad's ruler has great potential. In the future, he will definitely inherit the position of sect leader. As for your heavenly illusionary sect, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but when the time comes, your heavenly illusionary sect definitely won't be as lucky as it is now. Lin Fei was intentionally provoking the Void Noon ruler. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to succeed. The Void Noon ruler had indeed thought of this. He had no other choice. The Void Noon ruler had already figured out something. He stared at Feng Yunwuan and said, You want to ascend to the deity altar? You're dreaming if you want our heavenly illusionary sect to push you up. He sounded very determined. The Void Noon ruler wouldn't help Feng Yunwuan. Lin Fei's expression was the same as before. There was no change at all. You're right. That's why I'm here. Fellow Daoist Shu Wu, you don't have to be in such a hurry to say things. Everything can be discussed, right? Discussed my ass. The Void Noon ruler quickly calmed himself down. The deity altar doesn't belong to our heavenly illusionary sect. Fellow Daoist Feng Yunwuan is very capable. It's not like you can't ascend. Why do you need to look for our heavenly illusionary sect? The Void Noon ruler said coldly. Chapter 1590. Lin Fei's idea was simple. He would start with the Great Void Gate. The Great Void Gate had the right to recommend people. As long as he recommended them, Lin Fei would have a way to get through. He had not been observing and understanding them for nothing. Lin Fei had swaggered over. The reason he was so sure that Ruler Void Noon would agree was because of their previous fight. Ruler Void Noon knew how to deal with someone as strong as him. Strength was one aspect. Lin Fei and Ruler Void Noon had fought before. They had an understanding of each other's strength. This was a balanced foundation. Strength alone was not enough. Benefits were crucial. Based on these 2 points, Lin Fei believed that the Void Noon ruler would agree to his request. No one could refuse such a request. In comparison, as long as he reached the deity pedestal, there would be plenty of divinity points waiting for him. As long as he passed one stage, he could get them back. On the deity pedestal, no matter how dissatisfied the people outside were, no one could stop him from getting rich. Enough benefits. How arrogant. Ruler Void Noon laughed coldly. He did not care too much. Now that he knew what the other party's goal was. Hearing the other party say enough benefits, Ruler Void Noon could not help but strike a blow. Their Great Void Gate had the right to recommend people. This was one of the reasons why first-rate sects could stand tall. Almost all the people who recommended people joined these sects. Without the permission of the sects, no one would dare recommend themselves. No one was willing to nurture a strong enemy. Geniuses from various places would join the sects to ensure that the sect's strength would not be affected. Naturally, Ruler Void Noon would not recommend Traceless Windcloud. Besides, he was someone connected to Di Tian. If he had a chance, he would have captured him and interrogated him or searched his soul. That way, he would know Traceless Windcloud's true identity. Lin Fei smiled and thought, I guarantee you'll be shocked. Let's see if you can still say something like that. You'll know after you see it. How about we make a bet? If I can take out something that can move you, and I win, you will recommend me to the Divine Palace. As for whether I can go there or not, that's up to me. If I lose, I'll give you the item and 500 divine gems. Do you dare to bet with me? Lin Fei said. That's right. The Void Noon Hegemon was badly startled. The 500 God crystals alone was enough to move the Void Noon Hegemon. With these 500 God crystals, he could exchange them for many things. Some of them were even treasures that Void Noon ruler had been looking forward to for a long time. With those treasures, his strength would rise to a new level. This Windcloud Traceless is a very evil person, and he has a concealment technique that allows him to appear and disappear unpredictably. Now, he even dares to come here in broad daylight. If I don't agree and he decides to take his anger out on me, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any casualties. I might as well agree. In any case, he won't win. If he can bring out something that moves me, I'll think about it in the next life. Lin Fei was not anxious at all. Brother Fengyun, since you've put it this way, if I don't agree to it, others will think that I'm bullying you. I'd like to see what you, a member of the Fengyun clan, can bring out. Don't bring out those god-tier cultivation methods, I'm not interested in them. If you dare to bring them out, I'll agree to this bet. Void Dominator was inwardly delighted. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted by the deity-tier cultivation technique. As long as he cut off this portion, what else could Traceless Windcloud possibly offer? This guy sure has a broad mind. He even knows how to set a limit for me. Lin Fei chuckled. Deity-tier cultivation technique? Do you think that's possible? Who wouldn't be tempted by something? Even if I have it, I won't bring it out. Even without the deity-tier cultivation technique, I'll still win. We'll do as you say. I hope you won't regret this. The two immediately swore an oath to the Heavenly Tao. Once the oath was made, the Heavenly Tao sent out a ripple, confirming the oath. All right, now that the oath is made, no one can go back on it. I'd like to see what good stuff you have. Void Dominator said disapprovingly. A 6-star martial dominator, aside from divinity crystals, also had a deity-tier cultivation technique. Void Dominator did not believe that he could bring out anything else. He was certain to win this bet. 500 divinity crystals. Void Dominator was excited just thinking about it. As long as he rejected it, Traceless Windcloud's expression would definitely look good. Lin Fei snickered in his heart. One look at Void Dominator's expression and he knew what he was planning. This was all within his expectations. No one could resist the temptation of 500 divinity crystals. Take a good look. Lin Fei waved his hand, setting up layers of spell formations and restrictions within the Senfu. A set of silver battle armor appeared in front of him, emanating a terrifying pressure. PH, it's just a sovereign battle armor. Take a closer look. Void Dominator had no intention of taking a closer look, But when his divine sense landed on it, his eyes were completely drawn to it, and his voice trembled. A supreme-grade sovereign battle armor. Void Dominator's battle armor was just a high-grade sovereign battle armor. However, he had paid a hefty price for it, using 30% of his wealth. A supreme-grade sovereign battle armor was something that had a price but no supply. Whenever a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor appeared, it would immediately attract experts to buy it. Void Dominator had some wealth, but compared to those major figures, he was dozens of streets behind. Void Dominator would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. This is indeed a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor. It doesn't have any additional attributes. Of course, fellow Daoist Void Dominator can find someone to add additional attributes to it. It won't be difficult at all. Void Dominator truly hadn't expected the other party to take out something as good as a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor. With such a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor, he would be outstanding even among peak 8-star sovereigns. None of those who stood at the peak could look down on supreme-grade sovereign battle armor. Void Dominator had seen Windcloud Traceless wield a supreme-grade sovereign battle knife. Now he had a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor? Where did this guy get it? Did he find a secret realm and get it? It was rare for a sovereign to have a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor. 2 supreme-grade sovereign treasures were even rarer. Only the 10 dukes had them. Fellow Daoist Windcloud is truly generous. I'm quite tempted by this supreme-grade sovereign battle armor, Void Dominator said. However, everyone knows the benefits of the divine dais. Lin Fei didn't plan on tempting Void Dominator with just one item. Void Dominator's intentions were clear. He was waiting for the other party to concede. If this was a different place, Void Dominator would definitely agree. This sort of thing would never happen again in his life. The supreme-grade sovereign battle armor is just one of many things. I wonder what would happen if I added this item. Lin Fei waved his hand again, and a long sword appeared in midair. It also emitted the aura of a supreme-grade sovereign. A supreme-grade sovereign immortal sword. Hegemon Void Noon shot to his feet, his eyes wide and his breathing ragged. He was already tempted by the supreme-grade ruler's battle armor, but now there was a supreme-grade ruler's immortal sword. Hegemon Void Noon almost suspected that it was a fake. Since when were supreme-grade rulers' treasures so common? Lin Fei wasn't anxious at all. These 2 supreme-grade sovereign treasures were very cheap. They were the most ordinary ones without any additional attributes. They were far less valuable than the Soul Destroyer saber in his hand. Let's see if you're tempted or not. Void Dominator had been tempted by the supreme-grade sovereign battle armor at first. Now that he had taken out a supreme-grade sovereign immortal sword, it was like the straw that broke the camel's back. One for defense, one for attack. The 2 added together wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. For a moment, the Void Noon Hegemon had the thought of taking action to capture Traceless Windcloud. Even if he couldn't do it alone, he could summon all the powerhouses within the Immortal Mansion. Even if he had to pay a hefty price, he would capture Traceless Windcloud. But Void Dominator quickly suppressed this crazy idea. If he did that, the 8 great sects and the other hegemons would immediately notice it. When that happened, it would be hard to say who would end up with the treasures. They would be the ones to suffer. 1 supreme-grade sovereign battle armor was enough to cause a frenzy. If there were 2, it would be normal to destroy an alternate world. There was no need to doubt that a ruler could do it. Daoist Void Dominator, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as you refine the supreme-grade sovereign battle armor and supreme-grade sovereign immortal sword, your strength will increase tremendously. Your status in the sect will rise as well. You'll be able to go to more dangerous places. You might even be able to break through to the 9 stars realm. Void Dominator's breathing quickened. No one could have imagined that someone would take out 2 supreme-grade sovereign treasures. Void Dominator also understood why he had to set up a restrictive array. Right now, Void Dominator could not resist this temptation. As long as he had these 2 treasures, all his previous enemies and old rivals would no longer be a match for him. Void Dominator was completely confident that he could destroy them one by one. And the premise was that he had to recommend Traceless Wind. Void Dominator did not care whether he succeeded or not. The items in front of him were real, and no one could refuse them. Furthermore, they could become his trump cards. Void Dominator tried his best to calm himself down. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had not made a move. Otherwise, these two supreme-grade sovereign treasures would have belonged to someone else. If that happened, he would be filled with jealousy. "You win," Void Dominator said in a low voice. "I will bring you there. Whether you succeed or not is up to you. The Void Skygate only has the right to recommend you. If you can pass the test, you can enter." Lin Fei laughed. "I only need a recommendation. You don't have to worry about the rest. If I really do go, I will definitely avenge the Void Skygate and chase that Dominator myriads down." Void Dominator was indeed tempted. If he could chase that Dominator myriads down, that would be a good thing. Void Dominator did not like those guys. Given Traceless Wind's strength, if he really wanted to go, he definitely had the ability to do so. At this point, the situation was very clear. Chapter 1591. 2 supreme-grade ruler treasures were given to Ruler Void Noon. Everything was quickly arranged. Lin Fei did not stay in Senfu. After discussing what to do next, he left Senfu. 3 days later, Lin Fei entered Senfu of Heavenly Illusionary Gate again and saw Ruler Void Noon, who was in good spirits. "Daoist Windcloud, you came so quickly." Ruler Void Noon was still waiting for him alone. Ever since he got the 2 supreme-grade ruler treasures, Ruler Void Noon spent a day inspecting them. After confirming that there were no problems, he refined them and turned them into 2 powerful trump cards. In these 3 days, he spoke with more confidence. "Hehe, if I didn't come quickly, I'm afraid you'll forget, and I'll be the one to lose," Lin Fei said with a smile. Ruler Void Noon did not like his smile, but there was nothing he could do. He snorted coldly to express his dissatisfaction. "I've already arranged everything for you. However, I heard that several potential rulers are going to the altar today. Behind them are people from the 8 great sects. You must be mentally prepared." Even if Ruler Void Noon did not say it, Lin Fei would have heard about it. "I'll have to trouble you, Daoist Void Noon." The Void Noon Hegemon led Lin Fei towards the entrance. Lin Fei wore a black robe that covered his face. He walked unhurriedly behind Ruler Void Noon, just a body's length behind as they passed through layers of restrictive arrays. They're really careful. They actually set up so many restrictive arrays. There must be at least 10,000 of them. Ruler Void Noon would take out a token every time they passed through an area. Along the way, Lin Fei was checked by at least 100 rulers' divine senses. Lin Fei was a 6-star ruler now and did not need to hide at all. "The end is up ahead," Ruler Void Noon said softly. As long as Hegemon Void Noon brought Windcloud Traceless over, he would not have to worry about the rest. Windcloud Traceless would no longer have anything to do with him. Even if Windcloud Traceless did not qualify to enter, Hegemon Void Noon would not care. "Daoist Void Noon, you're here." They passed through the last restrictive array. The Void Noon Sovereign brought Lin Fei to an empty space. Off in the distance, there was a space-time portal. There was no one around it. Lin Fei glanced at the space-time door and lowered his head. He did not look at it. With that one glance, Lin Fei already knew that there were over 100 sovereigns hidden in the depths of the void, ready to deal a fatal blow at any moment. This was also because Lin Fei had the space bloodline, which allowed him to sense the fluctuations in the depths. A silver-armored hegemon walked over from afar. He was tall and muscular, and with every step he took, the surrounding space seemed to transform. This person seemed to be very familiar with the Void Noon hegemon. "This is Elder Tianba of Zhengyi School. He is the examiner." Lin Fei knew Zhengyi School very well. It was one of the 8 major sects, a very powerful sect. "I was in a hurry to ascend to the god's dais, so I had no choice but to come." Hegemon Void Noon smiled apologetically. Elder Tianba glanced over and saw a 6-star sovereign. He did not reveal any strange expression. "This is the potential sovereign that the Heaven Illusionary sect recruited." Hegemon Void Noon nodded. "Yes, a guy with a lot of potential. That is why I wanted him to try. Who knows, There might be some unexpected gains. Elder Tianba and Hegemon Void Noon were on good terms. When he heard that he was going to arrange for a disciple to ascend to the god's dais, he did not care too much. As long as his strength was not too low, everyone would agree if Zhengyi School asked. This was a 6-star sovereign? Elder Tianba did not seem very happy. Right now, the potential sovereigns who entered the god's dais were at least 7-star sovereigns. This was not enough. Almost all of them had the strength of 8-star sovereigns. A 6-star sovereign young man did not seem very presentable. Hegemon Void Noon did not dare to say anything. Although he knew Elder Tianba, it did not mean that he had to listen to him. Daoist Void Noon, if it was a few days ago, I would have agreed to your arrangement. Elder Tianba's gaze paused on the black-robed young man. I'm afraid it won't be possible today. The other potential sovereigns are here too. You know, we have a limit on the number of people we can send every day. Sigh, speak of the devil. They are here. Hegemon Void Noon turned his head and saw several sect elders pass through the restrictive formations and appear here with the youths. It's them. Hegemon Void Noon inhaled sharply. He recognized them at a glance. Heartless Sect, Heavenly Wave Sect, Wind Fire Sacred Mountain, 6 sacred sects. Good heavens, each of these sects is a first-rate sect. They are stronger than the Heaven Illusionary Sect. In fact, they are even stronger. Hegemon Void Noon groaned inwardly. Why did he encounter such a thing? Today's timing was not good. Daoist Void Noon, what a coincidence. You are here to send your disciple as well. I heard that your disciple did not perform too well on the god's dais. He is not even as good as our Wind Fire Sacred Mountain's disciple. Ha ha ha. A black-faced hegemon amongst the group of people who had just arrived laughed loudly. Hegemon Void Noon's eyes were filled with anger. Wind Fire Sacred Mountain was one of Hegemon Void Noon's opposing sects. They had fought against the Heaven Illusionary Sect for a long time, and as time passed, the Heaven Illusionary Sect had gradually fallen behind. Hegemon Void Noon retorted, Fellow Daoist Void Noon, it is not up to you to decide how my disciple fares. Until the very last moment, who dares claim to be the greatest winner? Hegemon Void Noon retorted, Oh? Fellow Daoist Void Noon, what is wrong with you today? How dare you speak to me like that? Don't forget who I defeated in the past. I wonder if you have grown any stronger after all these years. Master, there is no need for you to do anything. Your disciple can beat him down by himself. A young man next to Hegemon Void Noon said arrogantly. He didn't even look at Hegemon Void Noon as if he was worthless. Hegemon Void Noon roared with laughter. Did you hear that? You weren't a match for me in the past, and you won't be a match for me today either. I imagine that even my disciple will find it extremely difficult for you to deal with him. Hegemon Void Noon forcibly suppressed his rage. If this was a different place, he would definitely make Hegemon Void Noon pay a heavy price and make him regret saying such words. Elder Tianba stepped forward, preventing the two from continuing. Hunt, this isn't Windfire Sacred Mountain. Be careful. Hegemon Void Noon snickered at these nonchalant words. The current Heaven Illusionary Sect was far from the old Heaven Illusionary Sect, and now that Hegemon Void Noon had become much more powerful, he didn't take Hegemon Void Noon seriously. Fellow Daoist Void Noon, they have a total of 8 disciples who will be participating in the selection. Today, we can only send 5 potential Hegemons in. Will your disciple be sure to go? Hegemon Void Noon said. Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, he has to give it a try. Ahahaha, a mere 6-star Hegemon dares to go to the god dais? I can slap your disciple to death with a single finger. Hegemon Ankh laughed arrogantly, then waved a finger, sending an enormous finger stabbing out. Chapter 1592. This was a blatant refusal to give him face. Void Noon Ruler was also a famous senior. How could he allow a junior disciple to be arrogant in front of him? He wanted to teach him a lesson, but he didn't attack. Someone would hate them more than he did, and might want to kill them. Hunting Sovereign, you'll definitely regret allowing your disciples to act. Even I admit that I can't take him down. Now that you've offended him, your Windfire Sacred Mountain will suffer. At the very least, your disciples won't have a good time. If you were anywhere else, You wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Void Noon Ruler was very clear about Windcloud Traceless strength. Offending Windcloud Traceless here would definitely not end well for them. He knew that Windcloud Traceless wasn't a good-tempered person. He didn't even respect him, let alone others. Hunting Ruler, how dare you? Void Noon Ruler still had to show his respect. His words were loud, but he didn't attack. The people from the other 3 sects were happy to watch the show. A 6-star ruler wanted to ascend to the spiritual pedestal. What potential could he have? It was a good thing that Ankang sent him away. Sky Illusionary Gate was getting worse by the day, especially the disciples who went up recently. They didn't have any good breakthroughs, wasting their chance. These sects didn't need to care. Sky Illusionary Gate definitely wouldn't make it in the future. In such a situation, they wouldn't say much. If he was taught a lesson, then so be it. As for that 6-star ruler, they couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Lin Fei kept his head down. He wasn't interested in these things. As long as he could enter the spiritual pedestal, it would only take a while. In the end, things didn't go as smoothly as he imagined. The person who suddenly appeared first caused a commotion with Void Noon Ruler, and this Elder Tianba didn't stop it, letting it continue. Lin Fei immediately understood that Sky Illusionary Gate wasn't in a good situation. Many first-rate sects viewed them with enmity. Originally, Lin Fei didn't think that things would escalate to him. He didn't expect that someone would step on him to show his respect. F***ck, this Ankang brat is really unkind. He wants to kill me. As the giant finger stabbed out, layers of space appeared. Lin Fei felt as if he was about to fall into a chaotic space. He was about to be killed by this finger. You're courting death. Lin Fei was low profile, but it didn't mean that anyone could kill him. In a fit of rage, he also pointed his finger at Zhongxian. This wasn't a powerful attack, but it was still extremely domineering. Boom boom boom. The void around the two of them was constantly torn apart, but it quickly recovered. Hegemon Ankh was slightly startled. He hadn't been able to kill his opponent with his finger attack, but had instead been forcibly broken apart. He felt quite uncomfortable. A mere 6-star Hegemon actually dared to exchange blows with him? A cold light flashed in his eyes. Not bad. You were actually able to block my finger attack. After making this move, Lin Fei did not attack again. Before entering, Lin Fei did not intend to reveal his strength to avoid arousing suspicion. It would be fine as long as he performed at the same level as the other party. I'll remember you. Don't let me see you again, or I'll kill you with a single punch. Lin Fei stared at Hegemon Ankh and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei instantly felt 2 rays of cold light fall on his body. Fellow Daoist Shu Wu, your disciple is very bold. He even dares to threaten my disciple. Hegemon Hunting hadn't taken him seriously at first, but after exchanging blows, he was able to see some things. That's not really a threat. If your disciple can attack, why can't my disciple? It's just a few threatening words. Hegemon Shu Wu felt much better now, even though there was no relationship between them. In a situation like this, they were definitely on the same side. The remaining 3 sects all looked at Hegemon Shu Wu's disciple in a higher light. He had some strength. In their eyes, he only had some strength. They didn't need to care about him. Elder Tianba coughed lightly. This is the God Mountain, an area controlled by the 8 great sects. If any of you dare to attack again, I will immediately revoke your right to enter. Hegemon Ankh didn't take him seriously. He pointed with a finger. I'll remember you too, disciple of the Sky Void Gate. Come with me. Elder Tianba continued walking forward. A few sects walked at the very front. Their gazes didn't linger on Lin Fei for long. Hegemon Ankh made a beheading gesture, then swaggered away. I'm not too sure about this. You can't blame me for this. Hegemon Void sent via divine sense. He didn't want to be misunderstood. Lin Fei said, they're just a few ants. I don't take them seriously. Ankh, if you run into that person just now, find an opportunity to kill him. I don't like him very much. Hegemon Hunting said. Ankh nodded. Master, don't worry. I only used 60% of my strength in that finger attack. If I used my full strength, he would definitely die. Even if you didn't say anything, I would still kill him. He dared to threaten me in front of everyone. I'll kill him with a single punch and teach him what it means to say that a loose tongue can cause trouble. Master, the Sky Void Gate is on the verge of decline. After the Divine General Deus ends, the Sky Void Gate probably won't be able to maintain its position as a first-rate sect. Who knows how many sects will want to topple them? Another youth, Hegemon Green Peak, said. The hunting Hegemon laughed smugly. The Heavenly Oasis Gate is nothing. Those who were able to come down from the God's dais are destined to be future experts. Don't disappoint your master, the two of you. Your master thinks very highly of you. The two of them expressed once again that they wouldn't disappoint their master. They would strive to obtain the most benefits from the divine dais and strive to reach the top 3 positions. The entrance is right in front of us. Since the number of spots is limited, in order to maintain the balance, only 5 of you can enter. Elder Tianba swept his gaze over everyone. As for the rest of you, I can only say that you aren't lucky enough to enter. Elder Tianba stretched out his hand and pointed, tearing open a void. An arena immediately appeared in the void. A void arena was constructed in an instant, proving the strength and realm of the Zhengyi sect's elder. The 9 of you, walk around the arena. This elder will release the puppet sovereigns, and whoever collects the first 5 puppets can enter the divine pedestal. This is also to fully allow the sovereigns with potential to enter the divine pedestal. I believe you understand. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was the rule set by the 8 major sects. No one dared to refute it. Otherwise, they would be going against the 8 major sects and the super overlords. No one would be stupid enough to do that. They could only follow the rules. Hehe, I like this. We can only see who is the strongest based on our own abilities. I can definitely enter the divine dais. Collect puppet sovereigns. Lin Fei was very clear about the trick. If one's overall strength wasn't strong, they were destined to be eliminated. In Lin Fei's opinion, entering the top 5 wasn't difficult. It was just a competition of speed. What Lin Fei was least afraid of was speed. All right, everyone can enter, Elder Tianba said with a smile. One figure after another rushed into the void, ascending the void arena as if they wanted to choose a good spot. Young man, are you sure you want to go up? Elder Tianba asked when Lin Fei was about to enter. This was also to give face to the void sovereign. There are so many experts here. I really want to give it a try, Lin Fei said calmly. Elder Tianba immediately regarded him as an arrogant person. There were 4 sect disciples present, and there was the previous conflict. As long as this kid entered, the people of Windfire Sacred Mountain would deal with this kid immediately. The result was also determined. There would be no other result. Originally, he wanted to give face to the Void Sovereign. As long as he didn't enter, those people couldn't do anything to him. No one dared to kill here. That would be challenging the 8 major sects. The Void Sovereign lowered his head and didn't say anything. If Feng Wuhan was a disciple of the Sky Illusionary Gate, the Void Sovereign would definitely agree. Unfortunately, Feng Wuhan wasn't. Even if he said something, the Void Sovereign wouldn't listen. Senior, can I ask, can I kill people inside? Without waiting for Elder Tianba to speak, Lin Fei spoke first and even said something that was filled with killing intent. Can I kill people inside? Elder Tianba said coldly. The Void Arena doesn't prohibit killing people, but you have to have the ability to kill. Others didn't kill you, but you were killed instead. This kid really didn't know how high the sky was. Elder Tianba didn't want to say anything. It wasn't like he hadn't seen rulers who tried to be brave. In the end, none of them had a good ending. They all died because of an unexpected disaster. Daoist Void Sovereign, your sect's disciple isn't bad. The wandering sovereign sneered. He really hadn't seen such a brainless fellow before. This kid was clearly going to die, but he still said it as if it made sense. Being able to kill a disciple of the Sky Illusionary Gate was something to be happy about. He believed that when that happened, the Void Sovereign's expression would definitely be very good. Under everyone's strange gazes, Lin Fei flew into the void. He didn't rush and entered the void arena. Elder Tianba also entered the void. He raised his hand and pointed at the void arena, sealing it. You all have an hour to collect the ruler puppet. During this time, you are not allowed to leave the arena. If there are no objections, this elder will release the ruler puppet. Lin Fei casually stood in a corner of the void arena. In the other areas of the arena, they were standing in pairs. Needless to say, they were working together. Lin Fei could also see that their gazes were not very friendly. Lin Fei knew very well that they wanted him to be the first person they could expel. After killing him, they only needed to get rid of 3 more people, and they could enter the God Arena. This was the best method. Of course, they didn't need to get rid of them. They just needed to get rid of him. Kid, you're very bold. You really dared to come in. Later, I'll deal with you first. I guarantee that you'll die a quick death. Ruler Ankang's voice exploded in Lin Fei's ears. And he was very arrogant. Lin Fei gave Ruler Ankang the middle finger. I'll be waiting. Hua 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 tilde. Chapter 1593. Boom boom boom. 100 humanoid sovereigns rushed down, all of them emanating powerful auras. Their strength was stable at the level of a 5-star sovereign, and with the special characteristics of the puppet sovereigns, their strength would increase by 20 to 30%. After Elder Tian Ba released the first wave of puppet rulers, he stopped moving. Humph, let's see what an arrogant brat like you can do. The elder of the Zhengyi sect, Elder Tianba, was not optimistic about this disciple from the heavenly illusionary sect. If he were to face a few disciples from other sects, he might be the first to be kicked out. 100 puppet sovereigns charged down, attacking them. Long sabers, long swords, long spears, and all sorts of other weapons appeared in the puppet sovereign's hands, causing a field of light to envelop the arena. Kid, I'm coming. As soon as the Hegemon Golem descended, Hegemon Ankh let out a loud laugh. A powerful aura rose up from his body, and a terrifying domain-type power radiated outwards. Bang bang bang. The descending puppet sovereigns were all sent flying. Hegemon Ankh was completely unstoppable. Right now, what he wanted to do more than anything else was to kill this brat from the Sky Void sect. This brat had dared to threaten him in front of so many people. He really didn't know what was good for him. His master wanted him dead. Hegemon Ankh wanted him dead as well. There was no room for negotiation. Didn't you want to kill me with one punch? Now, I will use my strongest power to kill you and let you know the true power of a potential ruler. Ankang's ruler domain continued to expand. Netherworld battleship. In the domain, a terrifying black ship attacked. As soon as the battleship appeared, the huge arena began to tremble, as if it couldn't withstand its power. Brat, you definitely don't know what this is. This is the power of my bloodline, a power that you will never be able to possess in your entire life. You will die beneath my warship. Hegemon Healthguard wanted to make a statement in front of everyone. The hunting Hegemon glanced smugly at the nearby Hegemon Voidnoon, then laughed. Fellow Daoist Voidnoon, what do you think of my disciple? He was born with the Netherworld bloodline. I wonder what bloodline your disciple has. It can fight against the Netherworld bloodline. In first-rate sects, having the potential to become a ruler did not mean that one was strong enough. The most important factor was his bloodline. The quality of one's bloodline was very important for breaking through to the next few realms. There was a huge difference between an 8-star ruler and a 9-star ruler. The Netherworld bloodline could be considered an upper-middle level bloodline. This was the reason why the hunting Hegemon valued his disciples so highly. So, it's the Netherworld bloodline, and the quality is above average. He's indeed worthy of being called a potential dominator. Now that I'm a 7-star sovereign, my combat prowess should be equivalent to 30 to 48-star sovereigns combined. The Void Noon Hegemon didn't say anything. How could he know what kind of bloodline Traceless Windcloud had? Naturally, he would not say anything about it. However, he was laughing coldly in his heart. The Netherworld bloodline is indeed not bad. It's of an above-average grade. It has a high chance of becoming a dominator of 9 stars in the future. It's a pity that he didn't know who Traceless Windcloud is. The Void Noon Hegemon said nothing, causing the hunting Hegemon to feel even better. He believed that the disciple of the Sky Oasis sect was inferior to his own disciple, and so he didn't dare to speak. Letting a disciple kill a disciple from the heavenly illusionary gate was not a bad thing. Under such circumstances, even if the Void Noon ruler was dissatisfied, he could only swallow his anger and accept his bad luck. After all, everyone had made this decision together. The terrifying attack of the Netherworld warship arrived. Lin Fei's expression did not change. "Is this your bloodline? It seems to me that it's only SOSO. If the opponent had not been so overbearing, Lin Fei might not have truly wanted to kill him. Now, however, the opponent had come to die. Lin Fei could not be blamed for killing him. Lin Fei laughed coldly, then disappeared from the void arena. The Netherworld warship stopped. It had lost its target. "Where is he?" The Peacekeeper Hegemon could not help but cry out. Streaks of divine sense searched. The opponent had disappeared into thin air, just like that. Impossible. This is the void arena. How could he not be here? The Peacekeeper Hegemon shook his head. The guy whom he thought was definitely going to die had disappeared, just like that. Outside, Elder Tianba revealed a look of confusion. Had that kid used some sort of trump card? "I said that I would kill you with one punch, and I will kill you with one punch. I definitely won't use a second punch." A deep voice rang out from behind the Peacekeeper Hegemon. The Peacekeeper Hegemon's gaze instantly turned cold, as if he had been targeted by a ferocious beast. He immediately retreated. However, no matter how he retreated, the kid he had to kill was still right in front of him. Then, he saw a punch flying towards him. The punch transformed into a streak of light, broke through the Peacekeeper Hegemon's domain, and landed directly on him. Boom! A ruler battle robe appeared on the Peacekeeper Hegemon's body. It was a high-grade ruler battle robe. "I have a high-grade ruler battle robe to protect me. You can't kill me." Crack 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 crack. The Peacekeeper Hegemon looked down. The high-grade ruler battle robe on his body began to crack. The cracks increased, and then it exploded into pieces. The Peacekeeper Hegemon became one of them. "This is the space bloodline?" Elder Tianba suddenly understood. Then, a look of joy appeared in his eyes. The Sky Illusionary sect actually recruited someone with the space bloodline. I don't know how pure his bloodline is, but he must be quite extraordinary to be able to avoid their divine senses. No wonder Daoist Shu Wu is so confident. With Elder Tianba's vision, he could easily tell that the opponent was not ordinary. The spectators outside were all dumbfounded. Especially the wandering hunter ruler. His face stiffened. Ankang has the potential to become a ruler. How could he be killed? This result was incomprehensible. The faces of the people from the other sects all changed. The Sky Illusionary sect's disciple was so strong. The fight for the next spots would probably be problematic. The Peacekeeper Hegemon's bloodline was not bad. Lin Fei didn't fight him head-on. He used his advantages to easily kill the opponent. The disciples of the Heartless sect, the Skywave sect, the Six Sacred sects, and the Windfire Sacred Mountain all sucked in cold breaths. They secretly hoped that the two of them would fight to the death. That way, it would be much easier for them to deal with the Peacekeeper Hegemon. But they didn't expect that the Peacekeeper Hegemon would be killed by that unassuming six-star ruler with a single punch. After the wolf went, a tiger came. Moreover, it was a very powerful one. "I only want one spot. You can decide the rest." Lin Fei once again disappeared from the void arena and appeared behind the Green Peak ruler. His fists soared into the sky. Instantly, more than 100 punches landed on the Green Peak ruler's body. Crack crack crack. Boom. The Green Peak ruler exploded into pieces. The remaining 6 rulers exchanged glances. They were all stunned by this storm-like attack. Although the Green Peak ruler wasn't as strong as the Peacekeeper Hegemon, he still had combat power. And yet, he had been easily killed by this black-robed man. These words caused them to break out in cold sweat. Chapter 1594. My Two Disciples. Hegemon Ankh had been killed with a single punch. Hegemon Hunt's face stiffened. Before this was over, his other disciple, Hegemon Greenpeak, had been killed as well, and in a flurry of punches. Hegemon Hunt almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had lost 2 disciples in a row. How could he accept this? If his disciples could benefit from the god pedestal competition, his status in the sect would rise as well. Now, it had been destroyed. It was all that bastard kid's fault. Hegemon Hunt had spent quite a bit of effort on these 2 disciples. Now that they had been killed by that despicable kid, all that effort had been for nothing. Hegemon Void Noon, I really underestimated you. Hegemon Void Noon had known this would happen. He didn't even need to think about it. It was already set in stone and wouldn't change anything. Although he hadn't done it himself, he still had a hint of pride on his face. To be able to cause his old enemy to stumble was definitely a good way to vent his anger. The 2 bloodline sovereigns would probably feel heartache for a while. Bloodline sovereigns weren't easy to find. This is a matter between disciples. If they die, it can only be said that they weren't strong enough. Don't you think so? Hegemon Void Noon said calmly, ignoring Hegemon Hunt's murderous gaze. Fine, just you wait. I'll be in a hurry today. If we weren't on the God Mountain, Hegemon Hunt would definitely charge in and take that kid's life. Hegemon Void Noon continued to ignore him. On the Void Arena, the remaining people all sucked in cold breaths. Their foreheads were covered in sweat. No problem. We have nothing to say. The 6 of them looked at each other bitterly and began to attack each other. Hegemon Ankh and Hegemon Greenpeak died one after the other. They realized how powerful their opponents were. Their concealment techniques were so profound that even divine sense couldn't see through them. This sort of person was the most terrifying. Between giving up a spot or paying with their lives, they chose the first option. In the end, the unlucky ones were the Heartless Gate. 2 of their disciples were eliminated. They were lucky enough to lose their spots and survive. This was their greatest luck. Lin Fei casually collected a few sovereign golems and didn't worry about anything else. After showing off a little, Lin Fei believed that as long as they weren't crazy, they definitely wouldn't attack. In truth, they truly didn't have the guts to. It wasn't worth it to pay such a high price, so it was better to clear out 2 of them. This provoked the members of Heartless Sect quite a bit. They stared furiously at Hegemon Void Noon, causing him to feel quite helpless. Was his trade with Traceless Windcloud worth it? First, he had completely offended the hunting Hegemon, then he had killed 2 of his disciples, bloodline disciples at that. Then, he had used the situation to cause the disciples of the Heartless School to lose their qualifications. The Void Noon ruler felt the pressure as well. He knew that they wouldn't just let this matter rest. Congratulations to you guys. The Void Arena dissipated. The 5 of them handed over the sovereign puppets they had collected. There was no need to count them. There were only 5 people left, and each of them had the right to enter the divine altar. The way Elder Tian Ba looked at Lin Fei was a little different. After all, any sect would be very interested in a fellow who was suspected to have a spatial bloodline. It was simply too difficult to have a spatial bloodline, and once one had a spatial bloodline, their future achievements would be limitless. As soon as everyone came out, the other 4 left first. Standing next to him gave him too much pressure. It was as if he was facing a ferocious beast. It was better to stay away from him. Kid, you're not bad. Even Elder Tian Ba would look at someone with such a rare bloodline. If an expert like him wanted to leave, it would be very easy. If they wanted to assassinate him, it would also be very easy. There had once been an assassin with a spatial bloodline in the Endless Territories. This assassin was only an 8-star Hegemon, but he was very famous in the Endless Territories. Anyone he killed almost never survived. His most impressive achievement was killing 9-star Hegemons, and he had been in hiding for 100 years. Afterwards, this assassin had gone too far, and the various major powers had joined forces to hunt him down. However, they had paid an enormous price, and everyone had been moved. The constitution of a spatial bloodline was quite terrifying. In the Endless Territories, a spatial bloodline was enough to rank in the top 50. Elder Tian Ba had a very high opinion of this person. Thank you, Lin Fei said calmly. As soon as he emerged from the void, Lin Fei could sense a killing intent land on him. He didn't even need to look to know who it was coming from, but he didn't pay it any mind. The names have been decided. You can leave now, Elder Tien Ba said to them. The people from the Skywave sect and the 6 divine sects left happily. As long as they were qualified to enter, their disciples would gain something. When the people from the Heartless sect left, they all revealed killing intent. It was obvious who this killing intent was directed at. The wandering hegemon said, "You better pray that I don't bump into you when you come out." If it wasn't for Elder Tien Ba's warning gaze, the wandering hegemon might have really attacked. Lin Fei laughed. "Hey, you're wrong. I should return those words to you. I believe you will understand." The wandering hegemon snorted. We'll see." The void hegemon walked over and said in a low voice, "You have to be careful of this fellow. He's very narrow-minded, and he has the Heartless sect." Lin Fei nodded. "Thanks." Now that things had come to this, the two of them had completed their transaction. The void hegemon no longer needed to be responsible for anything. "All right, follow me. I'll get someone to open the entrance." Elder Tien Ba was in an exceptionally good mood. He was also wondering if the righteous sect could recruit this young man with a spatial bloodline physique. It would be a pity for such a potential hegemon to fall into the hands of a first-rate sect. Opening the entrance wasn't very complicated. It was nothing more than everyone opening the restriction at the same time. It couldn't be opened without any one of them. Everyone had to do it together. Lin Fei became excited. He had paid a great price for this moment. Lin Fei tried hard to calm himself down so that he wouldn't reveal any flaws. He didn't want anything to go wrong at this crucial moment. "Everyone, go in one by one." Lin Fei was the last, so he wasn't in a hurry. The few in front flew in excitedly. Soon, it was Lin Fei's turn. As long as he entered, the matter would be completed. Wait. When Lin Fei walked forward, a tyrannical aura suddenly descended. An overbearing divine sense locked onto Lin Fei. "Young man, why do I find you a little familiar?" A golden-armored ruler appeared in the open space. Elder Tien Ba frowned. "Immeasurable fellow, what's the meaning of this?" The golden-armored ruler's gaze was fixed on the black-robed man. He snorted. "I find this person familiar. What do you think I'll do if I ask again?" Elder Tien Ba really didn't like this immeasurable ruler. He had a powerful background and was the subordinate of the Dark Ruler. The Dark Ruler was one of the super overlords and controlled a battle fortress. His subordinates were arrogant, and this person was one of his generals. The righteous sect wasn't afraid of the Dark Ruler, but they didn't want to offend him either. It wouldn't do them any good. Instead, others would take advantage of them. This wasn't something the righteous sect wanted to see. "An acquaintance," the golden-armored ruler said. "Recently, the Sacred Mountain has done something they shouldn't have done except for a terrifyingly powerful black-robed ruler. I was just passing by, so I came to see if you're an old acquaintance of mine. Go ahead and take a look. Don't cause any trouble." Elder Tien Ba still had to give him face. "I know." Lin Fei couldn't stay calm. F***CK, who is this guy? "The immeasurable ruler." "Right, he seems to be the Dark Ruler's general." "Is it because of the Night Ruler?" He had captured the 8-star rulers and found out many things. One of them was related to the Dark Ruler. Lin Fei also knew who the immeasurable ruler was. "If I had known this would happen, I would have been the first to go in," Lin Fei complained. "I used a special technique. My aura and divine sense have changed. It's completely different from before. The immeasurable ruler might not be able to tell." The golden-armored ruler's immeasurable ruler was indeed passing by and had come down after seeing the black-robed man. News of the Night Sovereign's existence had spread among their ranks, making them feel extremely embarrassed. They had been searching for that black-robed figure for a long time, and they had some clues. They knew that he was someone called Feng Yunwuan, and they were very suspicious of him. However, recently, he had disappeared without a trace. The immeasurable ruler's gaze swept over the black-robed man. He didn't say anything. Suddenly, he slapped his palm toward the black-robed man. "What are you doing, immeasurable ruler?" The immeasurable ruler laughed loudly. "I don't like people who wear black robes. I hope he won't wear black robes in the future." After scanning the black-robed man, The immeasurable ruler confirmed that this person wasn't Feng Wuhan. His divine sense and aura were different. He just didn't like the black-robed man and slapped him. Cough, cough, cough. Although Elder Tianba made a move, he couldn't stop everything. The boundless hegemon left just like that after throwing down those words. That bastard. Elder Tianba was very dissatisfied. Are you all right? Lin Fei coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Thank you for your help, Elder. I can still hold on. He was cursing in his heart. Bastard, I got shot while I was doing nothing. Lin Fei was used to wearing black robes. Who would have thought that he would attract trouble because of it? He got hit by a palm out of nowhere. If he hadn't secretly diverted some of the power away, he would have been exposed. Do you want to go in after you recover your strength? Elder Tianba was very dissatisfied with the immeasurable ruler. No need. I brought healing pills. I'll recover very quickly. Lin Fei didn't want to attract more trouble. He politely rejected the immeasurable ruler's good intentions. Good luck. Lin Fei took out a few pills and ate them. His complexion looked better. He went in. Spiritual platform, I'm coming. Chapter 1595. Lin Fei only felt like he was flying in a chaotic space. He was being guided by a force. This force was very strong. Lin Fei tried to resist for a while and decided to give up. This force was very strong and terrifying. The resisting force was instantly smoothed out by a hand and disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei decided to ignore this power, allowing it to guide him as he flew towards a divine altar in the distance. The divine altar was getting closer and closer. In the end, Lin Fei still underestimated this distance. It was very far. Time passed very quickly. Lin Fei could already confirm one thing. The divine platform wasn't in this space, but in thousands of spaces. There was no fixed position. Even those who were proficient in the Tao of space couldn't lock onto its specific location. What a brilliant move. It stopped everyone's thoughts. Interesting. Lin Fei could still feel the chaotic space outside. Once people went in, they could forget about coming out easily. With this double insurance, unless someone could ignore the force outside, no one would come in and lose their life for nothing. 10 breaths. 20 breaths. Lin Fei couldn't explain it clearly. It seemed like a long time, but it also felt very fast. It gave people the feeling that they had experienced a long time. I'm here. When a huge stone platform appeared in front of him, the guiding force pushed lightly. Lin Fei stood on this divine platform that everyone was jealous of. It felt good to be standing on solid ground. The guiding force on Lin Fei's body dissipated, and he quickly realized that this place was different. What a powerful spatial force. No one can sense the specific location. It seems like the direction has been messed up. It feels like the divine platform is moving too. It's a very mysterious feeling. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered such a feeling. A second look. Lin Fei noticed that the stone platform wasn't big. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could see the entire divine platform. Other than that, Lin Fei also noticed that the previous rulers were also standing on the stone platform like him, feeling rather excited. There's someone else. Other than them, Lin Fei also noticed that there were people sitting cross-legged. There were over 100 of them, and all of them were hegemons. They each found a spot and sat cross-legged on the stone platform. Traces of golden divinity drilled into their bodies, making them look exceptionally holy. Welcome to the divine altar. A figure appeared out of thin air in front of them. It was a grey-robed old man. This old man is the spirit envoy of this divine altar. As soon as this person appeared, everyone, including Lin Fei, became alert. The way this person appeared was really strange. Spirit envoy. The spirit envoy of the spiritual pedestal stage. The grey-robed spirit envoy didn't care about their actions. He said calmly, since all of you were able to enter this place, each of you has the potential to become a ruler. You all have the potential to become a god general. Let me congratulate all of you in advance. A divine general. These words made the people in front very excited. After all, everyone had come from afar and experienced numerous dangers for the sake of becoming divine generals. Otherwise, only a ghost would come here. If you want to become a divine general, your current strength is not enough, the grey-robed spirit envoy said bluntly. Next, you will have to accept the test of the spiritual pedestal and continuously increase your own abilities. As long as you have talent and potential, it would not be difficult for your abilities to increase by 100-fold. The 100-fold increase in strength shocked them once again. Lin Fei did not care too much. 100-fold increase? As long as he had enough divinity points, he could also increase his strength by 100-fold or even more. What test is it? What are the tests? Will we die? They took the initiative to ask. Their ears perked up. They couldn't wait to clarify the situation. At least they were clear about one thing. The people on the spiritual pedestal were all accepting the test. The grey-robed spirit envoy said, "This spirit pedestal was created by a supreme expert for the purpose of nurturing a group of peerless experts. All of you are extremely fortunate to have the qualifications to participate. Now, allow this old man to announce the rules of the spirit pedestal. The spiritual pedestal has a total of 999 levels. Each spiritual pedestal is considered a level. There are a total of 4 stages. Each stage is different and has different benefits. The first 300 levels are the first stage. It is considered a body forging stage. You are allowed to absorb divinity and create a perfect body. Killing is not allowed on this spiritual pedestal. Anyone who violates the rules will be killed without mercy." The last 3 words made everyone break out in cold sweat. This fear was quickly replaced by the benefits. Everyone knew the benefits of divinity. Now they could actually temper their bodies here without any danger. Where else could they find such a good thing? Now they understood why these people were sitting cross-legged here. In the middle of each level, there is a stone tablet. This stone tablet is used to test your strength. Anyone who is able to train and leave their name on it will be able to enter the next level. The following 300 levels are the same. In other words, you will have many opportunities to increase your strength. As for how far you can go, it will depend on you. This is a method to improve the body with divinity. One for each person. Cultivate according to it and you will be able to improve your physique. If you are lucky enough to pass 300 levels, then this old man will congratulate you. You will obtain a great divine body and grasp a powerful defense. At that time, ordinary ruler weapons will not be able to break your body and you will be invincible. The grey-robed elder waved his hand and 5 jade slips flew toward them. They landed in everyone's hands one by one. "Okay, you may begin." The grey-robed elder's voice echoed in their ears. He had already disappeared. Divine Refinement Level 10. What an amazing cultivation method. If I can cultivate to the 10th level of Divine Refinement Level 10, that would be awesome. They couldn't wait to check the jade slips and laughed. They subconsciously looked back at Lin Fei with unfriendly gazes. Then, they turned into a stream of light and left. "Hee, you've become bolder after seeing the cultivation method. I'll take care of you later." Although Lin Fei didn't look at the jade slips, he knew that there was definitely a good cultivation method inside. It was very likely to be a divine cultivation method. Lin Fei was disdainful. He found a remote place with no one around, set up an array, and sat down cross-legged. Lin Fei didn't want to be disturbed while absorbing divinity. Lin Fei was very unhappy with this behavior. After sitting down, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to absorb divinity. The appearance of the grey-robed spirit envoy was equivalent to having an extra pair of eyes on the divine altar. Whether it was left behind in the past or for other reasons, Lin Fei felt that he needed to be careful. Lin Fei decided to make himself more normal and be like them. If he absorbed divinity without even looking at it, Lin Fei had absolute reason to believe that the grey-robed spirit envoy would definitely suspect him. It wouldn't be good if he was exiled. Chapter 1596. Lin Fei made himself look like a normal person. At most, he would look calmer on his face. There was nothing to be suspicious about. Lin Fei took out the jade slip and checked it with his divine sense. Divine Refinement Level 10. There was a cultivation technique in the jade slip. According to the classification of grades, it should be a god-level cultivation technique, and its quality should not be too low. The greatest benefit of this cultivation technique was that it could turn the immortal body into a divine body. The difference between an immortal and a divine was too big. If the immortal body had 100 defense, then the divine body's defense would be 200 or even 300. This was the difference. No wonder they were so excited. It turns out that it can become a divine body. There are a lot of divinity here. As long as one is talented, they can really cultivate it successfully. There are a total of 300 levels. There were 10 levels of divine refinement level. How much would each level increase one's defense? For example, the first level would directly increase one's defense by several times. After cultivating all 10 levels, even if one lost the qualification, one would still be extremely powerful outside. At the very least, no one could break the divine body. It was a demigod body. Lin Fei checked it up and down several times and did not find any problems with the cultivation technique. To be at ease, Lin Fei let the little devil check it. No problem, this is a good cultivation technique. It can improve the level of the physical body and life form, and it will always be in a perfect state. Lin Fei asked, should I go and cultivate? Lin Fei really looked down on this kind of cultivation technique. But if he did not cultivate, he would definitely not be able to pass the later stages. Lin Fei suspected that this cultivation technique might be related to the stone tablet. After all, it needed to be assessed. Lin Fei had to be careful to leave his name on the stone tablet. Isn't this simple? No matter what method they have, we just need to use a trick to cross the sea. Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Cross the sea by deceiving the heavens and changing the moon. Before this, Lin Fei had tried this move. Although he had to spend some divinity points, it was nothing. There were a lot of divinity points here, weren't they waiting for him to collect? Ha ha ha, success. At this moment, one of the black-robed hegemons near the stone stele laughed loudly, then charged up to the black stele and punched it, unleashing a terrifying aura. The stone tablet did not budge. A burst of light appeared, and a name appeared on the stone tablet. Fei Yang. First level of body refinement, first level of divinity. His name flickered and was permanently imprinted on the stone stele. Hegemon Fei Yan was sent flying by a wave of energy. Excuse me, everyone. I'll take my leave first. His voice was heard on the divine altar. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Looks like this person's potential isn't that great. He's merely at the first tier of divinity. However, this also makes me realize that I need to cultivate my cultivation technique to the first tier to leave this place. The latter, the first tier of divinity, is also the key. Lin Fei didn't want to show off too much. It would be fine as long as he was on par with them. Lin Fei was still preparing to secretly absorb divinity points. Lin Fei quickly grasped the cultivation method of the 10th level of divine refinement. He needed to use his divinity to cleanse his body, which was quite time-consuming. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he kept waiting. Next, several other hegemons left one after another. The information on the stone tablets was almost the same. The only difference was the divinity levels. Some were at the second tier of divinity, while others were at the third tier. So far, the most powerful one was a person at the 5th tier of divinity. After observing for a while, Lin Fei began to cultivate the 10th level of divine refinement. During cultivation, the two of them switched. Even if someone was watching, Lin Fei believed that the other party wouldn't be able to see through it. The fake clone that Lin Fei had bought back then was put to use. I'll cultivate the 10th level of divine refinement to the first tier first. As for divinity, I'll just reach the first tier. With the help of the system. Soon, he had a standard. The system analyzed more than 30 hegemons and came to a conclusion. Lin Fei was relieved because of this. The divine altar contained a large amount of divinity. As long as one cultivated the 10th level of divine refinement, they could easily attract divinity and absorb it into their body bit by bit to cleanse their body. One had to say that this cultivation method was very magical. As his body moved toward the perfect divine body, the impurities in his body were also constantly expelled, and his strength was slowly increasing. There was nothing for Lin Fei to be happy about. I've finally reached the first tier of divine refinement and divinity. I can start my great plan now. Lin Fei's body also began to exude divinity. This was also because Lin Fei's main body had divinity to begin with, and divinity points could also be converted, so he didn't have to worry about revealing anything in this aspect. Lin Fei began to carefully collect it. The divinity entered his body and was immediately converted into divinity points. What surprised Lin Fei even more was that the divinity here was better than outside. Converted divinity points, 10 points. Converted divinity points, 13 points. Converted divinity points, 20 points. Lin Fei snickered. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had more than 10,000 divinity points. This was when Lin Fei carefully absorbed the divinity points. In the first few days, Lin Fei was very careful, for fear of being discovered by the grey-robed spirit envoy. After a few days, he only obtained a few million divinity points. This was something that couldn't be helped. It was better to be careful. In the first few days, Lin Fei had been observing carefully. Seeing that the grey-robed spirit envoy didn't react, he became bolder. Originally, Lin Fei was also very daring. The absorption of hundreds of thousands a day quickly broke through to 1 million. The absorption of 1 million a day lasted for several days. Lin Fei had already obtained tens of millions of divinity points from the divine altar. In his opinion, this was just a drop in the ocean. Now, Lin Fei felt like he was in an oil field. He was using advanced equipment to dig for oil alone. The people next to him were just small workshops with no potential to speak of. Sooner or later, they would be squeezed dry by him. So cool. Lin Fei absorbed 1 million divinity points a day. After there was no danger, he increased it to 5 million divinity points, and then to 10 million divinity points a day. Every day, Lin Fei sat cross-legged. On the surface, he emitted divinity as if he was trying his best to absorb. However, as time passed, the people present all revealed disapproving expressions. After all, the people who came in at the same time all went to the next level, while he stayed here. As long as one wasn't a fool, they could see that this person's potential was limited. Lin Fei was disdainful of their gazes. He couldn't be bothered to say anything to them. He was being low-key, okay? Absorbing 10 million a day. Lin Fei's divinity points were also constantly increasing, breaking through from 50 million to 60 million, and breaking through again. In the blink of an eye, it broke through 100 million divinity points. This kind of accumulation made Lin Fei extremely happy. Soon, the divinity points he absorbed a day also broke through 20 million. Lin Fei became bolder and bolder. Soon, it reached 30 million a day, followed by 40 million a day, and then 50 million a day. Have I reached the top? When it reached 50 million a day, Lin Fei tried to increase it again and found that he had reached the limit. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. After a month, it was only 1.5 billion divinity points. This number was huge. Accustomed to absorbing a large number of divinity points every day, the limit of 50 million made Lin Fei's mood very bad. Wasn't this disturbing his absorption of divinity points? You should be content. There is time acceleration on the altar here, and you will have fun. When the little devil said that, Lin Fei laughed mischievously. Don't I want to work hard to increase divinity points? By the way, is there any way to open the limit? Unless you advance to a 7-star ruler, it will open a limit. Each realm, a level. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Under such circumstances, could he still go and kill monsters to level up? Lin Fei didn't want to be suspected. The little devil liked to see Lin Fei suffer. Actually, you don't have to worry. As long as your divinity points increase to a certain level, it won't be difficult for you to level up. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was good news. Then I will continue to stay on this level. Although he didn't know how long he could stay on this level, Lin Fei wasn't worried anyway. There was time acceleration here, and the ratio was very large. Perhaps a day outside was at least 100 years inside. 500 million divinity points. 1 billion divinity points. 3 billion divinity points. 10 billion divinity points. Lin Fei had stayed on this level for a year. The people here had changed, and Lin Fei was the one who stayed here the longest. During this period, there were also a few potential rulers here, and they had great potential. The highest one had reached the 15th level of divinity, and the rest were also at the 10th or 12th level. They could be said to be amazingly talented. In contrast, Lin Fei was too slow. 1 year. 2 years. All the way until the 10th year. Lin Fei had been here for almost 10 years. During these 10 years, batch after batch of potential sovereigns had entered and left. Even the weakest of them had only taken 3 years at most. Compared to Lin Fei, who had only taken 10 years, everyone knew how long it took. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for breaking through 100 billion divinity point. Ding. Breaking through 100 billion, experience treasure chest opened. Ding. Do you want to open the experience treasure chest? A system notification came. Lin Fei almost laughed. There was such a good thing waiting for him. Experience treasure chest, wasn't it similar to a game he had played in the past? It was purely for the rich. Until now, Lin Fei still remembered it clearly. That game was meant for the rich. No matter how good the equipment was, in front of the rich, it would be killed with one slash. Back then, Lin Fei had played it, but he was constantly beaten down and completely lost his confidence. That wasn't a game, but a masochistic one that constantly stimulated his fragile little heart. He didn't expect 100 billion divinity points to wait for such a good thing as opening the experience treasure chest. Lin Fei was just about to say open it. A voice sounded in his ear. Chapter 1597. Hearing the warning voice, Lin Fei's face revealed a hint of nervousness. I know. The voice disappeared. Lin Fei thought to himself. It seems that the first level can be cultivated for 10 years. The lower levels might have at least 10 years. This is not bad. The matter of opening the experience treasure chest was temporarily put on hold. 3 days later, Lin Fei finally stood up. The rulers who had been absorbing divinity also noticed, but they all revealed cold smiles. Some people who knew each other spread the news. I don't know where this person came from, but his potential is so poor. He cultivated for 10 years. Maybe he will be sent away after a few levels. That's for sure. Lin Fei didn't care much. Lin Fei really wasn't interested in talking to these people. In 10 years, his divinity points had reached 100 billion, and he had opened the experience treasure chest. It could be said that he had activated the nouveau riche mode. How could Lin Fei not be excited? If not for the divine altar, he didn't know how long it would take for him to reach this step. At least, it wouldn't be that fast. Compared to the 2 top-grade ruler treasures, Lin Fei could only chuckle. This return was not ordinary. If Void Noon ruler knew the situation now, his expression would definitely be very ugly. If he had known this would happen, he would have extorted more good things from the beginning. Lin Fei's main body and clone instantly switched places. He stood in front of the black stone tablet. The stone tablet wasn't very tall, only about 10 feet or so. It was completely black and quite extraordinary. Lin Fei stood in front of it and didn't see a name. After 10 years, he already knew what was going on. Only the moment a name was left behind would the name appear on the stone tablet. Boom. Lin Fei took a deep breath and unhurriedly punched the stone tablet. Lin Fei, first level of divine refinement, first level of divinity. Seeing the name above, Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Di Tian's name would be left behind. That would be troublesome. There would still be people who knew the name Di Tian. Especially with regards to the battle fortress, it was better to be safe than sorry. There was nothing more suitable than to reveal the 2 words Lin Fei. At least for now, no one would associate him with the 2 words Di Tian. Very soon. Lin Fei looked at the name on the stone tablet. He couldn't find his own name. The first name on the stone tablet caught Lin Fei's eyes. It turns out that young master Luo Xian, the head of the 10 great young masters, is ranked first. He's the potential ruler of the Zhangyi school. His potential is limitless, and his divinity levels are actually at the 52nd level. His potential was indeed terrifying. Lin Fei remembered a few of the names at the end of the list. He was most familiar with the names of the 10 princes, followed by the potential sovereign. Brahmin. 40 divisions of divinity. Sovereign Su Feng has 38 levels of divinity. Lin Fei saw 2 familiar names on the stone stele, young Lord Fan and Hegemon Su Feng. They really are people with bloodlines. Their divinity levels are actually so high. I wonder what's the use of this divinity level. Lin Fei wasn't very clear about this. As the guiding power landed on his body again, Lin Fei slowly left the first level. However, at this time, everyone on this level frowned. His potential is too weak. Only 1 divinity level. Maybe that kid won't be able to pass the next level. Lin Fei. Where is he from? Why did he give himself such a lousy name? He must be from the countryside. Otherwise, how could he only have 1 divinity level? On the peak of the Divine Mountain. In one of the Senfu Mountains. The Void Noon Sovereign was in a good mood these days. Sending 1 person in and obtaining 2 supreme-grade sovereign treasures, greatly increasing his strength. This was a good deal. As for offending the Windfire Sacred Mountain and the Heartless, the Void Noon Sovereign didn't care much. After settling one matter, the Void Noon Sovereign didn't pay attention to it anymore. Hey, it's that kid. Inadvertently, the Void Noon Sovereign saw a person leaving a divine altar and heading to the next divine altar. He immediately recognized him. Why is this kid so slow? He actually only left the first level now. The Void Noon Sovereign couldn't help but frown. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the kid's talent was very poor? He isn't from my Sky Void Gate. Why should I worry so much? The Void Noon Sovereign didn't think about it anymore. Damn kid, so your potential is so weak. You wasted 2 of my spots. In another Senfu. The Wandering Hunter ruler was roaring. Fortunately, the Senfu had a formation. Otherwise, everyone outside would know. Ever since the Wandering Hunter ruler returned that day, he had been suppressing a fire in his heart. He had secretly arranged for people to investigate that person's background. In the end, those people didn't know anything. This made the Wandering Hunter ruler very unhappy. A person who appeared out of thin air. Unable to find out the other party's background, the Wandering Hunter ruler could only give up. Every day, the Wandering Hunter ruler would pay attention to the matters on the divine altars, especially the few disciples he took in later. They all had good potential and broke through very quickly. That hateful brat had yet to appear. After seeing it today, the Wandering Hunter ruler was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This kid's potential was getting worse and worse. He actually used 10 years to break through. This was equivalent to a waste of his qualifications. If it was possible, the Wandering Hunter ruler wished he could go up and give him 2 tight slaps. If your potential isn't good, just say it. Why must you enter? Lin Fei didn't know what the people outside were thinking. Right now, he was being guided to the 2nd level of the divine altars. Master, there is indeed a problem here. Fortunately, you used a substitute. The excitement on Lin Fei's face also calmed down. Just now, when I punched the stone tablet, when my name appeared on it, I felt like a strand of my divine soul was guided to the stone tablet. I thought that I was mistaken. So it was real. Lin Fei had always been suspicious about the divine general platform. In terms of cultivation techniques, Lin Fei chose to be very careful. When he left his name on the stone tablet, Lin Fei was also very careful. As expected, he found some clues. It wasn't your divine soul that was guided to the stone tablet. Instead, it was a type of energy on the stone tablet. It's so subtle that it can't be seen. It's wrapped around your primordial spirit. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look for yourself. Lin Fei switched to a different body and began to carefully examine it. As it was a substitute, it was exactly the same and also had a primordial spirit. After careful examination, Lin Fei indeed found a strand of golden thread on his primordial spirit. If not for the little devil's reminder, he might not have been able to see it. It was very well hidden. Chimph, I knew it. There's no free meal here. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had been careful. Chapter 1598. Lin Fei wasn't willing to be schemed against by others. At that time, it was uncertain who would be scheming against whom. No matter what conspiracy existed in the divine general platform, for him, this place was a good place to level up. He would take advantage of the benefits here first. If the conspiracy was really exposed, it would be the other party who would cry, not Lin Fei's side. At worst, he would just take the benefits and run away. On the second floor, Lin Fei found that the divinity here was more sacred than before, which made him overjoyed. There were many people on this floor. The 4 people who came in with him were now gone. Lin Fei didn't need to think to know that they had gone to the next floor. He had stayed on the first floor for 10 years. As long as they didn't crawl at the speed of a tortoise, they would have left long ago. Lin Fei found a place with few people, set up an array, and began to enter cultivation mode. At the same time, he secretly asked the little devil to pay attention to the divinity levels on this floor. He believed that each floor had a limit. Lin Fei had to figure it out. Otherwise, if he was eliminated, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Half a month later, Lin Fei figured out the situation. This floor was still the peak of the first level of divine refinement, and what was improved was the divinity levels. At present, on this floor, the more powerful ones were only around the 20th level. As for entering the next floor, the lowest divinity level was at least the 8th level. Lin Fei was relieved. Upgrading and replacing the original body, he absorbed divinity points just like that. Lin Fei felt that it was too troublesome to switch back and forth. At least on this 300th floor, he didn't need to fight and wasn't afraid of being seen through. He devoted himself to the great cause of collecting divinity points. Of course, the most important thing, Lin Fei didn't forget. Experience treasure chest. Open the experience treasure chest. This matter had been on his mind for a long time. A way for tycoons to level up. Lin Fei was looking forward to it. Now, he could finally start. Experience treasure chest opening ... A 3-dimensional image appeared in front of Lin Fei. He was the only one who could see it clearly. A huge treasure chest appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was completely golden. Little devil appeared on Lin Fei's shoulder. How is it? This is exciting enough, right? Lin Fei's heart was beating faster. How could he not be excited? Of course it is. When the treasure chest appeared, Lin Fei checked its description. Lin Fei was amused by what he saw. It's really as I thought. Not only does it give a lot of experience points, but it can also give invincibility points, equipment, treasures, and techniques. It's really good stuff. Lin Fei's face quickly darkened again. Damn, so expensive. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air after seeing the number marked below. It was really a nouveau riche who could afford to play. He even understood why it had to be opened after 100 billion divinity points. Is it expensive? It's not expensive at all. Little Demonis giggled. Many people want to open treasure chests but don't have the chance. This is a way for tycoons to level up. It turned out that opening the experience treasure chest required 500,000 divinity points. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Now, 50 million divinity points a day was equivalent to 100 times a day. This method was really played by tycoons. Fortunately, there is no limit to the number of times. Who said there isn't? Little Demonis struck back. This is a level 1 experience treasure chest. It can be opened exactly 100 times a day. As you open more and more times, the experience treasure chest will also level up. The higher the level, the better the things inside. Hee. Isn't it exciting? This is a bottomless pit. Lin Fei previously felt that 50 million divinity points a day was a lot, but now it really didn't seem like much. Following what Little Demonis said, Lin Fei looked over. Experience treasure chest level 1. Distance to level up, 100,000 times required. Currently able to open Dominator grade equipment, Dominator grade techniques, and a large amount of experience points 100,000 times. Lin Fei shook his head powerlessly. It seems that I have to throw the next divinity points into this bottomless pit. 100,000 times, 100 times a day. The time was really endless, and it would take more than 3 years. If it wasn't on the spiritual pedestal, when would he succeed? Thinking of this, Lin Fei's mood improved again. Although Dominator-grade weapons and the like were not of interest to Lin Fei for the time being, if the system could recycle them, it would be good to exchange them for divinity points. Ding. Opening the experience treasure chest requires 500,000 divinity points. Confirm to open. Open. Although Lin Fei had played this method many times, Lin Fei was still very excited. This was related to his great cause of leveling up. Ding. Opening. Lin Fei saw that his divinity points had decreased by 500,000. The experience treasure chest in the 3D virtual world was opened. Ding. Congratulations player for obtaining 10 billion experience points. Lin Fei didn't expect to get anything good the first time. Continue. 100 times a day, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't waste it. It was related to leveling up the experience treasure chest so that he could get better things for himself. Ding. Congratulations player for obtaining low-grade radiant armor. Lin Fei smiled. His luck wasn't bad. Ding. Congratulations player for obtaining 10 billion experience points. Ding. Congratulations player for obtaining 20 billion experience points. Ding. Congratulations player for obtaining 10 billion experience points. Lin Fei experienced what it meant to be a tycoon leveling up. This method was too cool. Although he was very unhappy that he kept giving out experience points, why couldn't he get some ruler equipment? With a large amount of experience points, Lin Fei's leveling up was also constantly increasing. After 100 times, he had increased by a full 1/3. In less than 3 days, he could level up. This speed also stunned Lin Fei. Among the 100 times, most of them were experience points. There were very few pieces of equipment and techniques, and occasionally there were a few invincibility points. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this. Who could compare with him in this leveling method? Now he just had to work hard to earn divinity points. In less than an hour, 50 million divinity points were used up just like that. It felt very cool. The extra ruler treasures were useless, so Lin Fei took them and recycled them. The recycled divinity points made Lin Fei dumbfounded. This was too black. Ding. Congratulations player for obtaining 30 billion experience points. Ding. Congratulations player for advancing to 7-star ruler. Lin Fei smiled. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Fei quickly broke through to the 7-star ruler realm. For him, realms were useless, but he could loosen some restrictions, such as the system absorbing divinity points. With this breakthrough in realm, the system could absorb 50 million divinity points and quickly increased to 80 million divinity points. It increased by 30 million divinity points, which made Lin Fei quite excited. After the realm upgrade, Lin Fei didn't hide it and let it be at the 7-star ruler realm. Anyway, it was very normal to break through here. Lin Fei's following days were very leisurely. There were 100 lucky draws every day, and the next thing was to convert divinity points. Opening the experience treasure chest every day was one of Lin Fei's favorite things. There was nothing better than this. Of course, Lin Fei also became the slowest person on this level. In the blink of an eye, it was the 4th year. Lin Fei's divinity points had also reached the 3rd level. This was deliberately done. If one really wanted to compare the divinity points, Lin Fei would be the fastest one to absorb. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Fei absorbed divinity points every day. With a full 80 million divinity points, he could save 900 million divinity points in a month. After 4 years, he could save more than 30 billion divinity points. Although the progress was very slow compared to the previous years. At this time, Lin Fei had already broken through to the 8-star ruler realm. Breaking through from the 8-star ruler realm to the 9-star ruler realm required a huge amount of experience points, and the number of levels needed was also a terrifying number. Ding. Congratulations player for obtaining 10 billion experience points. Ding. Experience treasure chest opened 100,000 times, upgraded to level 2. This was something that Lin Fei had been looking forward to. After spending a lot of divinity points, he could finally upgrade it. When he reached the level 2 treasure chest that Lin Fei was looking forward to, he might be able to open something good. After opening the chest 100,000 times, there was nothing good at all. Lin Fei had always suspected that this level 1 treasure chest was a scam. There were no good things, only experience points. Experience treasure chest upgrading. After waiting for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, there was a notification from the system. Lin Fei still had 23 chances left for today. Experience treasure chest, level 2. Distance to upgrade, 1 million times. Able to open a large amount of experience points, ruler treasure, heavenly god treasure, heavenly god cultivation technique .. Seeing this, Lin Fei's eyes lit up again. The things were obviously much better. Heavenly god equipment and heavenly god cultivation technique appeared. Were heavenly god equipment and divine artifacts on the same level? There were also god and heavenly god cultivation techniques. Lin Fei was very looking forward to it. What made him very unhappy was that every time he opened the experience treasure chest, it used to cost 500,000 divinity points. Now, he needed 1 million divinity points. The number of times he opened it per day had also increased to 150. Damn! In a day, the divinity points needed to be consumed was a terrifying number. Lin Fei decided not to think about it anymore. If he had money, he would open it. If not, he would not open it. 1 million times to upgrade to level 3 treasure chest, Lin Fei temporarily stopped thinking about it. 1 million divinity points per try, at least something good will come out. In the first 100,000 times he opened the chest, the best that Lin Fei got was 5 supreme grade ruler treasures. As for high grade ruler treasures, there were also quite a few, at least 100 of them. The chances of opening it were not high. Congratulations to player for obtaining heavenly god equipment, water fantasy. Lin Fei's mouth was wide open. Damn, when did my luck become so good? I actually obtained water fantasy, and it's a heavenly god equipment. Lin Fei hurriedly opened the system storage to check the treasure. Water fantasy, low-grade heavenly god equipment. Can summon the protection of the water god. Effect lasts for 30 minutes. Can be used 10 times. Lin Fei already understood that this was a defensive treasure that could summon the water god. If there was no one else, Lin Fei really wanted to take it out to have a look. But now, forget it. This heavenly god's treasure was blue in color and looked very feminine. If it was not in danger, Lin Fei would definitely not wear it. It was really not suitable. He would put it aside for now. If he really did not need it, he would give it to someone in the future. Just this treasure alone made Lin Fei quite excited. Chapter 1599. On the peak of the Divine Mountain. Rulers with potential constantly entered the divine pedestal. And the rulers with potential were constantly showing off, relying on their own strength to quickly reach the divine pedestal. Many sects were beaming with joy because of this. Among them, young master Luo Xian, who was the leader of the 10 great young masters, had already reached the 299th level and was about to step into the next stage. He was recognized as the number 1 ruler with potential. Following behind him were naturally the 10 great young masters. The gap between them wasn't big. Apart from the 10 great young masters, there were also rulers who were not inferior to the 10 great young masters. This group of rulers with potential were included in the first stage. The rulers in the second stage were basically above the 150th level, infinitely close to the 200th level. Every one of them had considerable potential, and it wouldn't be difficult for them to become rulers of 9 stars in the future. It was just a matter of strength. There were the most rulers in this stage. There were only a handful of people at the peak, so naturally, there couldn't be too many. The middle stage, which was the second stage, had the most rulers with potential. The rest were the third stage. People of this stage were all between the 50th and 150th level. Those who could reach the divine pedestal and reach this area also had a certain amount of potential. As long as they could leave the divine pedestal, their status in the sect wouldn't be too low in the future. At least they would have a higher status than ordinary rulers. On this day, a person came to the Demon Mystic sect area. The Demon Mystic sect was one of the 8 major sects, a top sect in the territory, or even a super sect. No one knew what this sect's ranking among the 8 major sects was, but at least no one dared to ignore one thing. Everyone's overall strength shouldn't be much different. The demon mystic sect sent a total of 5 peak 8-star rulers this time, and any one of them was very powerful. They carved out a large area on the peak of the divine mountain. It became a forbidden area. Trespassers were killed without mercy. No one would be bold enough to dare to enter this forbidden area, unless someone thought their life was too long and couldn't wait to reincarnate. At this time, in the demon mystic sect Senfu, several 8-star rulers were sitting together, with a horizontal table in front of them, filled with wine and fruits. This brat black sage is not bad. He has already reached the 295th level and is about to enter the next stage. I believe his demon god body will reach another level. Hihi, that goes without saying. Luo Xian is only at the 299th level. The gap is not very big. He will catch up soon. At that time, Zhengyi School will be very pleased. Ha ha ha. If our dark saint can suppress Luo Xian this time, our demon mystic sect will be able to vent our anger. At least we can let them know who has the strongest potential among the top 10 young masters. It's not necessarily Luo Xian. The 5 sovereigns seated here were all hegemons. The demonic qi around him soared into the sky, turning into layers of demonic domains, displaying his powerful strength. They were the only ones who were unaffected when they sat together. If anyone with low strength were to approach them, just the aura of the demon domain would cause them to fall into a demonic trance and become a walking corpse. Right now, all of the hegemons were in an extremely good mood. Hegemon Dark Sage, whom they favored the most, had reached the 295th level. He was only 4 levels away from young master Luo Xian, the leader of the 10 princes. For one of the 8 major sects, the demon mystic sect, it was definitely a proud thing. If they could replace him, it would be even better. They were also very optimistic about Hegemon Dark Sage. He was the ruler with the most potential in their sect. There was no one else like him. His future achievements were limitless. This was something that everyone was optimistic about. This is just the beginning. Maybe someone is hiding his strength. For example, that Di Tian. Rumor has it that he obtained the battle fortress and fought against thousands of sovereigns at the 5-star realm. In the end, he seized the battle fortress. I wonder how the rumors spread. They all laughed. They had naturally received news of this matter, but they did not pay much attention to it. How could a battle fortress appear in the hands of a 5-star sovereign? It was extremely ridiculous. Everyone knew that the remaining 3 battle fortresses had been lost long ago. Until now, there had been no news of them. When they first heard this news, they did not pay much attention to it. However, they did not let it go and put out a bounty. Until now, there had been no news. It was as if Di Tian had never appeared. There was no trace of him. There had been no news from the bounty either. As for falsely claiming the bounty, no one dared to do so in front of the demon mystic sect. Speaking of Di Tian, this old man suddenly thought of something. Isn't there someone quite famous recently? I think his name is Feng Yun or something. Oh, right, his name is Feng Yun without a trace. He has been plundering divinity crystals and god roots in the lower and middle regions. Some time ago, he fought with 100 8-star sovereigns and caused quite a commotion. So it's Feng Yun Wuhan. I've heard of him too. He seems to be a 6-star sovereign. His combat strength is very strong and he can kill people above his level. There are also rumors that he has the space bloodline. I wonder how it came about. Actually, you don't have to care about this kind of person. I don't even know where he came from. What's the big deal about fighting 100 8-star sovereigns alone? Any one of our demon mystic sect's potential sovereigns can do this. As for the space bloodline, forget about it. Even in our demon mystic sect, only that elder has such a bloodline. Ha ha ha, let's drink. In this region. They were waiting for news. Report, someone accepted our bounty and said that he knows who Di Tian is. He is outside. Should we bring him in? A sovereign came in from outside. The 5 sovereigns put down their wine glasses. One of the black-robed sovereigns said, "Bring him in." Yes. The sovereign turned around and left. Interesting. Someone really knows who Di Tian is. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. As long as he's here, we're not afraid of him. Anyone would be jealous of the bounty. Without solid evidence, no one would dare to accept the bounty. The demon mystic sect was not to be trifled with. They wanted to see who knew about Di Tian's background. They still attached great importance to a battle fortress. They were one of the 8 major sects and were extremely powerful. If they could obtain a battle fortress, their influence would expand again. Their overall strength would also increase greatly. At that time, they would be ranked first among the 8 major sects and become the leader of the 8 major sects. This was a great temptation. They would not give up even the slightest chance. After a while, the previous sovereign came in with another sovereign. "You can go in." The sovereign turned around and left, leaving the sovereign behind. "I'm Extermination." "Greetings, 5 sovereigns." The sovereign knelt on the ground as soon as he came in. Chapter 1600. In Senfu. The sovereign of annihilation knelt on the ground. As he saw it, this wasn't a loss of face. Who hadn't been a nobody? He was merely a 3-star ruler. On this sacred mountain, he was as weak as an ant. In front of these sovereigns, they could poke him to death with a single finger, and they wouldn't even need a second attack to turn him into dust. It was precisely because of this that the chief sovereign of annihilation had come. This was a chance for him to make a comeback, and there was only one chance. The Extermination Dominus had to give it a try no matter what. The reward made him extremely envious, but this was not the most important thing. "Your name is Extermination Chief Sovereign?" The calm voice carried a tone that could not be defied. It was as if mountains were pressing down on the Extermination Dominus, making it hard for him to breathe. "I am." The Annihilation Dominus answered honestly. "I heard that you have some information regarding this Di Tian. I don't know where you learned this from, but it sounds nice, but you need to understand that if there is even the slightest bit of falsehood in your words, you know what will happen." The chief hegemon crazed stared at the chief hegemon of extermination. The extermination sovereign's back was instantly covered in cold sweat, as though he was about to fall into his opponent's demonic domain. "I came from the same world as Di Tian," the chief sovereign of annihilation said hurriedly. He didn't want to attract the other party's killing intent because of a tiny bit of hesitation. It would be far too easy for a minor figure like him to be killed. Ever since the last time he saw that screen of light in Sky City, the chief sovereign of extermination immediately recognized him. Perhaps the Skyend hegemon, the Windrain hegemon, and the others didn't necessarily believe it to be Di Tian, but the extermination hegemon was absolutely certain that this person was Di Tian. There was no way it could be false. The extermination sovereign remembered Di Tian very clearly. Although they had never fought before, there was no one in the continent who did not know of Di Tian's name. He was a fellow from the lower realms who had risen to prominence. In the beginning, the chief sovereign of annihilation didn't pay much attention to him. So what if this fellow from the lower realms had outstanding talent? As long as he didn't become a chief sovereign, he could do whatever he wanted. What happened afterwards, however, caused the chief sovereign of extermination to be stupefied. Di Tian had been making breakthroughs, and unknowingly, he had become a sovereign. Furthermore, his strength wasn't inferior to the extermination sovereigns. This made the extermination sovereign, who had been famous for a long time, feel as if his entire lifetime of cultivation had been wasted. There were feelings of jealousy and jealousy. The extermination sovereign didn't show it. In addition, at that time, the Immortal Court and the Immortal Gate Palace were in constant conflict. He buried his thoughts in his heart. This continued until the Divine General stage began. After arriving at Sky City, the Extermination Dominus had chosen to stay in the safe zone when faced with various experts. When he heard that Di Tian was going to leave, he couldn't wait for Di Tian to go to his death. However, who knew that Di Tian would obtain such good luck the moment he left? In the beginning, the Annihilation Dominus didn't know what a battle fortress was. Later on, he finally learned what it was from the mouths of others, and he was instantly envious. Why wasn't he the one who got the battle fort? As soon as this thought appeared, it immediately got out of hand. When he heard that 80% of the sovereigns of Empyrean City were going, the extermination sovereign believed that Di Tian would definitely suffer the consequences of his actions. However, the results shocked him yet again. The sovereigns had all been killed. This was the conclusion the Sovereign of Annihilation had reached after personally making a trip there. This frightened the Extermination Sovereign badly. That rising star, Ditien, was actually so terrifyingly strong. Even the Extermination Sovereign wasn't a match for him. 5-star ruler? Terrifying combat power. Regardless of the reason, the Extermination Dominus had completely given up. He could not afford to offend such a person. Once again, he buried this matter in his heart. As for what happened afterward, the Extermination Sovereign naturally entered the Divine Mountain and suffered a lot along the way. He was almost killed several times, and he also lost contact with Sovereigns Windrain and the others. The Extermination Sovereign was very lucky. On his way to the upper region, he also heard about the Demon Mystic Sect's bounty. After observing and understanding it in private, he realized that his opportunity had come. The 8 major sects and the super sects had really provoked the Extermination Sovereign. After observing for a while, he could not help but come. Everyone would be punished by heaven and earth if they didn't look out for themselves. It could only be said that Ditien was unlucky. Why did he have to get the battle fortress? In particular, a few days ago, he saw Ditien appear on the divine altar. This made the Extermination Sovereign even more uncomfortable. Why could Ditien enter, and why couldn't he? It didn't mean that his potential was inferior to Ditien's. It was precisely because of this thought that the Extermination Sovereign decided to take the bounty and enter the Demon Mystic Sect without hesitation. Even though this was a dangerous place. You said that the battle fortress is in Ditien's hands. Do you have proof? One of the sovereigns asked sternly. Yes, I have proof. The Extermination Sovereign secretly rejoiced. He had recorded the situation in the sky. He believed that the sovereigns would definitely believe it after seeing it. He took out a jade slip and handed it over. The 5 sovereigns did not think much about the battle fortress. After seeing the jade slip, the 5 sovereigns' expressions suddenly changed. They were especially shocked by the scene inside. It was actually true. Ditien really had a battle fortress. They recognized it clearly. It was a battle fortress. The 7 super overlords were not that strong. They were just sovereigns of the 9 stars. However, they had a battle fortress, which they could not do anything about. It was the top war weapon of the battle clan. If their sect had a battle fortress, coupled with their own strength, the other 7 major sects would have to bow their heads in front of their sect. That was strength. For the 5 of them, it would be a great contribution, and their status would be raised. Cert. One of the sovereigns suddenly began to search the soul of the Extermination Sovereign. Soul searching was the most reliable method. The Extermination Sovereign naturally could not resist, so he could only let his soul be searched. That's right. Ditien really has a battle fortress. He was right. No one can hide anything from me. It seems that we are in luck this time. The remaining elders of the Demon Mystic Sect were very excited. They had actually encountered such a good thing. They did not expect the news to be true. After all, most of the news about the battle fortress in the territory was fake. They really did not expect to encounter a dead mouse. The news about the battle fortress was true. They couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that a battle fortress would be left in Sky City? It was something they couldn't even imagine. It was unbelievable. Where is Ditien? Let's go capture him immediately. We can't let anyone beat us to it. Let's see if he has spread the news. The battle fortress will belong to the Demon Mystic Sect no matter what. The sovereigns and elders were all excited. They were even more excited than when they broke through. That was a super war weapon. Even an ordinary war weapon would not be cheap. Elders, you can rest assured that this news hasn't spread yet. This person came from below and almost died in the jaws of the sky-burning beast. He's lucky to be able to survive until here. His companions seem to know who that person is, but they can't be sure. This might be bad news. As for that brat Ditien, I'm afraid none of you have any idea where he is. Where is he? Is he dead? They were most worried that the other party was dead. If he died and the storage ring was picked up, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. He's not dead, But he entered the divine pedestal, which is not a small problem. You should have heard of this person, the black-robed guy who has been cultivating the slowest recently, but he can pass every time. It's actually him. Unbelievable. In the divine pedestal, this is a problem. They immediately remembered. In the divine pedestal, the closest ruler with very poor potential would leave the divine pedestal almost every time he cultivated for a limited time. He was the slowest one, and it was hard not to know. As soon as the sovereigns spoke, they immediately knew who this person was. It was the black-robed guy. The black-robed kid was Di Tian. This was too well hidden. He actually entered the divine pedestal under their noses. No wonder there was no trace of him. Although it was troublesome, the elders of the demon mystic sect had many ways. The battle fortress was such a treasure, it could not be lost no matter what. What about this sovereign of extermination? Just put a bounty on him. The importance of a battle fortress could not be compared to a mere bounty. The sovereign of extermination kept his head down. Even if his soul was searched, he did not dare to show anger on his face. Sovereign of extermination, this is your bounty. Our demon mystic sect will not be stingy with meritorious people like you. The previous sovereigns smiled. They did not like or dislike the sovereign of extermination. After all, the purpose of their demon mystic sect was to compete in strength. Only by living and standing in a high position would one be powerful. They were used to this kind of backstabbing. If one's heart was not black, how could one achieve great things? The sovereign of extermination suddenly said, "Lord, I don't want a bounty. I only hope to become an official disciple of the demon mystic sect and contribute to the demon mystic sect. Please grant my wish." In the eyes of the sovereign of extermination, the bounty was good, but if it was spread out, it would definitely be a disaster. He believed that the day of his death was not far away. It would be different if he changed the way. As long as he became an official disciple of the demon mystic sect, it was equivalent to leaning on a mountain and hugging a thigh. As long as he went outside and raised his mouth, who would dare to go against him? As for the previous immortal court, the sovereign of extermination would not care. The few sovereigns were not surprised. This kind of thinking was normal, no matter who it was. He did not want a generous bounty and only wanted to join the demon mystic sect. The 5 sovereigns quickly made a decision. You are a good person. Take this to the sovereigns outside, and the free people will arrange for you. A token fell in front of the sovereign of extermination. On the front of the token was the word extermination, and on the back were the 3 words demon mystic sect. When the sovereign of extermination came, he inquired about it and became excited. He had taken the right step. Thank you, Lord. The sovereign of extermination was finally satisfied. Soon, there were only 5 sovereigns left in the Senfu. Chapter 1601. First level. Second level. Third level. 10th level. 20th level. 30th level. 80th level. 110th level. 190th level. 100 years. 500 years. 1,000 years. 3,000 years. 5,000 years. It took a full 5,000 years. Lin Fei walked all the way and finally reached the 300th level, the end of the first stage. Compared to the outside world, 5,000 years was not long at all. The cultivation technique divine refined 10th layer had also been cultivated to the 10th level, and the divinity had also reached 400 levels. It could be said that on this divine altar, Lin Fei had created the slowest record. No one could compare to Lin Fei's slow speed. Every time he entered a level, Lin Fei would be slow, neither fast nor slow. No one thought that Lin Fei could rush to the 300th level. Perhaps he would be eliminated before he reached the 200th level. But no one expected that Lin Fei would really reach the 300th level and qualify to enter the second stage. At this time, the entrance to the divine altar was completely closed. The remaining people would not be able to enter the divine gate. Who knew how many people were dumbfounded? It's not easy. I've finally reached the 300th level, the divine refined 10th layer, and the divinity has reached 700 levels. Lin Fei mocked himself. In his heart, Lin Fei was ecstatic. That feeling was far from what leveling up could compare to. In these 5,000 years, other than collecting divinity points, Lin Fei had opened chests and almost never stopped to rest. I wonder what the next stage will be. If it's an arena, that would be even better. Each and every one of them is a small boss. 301st level. Lin Fei entered the second stage. As soon as he entered the divine altar, the grey-robed spirit envoy from before appeared again. This time, Lin Fei faced it alone. Congratulations on entering the second stage. Lin Fei could not see what expression the other party had on his face. It should be said that his face was always expressionless, the same as the first time. I shouldn't have found anything. The system was also analyzing, and there were no emotional fluctuations. Lin Fei was also relieved. Furthermore, after passing through the 300th level, every time he struck the stone tablet, a thread would be left on his primordial spirit. He would only notice it at the moment he struck it, and then it would disappear, as if it had never existed. From the 300th floor to the 600th floor is the second stage. The grey-robed spirit envoy said, the first level is to improve your physique and increase your defensive strength. Then, this level requires you to increase your combat strength. How do I increase my combat power? Lin Fei pretended to ask. Every time you pass a level, the divine multiplicity will be left on the stone tablet. I believe you must be very confused about what the divine multiplicity is for. Now, let me tell you, the divine multiplicity is to obtain the treasures here. The treasures here are different from the treasures outside. They were specially refined by supreme experts. For example, if a treasure requires 100 layers of divinity to be mastered, then you need to be at 100 layers of divinity. This divinity will disappear according to the corresponding item. You don't have to worry about not being able to obtain the divine multiplicity. In this level, there will be monsters placed. Killing them will give you the divine multiplicity. In this 600th floor, the divine multiplicity will be very important. Every divine multiplicity will be very important. If you want to enter the next level, you will need to challenge the Guardian. Every challenge will require 100 divine multiplicity. Lin Fei was quietly anxious. Can I kill people in this level? This level does not prohibit killing. You can also obtain the divine multiplicity from others. If you are afraid of death, you can also use 500 divine multiplicity to leave the spiritual altar and return to the outside. Lucky brat, I wish you good luck. I hope to see you again next time. The grey-robed spirit envoy disperse. Lin Fei also understood the reason for the second stage. In that case, this level requires a large amount of divine multiplicity to obtain some treasures. This is quite fun. After trying to sense it, Lin Fei found that this level could still absorb divine multiplicity. Compared to the previous 300th floor, there was danger from here. It was like there was no safe zone. The use of divine multiplicity also made Lin Fei feel a little surprised. If he did not have the strength, he might have suffered a great loss. Lin Fei still remembered that on the 300th floor, each of those past masters had more than 2,000 divine multiplicity. Compared to his 700 divine multiplicity, it was really a little lacking. Someone is coming towards me so quickly. Lin Fei could feel that there were 3 figures in front of him coming towards him. They were very fast. In less than 5 breaths, a few streams of light came. Ha ha ha, I was wondering who it was. So it is this guy. I remember that he is called Lin Fei. It took him 5,000 years to reach the 300th floor. He is even more useless than us. The 3 of them were 3,000 feet away. When they saw that it was Lin Fei, the guy who cultivated the slowest, they could not help but laugh. At this time, above their heads, there was a display of divine multiplicity. One had 500 divine multiplicity, one had 620 divine multiplicity, and the other had 850 divine multiplicity. You want to rob me? The one who seemed to be the leader, who had a divinity multiplicity of 850, laughed complacently. You're wrong. A person like you isn't worth robbing. We're going to kill you. It just so happens that I've gotten a cold blade with a divinity multiplicity of 600. Let's see how powerful it is and divide up your divinity multiplicity. That person's hand shook, and a long silver blade appeared. The long blade released a cold light, and the surrounding space was frozen. The two people around him stood aside. Freeze him to death. Freeze him into a popsicle. The two people behind him started to jeer. Lin Fei, there's no need to struggle. This place is enveloped by a great power. You can't take out anything from the storage ring. You can only use treasures with multiple divinities, that person said proudly. Slash. Who tilde that person slashed with the cold blade in his hand, and a white blade light swept out. Everywhere it passed, everything was sealed in white ice. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei's body instantly emitted traces of cold light. An icy wind pierced through his bones, wanting to freeze his body. What a heavy chill. This cold saber is actually supported by the great Tao of ice. No wonder this guy is so confident in killing me. He tried to contact the storage ring, but it was indeed shrouded by a mysterious force. He couldn't open it at all. Lin Fei did not pay much attention to it. His good stuff was now in the system space. He tried to contact it and found that there were no problems, so he was completely relieved. As long as these things could be connected, there was nothing to be afraid of. You can't. Lin Fei shook his head. His body shook, shattering the cold light, and he disappeared under the blade light. That person's blade missed and hesitated for a moment. Lin Fei appeared from the side, and his fists bombarded him like cannonballs, sending him flying. How could Lin Fei miss such a good opportunity? He dodged again, and his fists exploded. Bang bang bang. Those two people could only watch helplessly. Ka. Chapter 1602. The 10th level of divine refinement really isn't easy to kill. Fortunately, I can use divinity to transform it into divine power and secretly break his body. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. The process seemed simple, but Lin Fei also realized the difficulty. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be easy to kill the other party. On the contrary, it was very likely that they would be killed by the other party. Unfortunately, they encountered Lin Fei. With divine power, it was extremely easy to break the other party's body. The two of them were shocked. Their leader had died just like that. Run. The two turned into streams of light and fled, one on the left and one on the right. How could Lin Fei let them leave? He killed them at an extremely fast speed. This is the Divinity Multiplicity card. After returning, there were two black cards in Lin Fei's hand with a number recorded on them. They were the remaining Divinity Multiplicity cards of the two people. Including the original card on the ground, Lin Fei suddenly had 3 cards in his hand, with a total of more than 2,000 Divinity Multiplicity cards. After refining a little, he immediately had more than 3,000 Divinity Multiplicity cards. Interesting, I like it. Lin Fei added these Divinity Multiplicity cards to the substitute. Not only did he obtain Divinity Multiplicity cards from them, but he also obtained nearly 4 million divinity points. Because they all had divinity in their bodies, they were equivalent to moving warehouses. After killing the other party, Lin Fei searched their bodies. The storage ring couldn't be opened. It was shrouded in power. Lin Fei wasn't in the mood to open it and put it away casually. These 3 guys are also poor. They were hoping to rob newcomers here, but unfortunately, they met me. Lin Fei held a cold saber in his hand, exuding wisps of cold air. This was the spoil of war that he obtained. What puzzled Lin Fei was that he couldn't see through the quality of this thing. You mean a ruler treasure? Although there was a ruler aura, Lin Fei still felt that something was wrong. From the 301 to the 600th level, the restriction on opening the storage ring and only using special treasures was strange no matter how he looked at it. This cold blade only required a few hundred divinity levels, and its might was even stronger than ordinary ruler weapons. It was also blessed with additional attributes, making it extremely terrifying. You're pretty lucky, kid. The divine general stage was made for you. The little devil flew out with a smug smile on his face. Prepared for me? Could it be? Lin Fei stared at the cold blade in his hand, deep in thought. You're right. All of the treasures and weapons here have been blessed with divinity, making them superior to sovereign-level weapons. It can't be compared to your heavenly god-tier equipment. To the people here, it can better display its power, understand? Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. So that was the case. After trying it out, Lin Fei's eyes couldn't help but light up. This cold blade could really be exchanged for divinity points, even though it was only worth 100,000 divinity points. Its might was much more awesome than a ruler weapon. I suggest that you don't go up to exchange for the time being. Although you have all kinds of treasures, you've collected a lot of equipment over the past 5,000 years, and you've even formed a set. After all, this is the divine general stage. If I'm not wrong, the person who arranged this place is at least what you powerhouses call a god, and a very powerful one at that. Do you think a god would easily arrange such a place? Lin Fei was now rich. Although he had been spending it on experienced treasure chests, he still had a certain amount of wealth. The power of the divinity transformation divine power was also increasing. After all, there were restrictions at the beginning. Now that the restrictions were gradually lifted, the power was also increasing. I'm clear about this. I'd better collect the divinity points first. Lin Fei didn't care much about the divinity levels. He just needed to ensure that he passed. The space on this level was very large. Lin Fei circled around. There weren't many people on this level. Most of them had gone to the next level, and those who remained had average potential. The divinity levels on them were only in the hundreds or a little over 1,000. When they saw Lin Fei, they recognized that he was the slowest to cultivate. After being surprised at first, they attacked without saying a word, wanting to snatch the divinity levels on Lin Fei. Lin Fei killed them with the cold saber in his hand. There were no restrictions on the spatial Great Dao here. With a flash, Lin Fei sealed them in ice. He simply and thoroughly collected some equipment and divinity level cards. The divinity levels on him had also reached 6,000. After getting rid of them, Lin Fei chose a place and began to absorb the divinity points. Now that the absorption of divinity points had also increased to 200 million, compared to the 2 million divinity points needed to be opened once, he couldn't open it too many times. There was another guy with the slowest cultivation on the 301 level. In the beginning, those who came up wanted to rob him when they heard that there was such a person. These people didn't even need to go back. They were directly killed on the spot. They contributed divinity level cards one by one. At first, there were people who were unconvinced and directly attacked. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei threw a large pile of divinity level treasures over and directly killed the other party. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. How could this work? After a long time, no one rushed over to disturb Lin Fei. This area would also become quiet. While others were killing, Lin Fei didn't care much. Every once in a while, a group of ferocious beasts would be released. They were extremely powerful and carried divinity level cards, as well as some equipment and treasures for people to fight for. Every time this happened, Lin Fei would take action. He would attack. The defense of the ferocious beasts was very strong, but they couldn't withstand a single blow from Lin Fei. With his absolute advantage in speed and strength, Lin Fei was the one who gained the most. Those who were watching were stunned and could only watch as Lin Fei left. During this period, there were people who tried to kill Lin Fei and seize all the treasures on him. Unfortunately, they didn't come back. After plundering, Lin Fei went back again and it was quiet again. Everyone didn't understand what Lin Fei was doing. Lin Fei also went back and forth between the 2 points and one line. It's such a short time. I thought it would take 100 years. I didn't expect it to only be 20 years. On the 19th year, Lin Fei was about to head to the next level, which made him very unhappy. 20 years. Lin Fei's divinity level broke through to 300,000. This was when he didn't go out to kill and only killed those who came to die. As for the others, as long as they didn't disturb him, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to care about them. It wasn't difficult to challenge the Guardian. In these 20 years, Lin Fei figured out the rules. During the time of hunting dire beasts, Lin Fei also obtained a good treasure. It was a square sky spear with 10,000 divinity level. In online games, it was the best equipment for newbies. Compared to those who had 2,000 or 3,000 divinity level treasures, Lin Fei's spear could shatter their bodies. The greater the difference between the divinity level treasures, the greater the power. Lin Fei could easily kill them without exposing his divine power. Killing and guarding. It didn't take Lin Fei too long. The humanoid monster that was guarding him wasn't weak. It wouldn't be difficult to defeat him as long as he had a powerful treasure with heavenly divinity. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei came out. He left this level. He's finally gone. F***ck, who said that guy's potential was poor? Didn't you see that he was the most powerful? Let's go. We don't have to worry about not being able to grab dire beasts anymore. These people heaved a long sigh of relief. They were all suppressed by Lin Fei's tyrannical strength. None of them dared to act recklessly. Those who were almost 20 years old were the most miserable. They didn't have any treasures on hand and didn't have any hope of facing the Guardian. With Lin Fei's departure, they were finally free. The 302nd floor. The 303rd floor. The 350th floor. The 380th floor. The 410th floor. The 432nd floor. The 476th floor. It was the same as the previous floors. This was the second stage. Each floor lasted for 20 years. During this period, dire beasts would appear. Sometimes, powerful divinity-level treasures would appear for people to fight for to increase their strength. Lin Fei was very indifferent. It was the same no matter which floor he went to. As long as no one provoked him, Lin Fei would not make a move. Lin Fei would kill those with a bad reputation. Divinity points were good stuff. Lin Fei's name began to spread. After all, some people went down in advance on each floor. It was inevitable that they would talk about it with their friends on the first floor. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. It was hard not to know. There were some people who were being chased by others and had nowhere else to go. For some unknown reason, they came to this forbidden region to seek shelter. Those people who were chasing after them did not know about this. The moment they opened their mouths, they began to threaten them. In the end, Lin Fei attacked in anger and killed all of them. This place became a safe place. Those who were being hunted or fighting for dire beasts would subconsciously come here. As long as they paid some divinity level, they would be safe. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gradually, no matter where Lin Fei went, that area became a holy land. During this period, many potential rulers made a move and ended up dying in this area. They contributed a lot of divinity levels to Lin Fei, and his divinity level broke through 1 million. This number wasn't high. It could only be said to be average, but it was still quite conspicuous, especially around the 400th floor. There weren't many experts on the 400th floor. Layer by layer, people were separated, and it wasn't easy to meet them. After Lin Fei set foot on the 500th floor, there were more experts here. Almost all of them had divinity levels in the tens of millions. As for Lin Fei's divinity level of more than 8 million, it was like going from a small rural town to a big city. There was nothing to compare. Chapter 1603. In a senfu of the demon mystic sect on the God Mountain. The 5 elder sovereigns were paying close attention. That Di Tian is really slow. I wonder how he took such a long time in there. Did he find out something? The words of the elder sovereigns made them feel a little uneasy. Yes, it had been too long. Ever since the extermination sovereign found out about Di Tian's background, they had begun to arrange for people to pay attention to him. From the first level to the 300th level, it had taken a total of 5,000 years. It had also taken him about 10 years outside. This speed was simply not an ordinary kind of slow. They were well aware of the speed inside. It took 5,000 years to reach the 300th level, and it took another 4,000 years to reach the 500th level. They almost wondered if that fellow had died inside. Was it really that easy to stay on one level every 20 years? Fortunately, that fellow finally entered the 500th level and was not killed inside. This was considered good news, and it also made them feel a little relieved. After all, if that fellow was really killed, the demon mystic sect would definitely know whose hands the item would fall into. They could not possibly capture and interrogate them one by one. Even the 8 major sects would not be able to withstand everyone's anger. Moreover, many of the potential sovereigns came from powerful sects. If they really joined forces, it would be a headache for the demon mystic sect. It's good that he has reached the 500th level. Our people are already waiting for Di Tian on the 510th level. As soon as he appears, our people will take action. The 5 elder sovereigns also revealed smiles. Although those potential sovereigns were not very strong, they had collected a large number of divinity weight cards on that level. Hence, their strength had become tyrannical. They really did not believe that Di Tian had the strength to contend against them. Level 501, level 502. After Lin Fei entered the 500th level, he immediately felt that the people here were much more powerful. The gap between the two levels was very big. They were just slightly more powerful. Lin Fei really did not care much about the rest. Anyway, he would leave this level in 20 years. As the reputation of the previous levels had spread all the way to the lower levels, the moment Lin Fei arrived at the lower level, someone knew his name. It was difficult not to know such a person. The strangest thing was his cultivation speed. No matter who it was, who didn't want to be better as soon as possible? After all, as long as they were one step faster than them, they could accumulate more tyrannical strength. As time went on, they would be at an advantage. No matter what the next 2 stages were, they would become more confident. For rulers like Lin Fei, even if they could advance to the next level, as time passed, the gap between them would only grow larger and larger. When Lin Fei arrived at this floor, soon, someone would come to settle the score. Some of them were afraid of the other party's strength, and some were disciples of other sects. Even though they were separated by space, the transmission of information could still be done. If anything happened in the lower levels, they would be the first to know. With 8 million layers of divinity, he wouldn't have any powerful divinity treasures in his hands. They naturally wanted to kill Lin Fei to vent their anger. The idea was good, but when it came down to it, they suffered a lot. The other party knew a mysterious concealment formation, and didn't fight them head-on. He just wandered around them, and the divinity treasures in his hands weren't very powerful. However, he relied on these divinity treasures to kill them. From start to finish, none of them could even touch the corner of his clothes. These people were undoubtedly going to deliver the treasures. These people had 2 or 3 million divinity treasures in their hands, and they were very powerful. Meeting someone like Lin Fei, they could only suffer. Lin Fei also changed his gun for a cannon. From the 500th level, he went all the way to the 510th level. The 510th level. This level was very quiet. In a certain region, 3 hegemons were seated together, expressionless, as if they were waiting for something. Di Tian still hasn't come up. How long are we going to wait? Those guys have already gone to the next level, and the gap between us and them is growing. A green-robed ruler cursed. It should be soon. As long as we kill that guy, we'll have made a great contribution, and the sect's patriarch will personally meet us. Anyway, there are only the 3 of us on this level, and all the divinity cards and treasures are with us. We won't be too far behind them. The 3 of them spoke one after another. They were all from the demon mystic sect. Since a long time ago, they received news that they were to slow down and wait for a person to come up. As long as they killed that person and took back the treasures, it would be a great contribution. These words were personally given by the elder, and it made them extremely excited. This level lasted for thousands of years. When they had nothing to do, they would kill people and plunder treasures on this level. Now, the 3 of them had about 100 million layers of divinity on them, and they also had powerful divinity treasures on them, which were enough to sweep away any powerhouse that came up. They were very confident. There would no longer be powerhouses on the lower levels. The powerful people would go up, and perhaps they would all reach the 3rd level. They were waiting quietly now. His coming. After waiting for a long time, one of the 3 demon mystic sect disciples opened his eyes, and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. He quickly took out a message talisman, and there were only 3 words on it: his coming. His coming, I can feel it. After we get rid of this guy, we can go down. Maybe those guys are waiting for us. Let's join forces, let's see who's afraid of who. They could occupy this level, and it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be people occupying the entire level on the later levels. The 3 of them came together and turned into streams of light. It's so quiet on this level. Lin Fei appeared on the 510th level. There was no fluctuation. It was the same as the level above. It seems that it's a problem of strength that has pulled everyone apart. There are almost no people coming down from each level, or it's monopolized by others. Lin Fei was no stranger to this situation. Someone is coming towards me, and there are 3 of them. Soon, Lin Fei frowned slightly. Someone was coming towards him, and it was obvious that they were murderous. Di Tian, die. A roar came from afar. A jingguang slashed across the sky, and there was only one jingguang left between heaven and earth, and the entire space was trembling non-stop. The jingguang's power was extremely powerful, and it locked on to Lin Fei. Good lord, this is at least a divinity treasure with tens of millions of layers of divinity. Lin Fei escaped into the void and kept moving. The jingguang blasted over and over again. Chapter 1604. As the saber slashed down, the area around Lin Fei was covered in saber light. The void shattered and then returned to normal. Junior apprentice brother, the power of your saber isn't bad. Maybe that kid will be killed by your saber from a distance. You'll save us a lot of trouble. Complacent laughter came from afar as 3 figures approached. Ruler Luo Bing stood next to his 2 senior apprentice brothers with a smile on his face. Don't joke around, senior apprentice brothers. My baleful black saber only has 21 million layers of divinity. It can't compare to your divinity treasures. However, it won't be difficult to kill Di Tian. He'll be lucky to die to my saber. Although Ruler Luo Bing said this, he still had a complacent look on his face. After completing the task given to him by the elder, everyone's faces were radiant. Killing someone from a distance was such an exciting thing. As soon as someone appeared, they could kill someone from tens of millions of kilometers away. No one could stop them. Finishing him off with 1 saber strike is that kid's fortune. Come, let's go over and see if he's dead or not. The 3 of them had learned of Di Tian's strength from the elder, but they didn't care about that bit of strength at all. They could kill him easily with 1 move. Would there be a need for a second move? They came over full of confidence. They didn't see that person's corpse, nor did they see any traces of blood. Not dead. The 3 of them sensed for a moment and were somewhat surprised. It seemed as though what they had imagined hadn't happened. That person had gone somewhere. Ruler Luo Bing's expression was unsightly. His saber strike hadn't killed him. What kind of joke was this? He had clearly locked onto him. Who are you? How dare you kill me as soon as I appeared? In the distance, Lin Fei emerged from the void. That saber strike was very powerful. Lin Fei didn't use his physical body to block it. Instead, he used the void evasion technique to avoid the saber attack. They attacked as soon as they appeared. Lin Fei was furious. There was no one on this floor. Clearly, those people had been killed by these 3, and they had stayed behind to deal with him. Most importantly, they had exposed his Daoist name. Not bad, to be able to dodge my saber strike. Ruler Luo Bing looked at the 10 million layers of divinity above Di Tian's head. I wonder how many times you can dodge. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hegemon Luo Bing attacked once more, unleashing 1 streak of saberlight after another with his bale black saber. Inescapable net. Rays of saber light intertwined. This was to seal off all the exits. Once you die, you'll know who we are. Ahahaha. Hegemon Luo Bing didn't want to waste any more time. Hundreds of saber lights were blasted out. Lin Fei could feel the terror of these blade lights. If he used his body to block them, he would be instantly cut into countless pieces. Even if he activated the invincible defense, it would consume a large amount of invincible value. That guy's blade is pretty good. It's actually over 20 million layers of divinity. No wonder its attack is so terrifying. In the end, Lin Fei chose to dodge. Soon, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Good fella, the 3 of them still have 100 million divinity layers. I really want to doze off, and someone will send me a pillow soon. Lin Fei flashed into the void. It's useless to enter the void. Hegemon Luo Bing laughed loudly as he chased through the void. That kid's mastery of the Tao of space isn't bad. He probably used that method to dodge that saber attack. Hegemon Cloudsong laughed, a look of disdain in his eyes. The Tao of space isn't that impressive. All of the hegemons out there have mastered a bit of the Tao of space, but that kid isn't that impressive. How could he possibly escape from our junior apprentice brother? Hegemon Cloudsong laughed as well. The two didn't follow him in. The void of the divinity dais wasn't that large, it was only roughly 100 million kilometers in size. To them, it would take them less than 2 breaths of time to go back and forth. Their junior apprentice brother, Hegemon Luo Bing, didn't just have a bale black saber, he was also wearing a first-tier divine armor. They weren't too sure of the exact level of the armor, but it was capable of blocking attacks from treasures with 10 to 20 million layers of divinity. Ordinary attacks wouldn't be able to break through its defense. No matter how powerful Di Tian was, he might not necessarily have a treasure with 20 million layers of divinity. Right now, all they had to do was wait for the good news. Boom, boom, boom. The saber light was like a net, blasting forward. Lin Fei continued to blink through the void, but the danger behind him never ceased. After entering the 500th level, Lin Fei knew very well that the higher he went, the more powerful the divine treasures the potential hegemons would have in their possession. That fellow still dares to chase after me. I was just worrying about how I was going to get my weapon from him. Lin Fei's weapon was only at 3 million layers of divinity, and its power was far inferior to his opponent's. He didn't even think about taking it out, he just wanted to take it from his opponent. Di Tian, you won't be able to escape. This void is only so big. Today, you will definitely die. Hegemon Luo Bing continued to strike out with his saber. Layer after layer of the void was shattered. Anyone else would probably feel their scalp go numb at the sight of the countless saber lights. They wouldn't have any confidence in being able to survive in such a dangerous situation. Luo Bing began to laugh loudly. If this place was bigger, Hegemon Luo Bing probably wouldn't have been able to do anything. This fellow was so fast that even Luo Bing had to admit that he was inferior. Thankfully, he had a powerful weapon in his hands. A single saber strike was enough to make it difficult for his opponent to block. Lin Fei didn't say anything. He disappeared once more and reappeared behind Hegemon Luo Bing. With a wave of his hand, he slashed down with his saber. A protective barrier appeared around Hegemon Luo Bing's body. I was wondering why you only knew how to run. It turns out that you don't have a suitable weapon. I forgot to tell you that I'm wearing a first-class divinity battle suit. You want to kill me with that crappy weapon in your hands? Dream on. Hegemon Luo Bing was even more pleased with himself. He had thought that the person the sect had asked him to deal with would be very powerful, but now it seemed that he was only SOSO. He didn't even care about that long saber of his. Swoosh. Another saber slashed toward Lin Fei's face. Killing you is as easy as pie. Lin Fei dodged the saber and appeared at Hegemon Luo Bing's side, chuckling as he slashed out with his saber. By the time Hegemon Luo Bing counterattacked, Lin Fei disappeared once more and attacked from the other side. Rumble. Rumble. Lin Fei didn't stop attacking. He surrounded Hegemon Luo Bing and didn't move beyond 300 meters. At first, Hegemon Luo Bing didn't care. He released his saber intent domain, wanting to force his opponent out so that he could kill him. As time went on, hundreds or even thousands of saber strikes later, the defense of the divine battle suit on his body began to weaken. This made Hegemon Luo Bing furious. Di Tian, if you have what it takes, then stop dodging. Boom. Hegemon Luo Bing raised his saber to block as he punched out with his other hand. His opponent disappeared and reappeared above his head. You can rely on a high-grade divine weapon. Why can't I dodge? I'm not that kind of idiot. Lin Fei laughed loudly as he disappeared. Lin Fei had plenty of ways to kill Hegemon Luo Bing. Lin Fei disdained to use those methods. So the only thing he could do was use the stupidest method possible. He would exhaust this guy to death. Just a little bit more, and his divine battlesuit will be useless. That'll be my chance to kill him in one blow. Every single slash from Lin Fei seemed to possess ordinary might and seemed to be completely useless, as they were easily blocked by the divinity battle armor on Lin Fei's body. Hehe, master, you're so evil. The little fiend's voice rang out in his mind. That guy thinks he's going to win for sure. He'll regret it in a bit. The little fiend knew this very well. Every single saber strike of Lin Fei's had been infused with a sliver of divine power. This divine power was so subtle that it was almost undetectable. The enraged hegemon Luo Bing wouldn't bother to inspect it. Don't underestimate that sliver of divine power, it was incredibly useful. When strands of divine power were gathered together, they would become terrifying existences that could detonate the divine battle suit at a critical moment. Hegemon Luo Bing attacked randomly, a look of anger on his face. Bastard, just you wait. Saberlight rumbled out. Hegemon Luo Bing thought to himself. Damn, this guy has cultivated this kind of movement technique. Even my divine sense can't capture his specific location. Fortunately, I have the divine battle suit. Even if it's level 1, he can't break it. Since he likes to play so much, I'll play with him. When the power of the great path in his body is almost exhausted, let's see what he can do. Hegemon Luo Bing wasn't very good at the Tao of space. It didn't mean that he couldn't deal with Di Tian. This was at most a small trick that wasn't very useful. I think we should each take a step back. You can't do anything to me anyway, Lin Fei said deliberately. Don't even think about it. I'll definitely kill you today. Don't expect anyone to save you. Apart from the 3 of us from the Demon Mystic sect, there's no one else here. You can give up completely. Lin Fei deliberately used words to provoke the other party. In the end, he heard this. You're from the Demon Mystic sect? One of the 8 major sects. How could Lin Fei not know? He felt a little uneasy. How did the 8 major sects know his Daoist name? Could it be that the matter of the battle fortress was leaked? Apart from this, Lin Fei couldn't find a second reason to say it for a while. Hehe, now you know fear. Ruler Luo Bing attacked faster. In front of our Demon Mystic sect, you're just an ant. You're just an ant, I can do whatever I want to you. I don't seem to have anything to do with your Demon Mystic sect. Why do you want to deal with me here? Then you can only say that you're unlucky. We've waited for you for many years. Hee, today, we can finally complete the task and go to the next level. Lin Fei seemed to understand. During this period, Lin Fei added hundreds of attacks on Ruler Luo Bing. It seems that you only know this much, Lin Fei suddenly said. What did you say? Lin Fei laughed and slashed at his face. Explode. Boom. Boom. A terrifying aura came from Ruler Luo Bing, and his expression became uneasy. What did you do to me? As soon as his voice fell, the divine battle armor on Ruler Luo Bing's body exploded like a mirror, shattering into pieces. Die. Chapter 1605. Hehe, I got it. As soon as Luo Bing's ruler exploded, Lin Fei quickly snatched the divinity weapon from the other party's hand. Of course, the most important thing was the divinity level. It just happened to be 100 million divinity levels, in addition to the harvest of tens of millions of divinity points. Divinity is really good stuff, it's so secretive. As soon as he got it, he immediately refined the divine treasure in his hand. A divine treasure with 20 million divinity levels. Good stuff, really good stuff. He tried it, and it went smoothly. Lin Fei didn't care much about 20 million divinity levels. Anyway, the wool came from the sheep's body. With this thing, they're going to be dumbfounded. Lin Fei disappeared on the spot. Junior brother Luo should be back soon. Of course. The 2 rulers laughed as they chatted. They didn't use their divine senses to check the situation in the void. There was no need to worry about dealing with a brat. When junior brother Luo returned, they could go to the next level. They were tired of staying on this level. Hua! A beam of light blasted one of the rulers, and his whole body was blasted away. Crack, 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 crack. The void behind the ruler that was blasted away kept shattering, and he crashed into the void. Senior brother. The other ruler's expression changed as he realized that something had happened. His face was filled with anger as he turned and rushed into the void. The chaotic void set off waves of tyrannical aura. As soon as this ruler entered, the waves of air hit him. The scene in front of him left him dumbfounded. His senior brother was currently in the middle of Di Tian's torrential attacks and was constantly being defeated. He could only passively defend, and the divinity battle armor on his body was constantly shining brightly. Isn't that junior brother's weapon? How did it fall into that guy's hands? Is junior brother dead? Even if this ruler didn't want to believe it, the facts in front of him told him that his junior brother had been killed. His weapon was in the hands of the other party, and his divinity levels had broken through 100 million. Junior brother Mo, come help me. At this time, the ruler who was at a disadvantage also found it hard to accept this news. From the moment he was blasted away, Di Tian appeared in front of him, and the torrential attacks came at him. He had no way to fight back, and could only passively defend. The situation was getting worse and worse. Senior brother Fan, I'm coming. The hegemon Mo Shan angrily charged over. A spear appeared in his hand, transforming into a fire dragon that smashed towards Di Tian's back, freeing his senior apprentice brother. Di Tian, no matter what method you used to kill junior brother Luo, now that my junior brother is here, you're dead meat today. Hegemon Fan Yun blocked with all his might. He let out a sigh of relief, but what followed was boundless rage. Hihi, you'd better take care of yourself first. Lin Fei slashed down again from behind, and a resplendent light burst forth. As Lin Fei dodged to the side, hegemon Mo Shan's spear shot forward with a ferocious momentum. Kacha. The spear stabbed into hegemon Fan Cloud. Poochie. Hegemon Fan Yun spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, junior apprentice brother, you'll only be satisfied if you kill me. Senior brother, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop myself. It's all that brat's fault. I'll try again. The Mo Mountain hegemon laughed dryly. He lifted his spear and stabbed towards Di Tian again, hating Di Tian to death in his heart. If it wasn't for this fellow, would he have to stab his senior brother with his spear? Su. Lin Fei continued to move. The range was very small. Junior brother, who are you trying to kill? Aya, I'm your senior brother, you idiot. In the void, hegemon Fan Yun's face was ashen. In this short period of time, hegemon Fan Yun had suffered no less than 10 attacks from his junior brother. He was almost angered to death. He could only blame Di Tian for being too crafty. Di Tian had been constantly moving around, and he had even purposely led his junior brother to attack. As the senior brother, hegemon Fan Yun had suffered greatly, and the divine battle armor was also being continuously consumed. The Mo Mountain hegemon didn't have it easy either. He had been scolded by his senior brother, and he was almost beaten to a pulp. Senior brother, I'll be careful. His gaze landed on Di Tian. It was all this fellow's fault. I want you to die a horrible death. The power of the spear in his hand suddenly changed, and he used a killing move. The sky was filled with afterimages of the spear. They were densely packed, and there were countless of them. Each spear seemed real. Lin Fei's saber landed on hegemon Fan Yun's body, and the surging power collided with the spear afterimages. Di Tian, let's see how you block this move. Lin Fei suddenly turned his head and smiled. You won't be able to break through my defense with just this move of yours. He left hegemon Mo Shan's back view. Boom boom boom. The sky full of attacks landed on Di Tian's back, drowning him in attacks. The Mo Mountain hegemon suddenly felt uneasy. Previously, this fellow had been dodging everywhere. Why wasn't he dodging now? It was very suspicious. The Mo Mountain hegemon was very confident in this move. Even if Di Tian managed to block it, he wouldn't have much combat strength left. He might even be heavily injured. Your attack is only SOSO. A terrifying aura came from the attack. It was as if a huge fireball had exploded in the air, and the sky full of attacks was directly blown away. A person charged out. A saber appeared on his left, and the back of the saber smashed into his face. The terrifying power smashed him out of the void and onto the divine platform. The Mo Mountain hegemon smashed onto the divine platform. Before he could react, a person appeared in the void and stomped down. You're the only one left now. Let's see what you can do. This stomp landed on his face, and blood splattered. You're lying. Senior brother has the divinity battle armor to protect him. Even if you have junior brother's weapon, You can forget about killing him. The Mo Mountain Hegemon's expression changed slightly. He could still sense the terrifying aura just now. It's not like the divinity battle armor is indestructible. You won't believe it anyway. However, I believe that you will soon believe it. Hua. The saber landed on the Mo Mountain Hegemon's body. Nonsense, you're lying. The Mo Mountain Hegemon tried to shake him off, but the other party was like a mountain. His power was like a rock sinking into the ocean, and a trace of shadow appeared. Boom, boom, boom. He stepped on a potential ruler and beat him up. That feeling was simply too amazing. Only the divinity battle armor on his body was slightly troublesome. It was like a tortoise shell, and it was very displeasing. 10 sabers. 100 sabers. The Mo Mountain Hegemon roared furiously at the start. He continuously activated his power, and he even wanted to exhaust Di Qian's power so that he could make a comeback. After 30 sabers, the Mo Mountain Hegemon's expression changed. The powerful divinity battle armor also started to lose its power. How can you be so powerful? What he received was Lin Fei's laughter. Don't kill me. I'm a disciple of the demon mystic sect. If you kill me, the sect elders won't let you off. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Mr. Di Qian, please let me go. As long as you let me go, I don't want anything. Lin Fei laughed sinisterly. It's over. Chapter 1606. He wanted to get rid of these 3 people. From the very beginning, Lin Fei did not feel that this was a problem. It was just a matter of time. Since he was proficient in the Tao of Space, he could do whatever he wanted. Against Lin Fei, who was proficient in the Tao of Space, they had no chance of winning, even if they were wearing the divinity battle suit. Choosing a place, Lin Fei sat down cross-legged. Little devil, do you have a way to crack their storage rings? The demon mystic sect disciples blocked him on this floor, and Lin Fei suspected that it was related to the battle fortress. I have to prepare. Knowing that the demon mystic sect would be the enemy, Lin Fei had to be prepared. Cracking the opponent's storage ring was a very necessary thing. Lin Fei had every reason to believe that there would be good things in the storage ring, and it was very likely to be helpful to him. This is easy, they were all killed by you, and their divine senses no longer exist. Give me some time. Little devil quickly accepted the task. In fact, it didn't take long, just a cup of tea time, the 3 storage rings were completely cracked. The symbol of the demon mystic sect. This might be useful, so I'll keep it first. Ruler battle suit. High grade. Ladies. Lin Fei thought to himself, is this guy preparing to give it to someone else? Lin Fei didn't have much use for the lady ruler battle suit, but he could give it to the 7-colored ruler. There was nothing that interested Lin Fei in the first 2 rings, so Lin Fei could only focus on the last ring, hoping to gain something. As soon as the last ring was opened, the contents inside were poured into the system space. This is. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he quickly found something. A piece of jade slip. The jade slip wasn't very big, and when Lin Fei extended his divine sense into it, he couldn't help but smile. It really is a good thing. The jade slip actually recorded the list of demon mystic sect disciples who entered the spirit pedestal stage. Looking at the names above, he quickly found the names of the 3 people who attacked him. Counting carefully, Lin Fei found that the demon mystic sect had arranged a total of 53 disciples, which was considered a great deal, especially the first one was the famous dark sacred ruler of the top 10 young masters. With these names, I can easily deal with them. Maybe these jade slips are used to contact each other. This is very likely. Lin Fei pondered. In next to no time, Lin Fei took out another jade talisman. Communication jade talisman? Lin Fei recognized it. It was a jade talisman of a higher grade. He retrieved it from the system space. Lin Fei was not surprised that a top-tier sect would have a way to communicate with them. Otherwise, how could they be considered a top-tier sect? This time, the demon mystic sect's behavior made Lin Fei very unhappy. Not long after the communication jade talisman was sent out, the jade talisman actually reacted. Someone had requested a link. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had broken the storage ring first, and finally had a harvest. This should be a message from the demon mystic sect's elder. When he was outside the Divine Mountain, Lin Fei had observed the Divine Altar. Every time there was a movement in the Divine Altar, he could see the ruler enter the next level. He believed that it would not be difficult for those people to recognize him. Lin Fei had entered this level, and he believed that the demon mystic sect must have known. The purpose of asking so urgently was self-evident. It was for the result. Lin Fei smiled and opened the communication jade talisman. The jade talisman produced a sky screen, and a small sky screen appeared in front of Lin Fei. It could be considered a miniature sky screen. Junior brother Fan, it's time to kill him. An obviously excited voice came from the other side. The sky curtain showed that they were in a Senfu hall. The 5 sovereign elders were sitting upright, exuding endless majesty. Obviously, the other party was also very anxious, and they started asking questions without any regard for the consequences. In fact, the 5 sovereign elders were very anxious. This matter was very important to them. These days, they were worried that the news would be leaked, and the extermination sovereign was temporarily placed under house arrest by them. Ever since Di Tian entered this level, they had been looking forward to the news. They were very clear about the situation on this level. It had long been cleaned up by the 3 junior brothers of the demon mystic sect. As long as Di Tian entered, everything would be under their control. They regarded the matter of the battle fortress as the most important thing. It was second only to the divine generals. You seem to have made a mistake. I'm not your junior brother. Let me introduce myself. I'm Di Tian. I think you really want to see me, Lin Fei said indifferently. The 5 sovereign elders never thought that this would be the case. You are Di Tian? The sovereign elder who asked the question first shot out a cold light. Lin Fei, who was far away, also felt the terror of this gaze. As expected of the sovereign elder of the demon mystic sect. His strength was indeed not weak, and he was able to lead the team here. A throne appeared behind Lin Fei, and he turned around and sat on it. I am Di Tian, the person you have never forgotten. As for the junior brother you mentioned, I'm sorry to tell you that they failed, and naturally, they were killed by me. The 5 sovereign elders quickly calmed down. They had underestimated this Di Tian. He had killed the disciples of the demon mystic sect and dared to confront them. Di Tian's behavior could be said to be a provocation. What a bold Di Tian. You still have the courage to say this in front of the elders of the demon mystic sect. Before the sovereign elder could finish speaking, Lin Fei interrupted him rudely. I have always been bold. The people of your sect killed me, so why can't I kill them? I can only say that they are not as skilled as me. Sovereign Fang Shu was the sovereign elder who had reprimanded Di Tian. He was choked by these words. They were all veteran sovereign elders. When they were famous in the territory, Di Tian was still unknown. They had always liked to suppress people based on their status. Today, they had been ignored by a junior. How could Elder Fang Shu not be angry? He couldn't wait to enter the sky screen and kill his way to the spirit platform. How dare you? I ask you, is the battle fortress in your hands? One of the sovereign elders couldn't take it anymore. The void behind him was directly shaken, and he roared at Lin Fei in the sky screen. It seemed that this was the only way to vent his anger. Clatter. In this elder's opinion, Di Tian definitely wouldn't be able to react in time when he suddenly spoke. As long as there was a slight change in his expression, they would be able to see some clues and confirm whether the battle fortress was in Di Tian's hands. The sky screen disappeared into thin air. The other side crushed the communication jade talisman. Damn kid. The sovereign elder was furious. He dared to destroy the communication jade talisman. This action completely angered them. Immediately inform the disciples above to intercept Di Tian. Kill him, we must kill him. He reacted so quickly. It is very likely that the thing is in Di Tian's hands. Lin Fei indeed crushed the communication jade talisman. Putting on airs. Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei wasn't someone who could be threatened with just a few words. He simply crushed the communication jade talisman. It felt so good. If I don't care, I won't care. Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. I'm safe now. Lin Fei's thinking was very simple. Those demon mystic sect disciples below are probably waiting for me. I'll let you guys wait for a while first. Lin Fei threw the matter to the back of his mind and began to absorb the divinity points. This level soon welcomed some sovereigns. After seeing Lin Fei, they decisively chose to avoid Lin Fei, especially when the number of divinity points above his head was almost 400 million, which scared them quite a bit. This was definitely because he had killed several powerful sovereigns. With this number, those people didn't have the guts to do so. They could only stand aside obediently to avoid offending Lin Fei. It wasn't easy to come to this level. If they were eliminated or even lost their lives, the loss would be great. They also knew that Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable, but there was one good thing about him. As long as they didn't offend him, there was basically no danger. In order to be at ease, each of them still took out 5 million divinity points they had collected. Those people followed suit. Lin Fei didn't refuse anyone. Mosquito meat was also meat. Those people calmed down because of this. Elder, it's not good. One of our disciples on the 530th floor has fallen. 2 on the 570th floor have also fallen. 3 on the 591st floor have also fallen. After the demon mystic sect passed the news to the sect disciples, they waited in peace. They still believed that the sect disciples had the strength to deal with Di Tian. The only thing that made them unhappy was that Di Tian was still very slow. In their opinion, Di Tian did it on purpose to buy time. This move was really disgusting. The 5 sovereigns had never seen such a shameless guy. How could they know that Lin Fei stayed so long on each floor for divinity points? Time ticked by. The disciples of the demon mystic sect waited for Di Tian to appear. Immediately, a piece of bad news came back. The disciples of the demon mystic sect fell one after another. Every time they saw Di Tian's smiling face, it also meant that the disciples of the demon mystic sect died in his hands. One blow after another came. The demon mystic sect lost another 11 sovereigns in the hands of the other party. This caused the 5 sovereign elders to fly into a rage. How could there be such a person? However, they had no way to deal with Di Tian for the time being. That hateful guy, let him be proud for the time being. When we reach the 3rd stage, the disciples of the demon mystic sect will let him know what regret is. Elder Fang Shu was already gritting his teeth. It took thousands of years. Lin Fei reached the 600th floor, in other words, he reached the 3rd stage. With the contribution of the 11 demon mystic sect disciples, Lin Fei gained a lot. The divinity level alone reached 2 billion, which was a good number. The divinity treasures obtained were also innumerable. For the time being, Lin Fei did not use them to exchange for divinity points. The higher he went, the more Lin Fei had to be careful, for fear of causing trouble. So many people. After entering the 600th floor, Lin Fei seemed to be in a layer of light, and he quickly descended into a senfu. Such senfu could be found everywhere on this floor. Most importantly, above the senfu, in the chaotic space, there were arenas lined up. Chapter 1607. Lin Fei seemed to understand what he had to experience on this floor. Battle. The 3rd stage was the battle. The battles on the huge arena did not stop, and one could still feel the terrifying aura from a distance away. Lin Fei was led into an empty senfu, and the grey-robed emissary appeared again. After the previous 2 encounters, Lin Fei had a habit of just listening quietly. Congratulations on entering the 3rd stage. This stage is an elimination round. The 1st and 2nd stages are for laying the foundation, and the truly exciting part is in the 3rd stage. As long as you can pass the 3rd stage, you can compete for the qualifications to become a divine general. This floor also has 300 floors. In other words, you have to accept 300 battles, and each contestant will be chosen randomly. It also pays attention to luck, and each battle will have 10 years to prepare. Lin Fei listened quietly. The arena was such a good place, wasn't it prepared for him? Lin Fei almost laughed. Any potential dominator who entered the 600th floor had a large number of divinity points in their bodies, and killing them would bring many benefits and treasures. Under such circumstances, only Lin Fei dared to come up with such a crazy idea. I also have to remind you that in every senfu, There is a place that allows you to exchange for divinity treasures, and you can also exchange for treasures. You can exchange for treasures to increase your strength and prepare for the battle. The grey-robed emissary disappeared again. Lin Fei also had a token in his hand, which was used to control the Senfu, and only he was allowed to enter. Lin Fei liked this arrangement very much. After patrolling the Senfu, Lin Fei came to a side hall in the Senfu, pushed the door open, and entered. This was the place to exchange for divinity points. "Master, how may I be of service to you?" As soon as Lin Fei entered, a black-armored puppet greeted him. How extravagant! With a casual look, Lin Fei discovered that this was a dominator puppet, and its combat strength was unknown, but its defense should be very strong. Even one Senfu was a big deal. "Take me to exchange for divinity treasures." The side hall was not big. A sparrow may be small, but it has all the essentials. "Master, you can exchange for divinity treasures here." The black-armored puppet led Lin Fei to a stone door. Lin Fei saw the words on the stone door. "Exchange room." The stone door creaked open and Lin Fei walked in. Inside, there was another black-armored puppet sitting expressionlessly, and in front of him was a counter. Lin Fei asked a few simple questions and exited the exchange room. There were a few stone doors not far from the exchange room. They were places to purchase divinity battlesuits, divinity weapons, and so on. "What's the use of that stone wall?" Lin Fei pointed to a huge stone wall not far away and asked. "Master, that's the battle canopy. As long as you pay a certain level of divinity, you'll be able to view every battle, including anyone. The fee is based on how high it is. Anyone can see it." "Yes." The black-armored puppet nodded and said, "Apart from being able to watch every battle, you can also see the latest changes in the rankings. This is free of charge." "Open it." The huge stone wall lit up, and a list of names appeared on it, from the top all the way down. The number 1 is still young Master Luo Xian, the head of the 10 princes, the peerless dominator of the Zhangyi school. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked at the name at the top. That's fast. He's already at level 890, which means he'll enter the 4th stage in another 100 years. Ever since he entered the sacred mountain, Lin Fei had heard of the 10 princes. Among them, young Master Luo Xian was the strongest, and he had a powerful bloodline. In the last 10 positions, except for a few of them, the rest were replaced by unfamiliar names. The difference between them was not that big. Could this dragon origin dominator be from the Dragon clan? And this Feng Jiutian, from the Phoenix clan? Looking at the names, Lin Fei did not think that their origins were simple. Perhaps they were either from a powerful sect or a powerful clan. Sects were not a big deal, but the strength of a clan was something that no one dared to ignore. Their natural bloodline made them even more powerful. "Can you give me a copy of the information on the top 100? "Master, you only need to pay 1,000,000 divinity levels." Lin Fei received a copy of the information so that he could read it slowly. The grey-robed emissary told him that the first battle would begin in a year. Lin Fei now had a year to prepare. In the following days, Lin Fei studied the information in his hands. He would not have known if he had not read it, but the moment he did, he was shocked. This information covered all the peerless dominators of the Endless Territory in one fell swoop. The 8 top sects, the 7 hegemonic powers, and the powerful races were all included. There were some races that even the 8 sects and the 7 hegemonic powers did not dare to offend. That was because their bloodlines were purer and it was easier for them to produce top powerhouses. Lin Fei memorized these names one by one. Apart from that, there were also some with mysterious origins. There was almost no substantive information. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were fake at a glance. They were just names in name. The members of the dragon race have such strong bodies, especially after wearing the divinity battle armor. Their defense reaches a terrifying level. They can actually kill an 8-star dominator with 3 punches. There's also this fellow with mysterious origins. He burned his opponent into nothingness with a single move, Fire Beacon Mountain. He's really terrifying. He should be infinitely close to the divine fire. This one is even sharper. He can actually freeze the divinity battle armor and freeze a dominator into an ice sculpture. Lin Fei also flipped through some of the battle records. These people's attacks were overbearing and did not give others a chance to react. Their strength was tyrannical and terrifying. Any one of them could kill a large group of 8-star dominators outside. It was unknown how many geniuses and powerhouses had gathered at this stage because of their strength. As the time drew closer, Lin Fei also started to prepare for himself. For example, some things that were necessary for the battle. Black-hearted, how black-hearted. Lin Fei took all the divinity treasures he collected back and exchanged them. When he came out, he was very unhappy. He turned around and entered a door. Lin Fei was here to buy the divinity battle armor. He had to put on a facade after all. Didn't he see that the members of the dragon race were all wearing the divinity battle armor? It would be too conspicuous if he did not wear it. The defense of the divinity battle armor was quite good. Lin Fei had a deep understanding of it. There were divinity battle armors ranging from level 1 to level 10. There were also detailed divisions inside that targeted certain Great Dao attacks. Lin Fei was dazzled. From the 600th to the 700th floor, he could only choose the divinity battle armor within level 3. Lin Fei chose a level 3 divinity battle armor with balanced defense. Chapter 1608. Third rank divine armor was fine. In terms of weapons, there weren't many requirements in the arenas. You could buy any divine weapon from 10 million layers to 100 million. 1 was fine too. 2 was fine too. As long as you had enough layers, you could even buy 10. When Lin Fei thought about it, it felt like he was bullying someone. However, after thinking about it, he immediately felt relieved. Everyone who entered the third stage was a genius. Who wouldn't be able to afford a divine armor or a divine weapon? There was no need for him to worry about them. Lin Fei bought a Thundersplit saber. It had the element of the Great Dao of Thunder, and its attack power was extremely dominating. It wasn't cheap either. 100 million layers of divinity. Lin Fei didn't hesitate to buy it. With the divine armor and weapon in hand, he was more or less prepared. Techniques. He didn't need to think about them for now. Techniques wouldn't appear in the Senfu, they would appear in the arenas for the two to train in. It was a competition of talent. Senior apprentice brother, that Di Tian, yes, Lin Fei, is in this Senfu. Meanwhile, a few uninvited guests had arrived outside the Senfu. There were a total of 5 uninvited guests. Their faces were cold and sinister, and their gazes were fixed on the Senfu, as though they were trying to see through the Senfu. The people in the nearby Senfu were all secretly surprised. Who was living in this Senfu that had attracted a disciple of the Demon Profound sect? Everyone knew that they couldn't afford to offend them. This was the first time Hegemon Yi Qing had heard of Lin Fei's name. The sect had repeatedly demanded that they kill Di Tian and take back their supreme treasure. They couldn't let anyone else beat them to it. Tell him to come out. Killing wasn't allowed on this floor. Hegemon Yi Qing just wanted to make sure that it was that person. They couldn't afford to offend the unfathomably powerful grey-robed emissary. If they really did attack, they would immediately be killed and die. Hegemon Yi Qing had brought people here for a reason. Only when Di Tian came out would they be able to put on a show. Lin Fei, get the hell out here. Get out here. After killing our Demon Profound sect's people, you still dare to come to this floor. The junior apprentice brothers that Hegemon Leaf Leaf had brought with him called out towards the gates of the Senfu, their voices echoing out like a great bell. The surrounding sovereigns were suddenly enlightened. Someone killed a disciple of the demon mystic sect. That person was really bold. More importantly, it seemed that someone found the evidence and personally came to the door. Everyone was unfamiliar with this fame. He didn't seem to know this name. I know this Lin Fei. I didn't expect him to come as well. This is unbelievable. A juggernaut exclaimed. Immediately, a good friend asked about Lin Fei's background. This person probably came from a small place. His talent isn't that good, because when I entered, he was already inside. His breakthroughs in each floor are very slow. From the first floor to here, I think it took him at least 100 million years yet. He actually made it to this floor. These good friends were all shocked. What an exquisite person. With such a slow speed, he actually made it all the way here and even offended the Demon Profound sect. That guy was also very powerful. These friends all had their own friends. They passed on the news, and in a short while, the news about Lin Fei had spread. The slowest cultivator, the ruler with the least potential, and all kinds of big hats fell on Lin Fei's head. There were also many people who came out of the Senfu to see his face. The longest person who could reach this floor was only a few thousand years, or even less than 5,000 years. Now, there was actually a guy who cultivated even slower, using more than 100 million years. This speed really made them feel incomparably conflicted. Do you think that guy will dare to come out? I bet that guy won't dare to come out. Look at who he's facing, that's a disciple of the Demon Profound sect. He. The 3 words Demon Mystic sect is enough to scare that guy to the point of pissing his pant. The leader is still Hegemon Leaf. He can be considered to have more potential. He broke through to the 800th floor, and breaking through to the 900th floor won't be a problem, everyone was discussing. In another Senfu, a beautiful fairy sitting cross-legged was also awakened by this voice and opened her beautiful and moving eyes. He actually came. The fairy stood up, disappeared from the Senfu, and appeared in the sky outside. Daoist Su Feng. Hehe. Hegemon Su Feng also came out. Yeah, it's incredible. She seems to have gone over there. Isn't that the direction where the Demon Profound sect is looking for that guy? Everyone was excited at first, but when they saw the fairy leave, they couldn't help but feel surprised. Since when did the fairy care about this kind of thing? They all chased after her. This fairy was none other than Venerable Su Feng, who was captured by Lin Fei that day. She could be considered as an old acquaintance of Lin Fei. You're finally here. I didn't look down on you. In yet another immortal abode. There was a low voice. A young man in brocade clothes stood up with the corners of his mouth raised, revealing an evil smile. It was young Master Fan that Lin Fei had been looking for. Today's young Master Fan's aura was even more terrifying than before. His left and right eyes were shining with a frightening light, making people not dare to look at him directly. Brahmin, is this the interesting person you were talking about? A delicate figure leaned on Brahmin's body. Fan smiled evilly and hugged the woman with one hand. Yeah, a guy with a lowly bloodline. I don't know what kind of dogshit luck he had. He actually kept breaking through, and even entered the Divine Mountain and went to the Divine Altar. I thought such a lowly guy like him had already died in a corner of the space. I didn't expect him to have such luck. Fan, there are really not many people who can make you remember, even the 10 great young masters. You don't care about them, but I'm interested in this Lin Fei. The woman smiled charmingly. You little slut, are you going to cause trouble again? Oh, I'm not as bad as you say, look at what you're saying. The Demon Profound sect disciples found a guy who had just come up. No matter who it was, they were interested to know. A short while later, there were quite a few people in the sky outside. When they weren't fighting, they all had time to rest, so they naturally had this bit of free time. A hint of joy flashed through Hegemon Yi Qing's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. This was the result he wanted. Hegemon Yi Qing wanted everyone to know that Lin Fei had offended the Demon Profound sect. If he revealed a bit of information, he believed that those who were trying to curry favor with the sect would be eager to act and solve the problem for the sect. The Demon Profound sect wouldn't have to pay anything. When he thought of this, Hegemon Yi Qing couldn't help but want to laugh. He was just too smart. Crack, crack, crack. The immortal gate opened with a whoosh. A smile appeared on Hegemon Yi Qing's face. You people of the Demon Profound sect are so annoying. I just killed a few of your disciples. As soon as the immortal gate opened, everyone heard this sentence, causing them to be stunned. Damn, it's just a few disciples. How could he say something like this? The lives of the Demon Profound sect's disciples were precious. If one of them died, the entire sect might have to be buried with him. This was the difference. This person was quite arrogant. Even those who didn't see it could tell that there was something wrong with it. He was arrogantly criticizing the Demon Profound sect. It didn't matter what the occasion was. It was rare. Truly rare. A black shadow appeared at the door. Many gazes shot towards it, as though trying to see through it. No powerful bloodline? No wonder he was so slow. What a lowly bloodline. He was even able to cultivate to the 8-star ruler level. Unbelievable. These people's gazes were like torches. After looking for a bit, they saw through some clues and revealed disdainful looks. A lowly bloodline wasn't worthy of entering this level. Hegemon Yi Qing's smile froze. He thought to himself, what an arrogant fellow. The more arrogant you are, the closer you are to death. Lin Fei, you finally dared to come out. I thought that after killing our disciples and stealing our sect's treasures, you wouldn't dare to come out. I thought you were going to be a coward for the rest of your life. Hegemon Yi Qing roared angrily. Hand over our junior brother's treasures. The treasures of our demon profound sect shouldn't be in your hands. As long as you hand over the treasures, we can leave your corpse intact on the arena. Hand over the treasures and prepare to die. This is the only way out for you. The disciples of the demon profound sect next to him had already informed him. They threatened Lin Fei one after another. The surrounding people revealed an understanding expression again. No wonder the disciples of the demon profound sect came in person. Not only did this guy kill people, but he also stole the treasures of the demon profound sect. No top sect was willing to let their things be leaked to the outside world. For example, cultivation techniques and the like. In their opinion, the demon profound sect must have come for cultivation techniques. Didn't this poor guy know that this was something he absolutely couldn't do? No sect would allow their cultivation techniques to fall into the hands of others, let alone a top sect. Lin Fei knew that the people of the demon profound sect would come to find him. The only thing he didn't expect was that they would use a borrowed knife to kill him. Even if the demon profound sect didn't ask them to kill him, Lin Fei believed that those people already had the idea. Kill him and hand over the treasures in order to get a favor from the demon profound sect. He believed that no one would refuse this kind of thing. Even if there was no favor, it was also a good thing to do the demon profound sect a favor. Lin Fei knew very well that they didn't want to expose the battle fortress and attract more people to spy on it. For the time being, Lin Fei didn't want to expose it. I don't care what you say, but your demon profound sect doesn't have the ability to make me, Lin Fei, die obediently. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? Maybe I'll be the one to kill you. Lin Fei smiled and said, let me give you a word of advice. Don't think that you're something just because of some words. In fact, you're nothing. Wow. There was an uproar at the scene. Crazy. Really crazy. This was to include them as well. Hegemon Yi Qing smiled. This Lin Fei was simply courting death.